जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Vice Admiral Satish Gormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, our keynote speaker and chief guest for this morning, other eminent guests of honor and dignitaries present here today, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you and welcome to this annual seminar 2022 of the Indian Maritime Foundation on the subject Present Challenges of Shipbuilding in India and Way Ahead. As you are aware, we are having this in-person seminar after about 3 years. As like everyone else in the world, we had to follow the restrictions and guidelines which were imposed by the COVID pandemic. And also for the first time, I would like to mention that we are having not only the in-person seminar, but one which we are live streaming on YouTube, so that those who are not able to attend physically in person can see this seminar on YouTube as well. And of course, the recording will be available later on. Conducting a seminar of this magnitude is not an easy task for a relatively small and voluntary organization such as the Indian Maritime Foundation. And we are therefore grateful to our sponsors for having generously contributed towards organizing the seminar. These are Mazgon Docks Limited, Cochin Shipyard Limited, L&T Shipbuilding, Goa Shipyard Limited, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, and Shaft Shipyard Limited. Thank you all for your contribution. An overview of the program is now flashed in this slide. Next slide. And the same is also there in the brochure, which I'm sure all of you must have collected from the registration desk. A few small points I'm just now flashing for the benefit of the audience. Firstly, of course, I don't think I require to iterate that you should keep your mobile switched off. During the question and answer session, which will follow the speakers in each of the 3 sessions that we have, I request any audience member who wishes to ask a question to first raise his hand to ask for the mic. We'll have 2 people who will be there with the mics. Please state your name and designation so that it is recorded and we are able to thereafter put it in our seminar proceedings or the compendium. And keep your questions brief and to the point. I also request the moderators, and I also intend to do the same, that we will not be making a full introduction of the moderators as well as speakers, because the detailed biodata is there in the brochure. So if you wish to know more about that particular moderator or the speakers, you may read the full biodata in the brochure. With that, we move to the first item, that is a welcome address by Captain Anand Dixit, President IMF and Master Mariner. He's an alumnus of trading ship Dufferin and has more than 40 years of experience in the merchant marine. He took over as the President of the IMF on the 7th of Jan 2020. May I invite him to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Admiral Satish Gormade, honored guest speakers and moderators, distinguished delegates, principal sponsors, members of IMF, mariners, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to welcome you on behalf of the Indian Maritime Foundation to our seminar on present challenges of shipbuilding in India and way ahead. We would like to extend a special welcome to Vice Admiral Satish Gormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, who is our chief guest and keynote speaker at today's seminar. Thank you, sir, for coming down from Delhi to be with us today. A brief introduction of the Admiral. Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormade, PVSM, AVSM, NM, ADC, is a navigation and direction specialist. He was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st of January 1984. He is an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, a graduate of Naval Staff College at the United States Naval War College, Newport, Rhode Island, and the Naval War College, Bombay. He has numerous awards and achievements to his credit at the NDA and in cadet training ship INS Mysore. He continued to achieve distinction in the various courses he attended subsequently. His important operational appointments include commands of the guided missile frigate INS Brahmaputra, submarine rescue vessel INS Nirikshak, minesweeper INS Alleppey, and second in command guided missile frigate INS Ganga. The Admiral has held important and challenging staff appointments prior to taking over as the Vice Chief of Naval Staff on 1st of August 2021. The Admiral is married to Mrs. Sanskriti and they are blessed with two wonderful children, Radha and Param. His interests are reading, trekking, water sports, and horse riding. A warm welcome to you, sir. We would like to express our gratitude to the principal sponsors of this seminar and acknowledge the presence of their representatives. Mazgan Dock Limited, Shri Viju George, L&T Shipbuilding, Shri Jayant Patil, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, Captain Sunil Kumar, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Shri Jitesh Chandra, Goa Shipyard Limited, Captain Jagmohan, Soft Shipyard Private Limited, Shri Sahai Raj. We appreciate their valuable support to the IMF. We welcome our distinguished moderators for the seminar, Vice Admiral D.M. Deshpande, Dr. Banini Shankar, Shri Jayant Patil. We extend our warm welcome to all the guest speakers. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen, for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time to be with us today. We feel honored to have with us today senior serving and retired defense and civil service officers, representatives of shipyards and defense industries, officers of the merchant marine, academics, and professionals. We welcome you all to this seminar. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the combined study group of the IMF and its core committee who organized this seminar. Vice Admiral Vinod Pasricha, Vice Admiral DSP Verma, who is not here at the moment, Commodore Sanjeev Nair, Rear Admiral R.J. Nadkarni, and Captain Dinesh Singh. We welcome members of the Navy Foundation, Commodore P.K. Malhotra, President, Navy Foundation, Pune Chapter, Rear Admiral S. Patham, Rear Admiral S. Vadgaonkar, Vice Admiral Jayavant Korde. We welcome representatives of the Center of Advanced Strategic Studies, CAS, Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, former Vice Chief of Air Staff and Director, CAS, Major General S.H. Mahajan, Deputy Director and Secretary, CAS. We welcome the representatives of Tolani Maritime Institute, Captain Kevin Mascarenhas, Mr. Sujit Das, and Dr. Somnath Nirali. We welcome officers of the NHQ, INS Shivaji, officers of the Western Naval Command, NDA, Millet, and National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi. We are honored to have with us today Commodore H. Khatri, CMD, Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Shri S.S. Sohani, IAS retired, Vice Admiral S.K.K. Krishnan, Major General Rajendra Malave, and Rear Admiral S.S. Godbole. Among our distinguished guests are Professor Vijay Khare, Head of the Department, Defense and Strategic Studies at Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, Commodore Ajay Sharma, Bharat Forge Limited, Commodore Sanjay Deshpande, Titagar Wagons Limited, Commander Pradyut Sen, Naval Projects Sea Trade International Technology, Commodore S.L. Deshmukh, Mr. Ameya Prakash Behre, Director, and Mr. Bharat, CEO of Sushma and Company Electricals. I would like to add that Sushma Marine, headed by Mr. Prakash Behre, is well connected with the Indian Navy, and they have made a valuable contribution to the building of INS Vikrant. Mr. Aniruddha Godbole, Managing Director, Marine Management Services Mumbai, and Marman Engineering and Shipbuilding Limited, Goa. Representatives of VR Coatings and Symptomatic Automation Private Limited. May I briefly say a few words about the Indian Maritime Foundation, although most of you would be well familiar with the IMF. We are a non-profit NGO run by the officers of the Indian Navy and the Merchant Marine. Our aim is to make the people of India sea-minded and promote awareness of all aspects of India's maritime interests. One of our objectives is to encourage debate on various aspects of the maritime field, including naval and commercial shipbuilding and ship repair, which is the theme of the seminar today, in keeping with our objectives. Our membership is not restricted to mariners. We welcome new members, mariners and non-mariners, men and women from all walks of life who have an interest in the sea and ships. Although our activities cover a wide spectrum, today I would like to focus briefly on our Maritime Museum in Pune that many of you in the audience may not be aware of. Originally set up in 2014 at the Deccan College Department of Archaeology, the museum has been relocated to Anantrao Pawar College of Engineering in a larger premise. It was formally inaugurated on the 27th of April 2022 by the then Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Ajit Pawar. We are now planning to expand the size and scope of this museum and make it one of the major attractions of Pune city. Please do visit the museum when you can. We welcome the donations of scale models of warships and merchant ships and other items of interest, maritime interest and maritime heritage for our museum. We are fortunate that we have with us today highly knowledgeable and experienced speakers. And we in the IMF are privileged that they have come down here to share their expertise with us. We have an interesting day ahead of us, and I hope that some constructive recommendations will emerge from these deliberations. A warm welcome to you again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Thank you, Captain Anand, for the welcome address. We now have the inaugural address to be delivered by Vice Admiral Vinod Pasiricha, retired. The Admiral is a naval aviator and took part in the 1971 war as a Seahawk fighter pilot operating from the carrier, the first INS Vikrant. Later on, he went on to command 3 ships and was the commanding officer of a second aircraft carrier, INS Virat. In the flag rank, he has held several prestigious appointments and has had the unique distinction of commanding both our operational commands, that is the Eastern Naval Command and the Western Naval Command, prior to his retirement in 2002. May I invite him to deliver the inaugural address, sir.
This. Pointer. You'll be moving the slides? Harappan Gormade, President of the IMF, Captain Dixit, senior officers from all the services and more so from the shipping industry. I see a large number of naval officers and I welcome their presence because I think this has become more or less like a naval gathering today, not just the maritime view and not just the IMF gathering. Welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to speak on a subject which I think is very vital for India. This has been going on for a long time, and I must admit that over the years we have been in the Navy doing a lot of which all of us are very proud. In fact, if you look at what the Navy has achieved and compare it to the other two services, you will find that the other two services are still way behind us. This became possible only because of the vision of a few people of the first generation in the Navy. I'll talk about that a little later. Also, I am not going to go into any details of the shipbuilding and about the Navy in general, because I think there are enough speakers who are going to be talking about that. But I will give you an overview of what we are doing and how the Navy should progress. Next slide, please. We go back so nearly 5,000 years ago. And I think it was the Navy of that time that had the vision to think big. The fact that we started building our own shipyards, and to my mind, even today, if you look at the size of the shipyard which was built, 200 meters, it was one of the biggest shipyards that was built. And it made sure that it had adjustable compartments so that 6 ships could be built simultaneously, and depending on how you were building them, you could remove one or the other and carry on. Also, the wooden doors were such that they could be easily removed, and they were kept in place with planks. So these are some of the things that we did. And next slide, please. Next. After this civilization, there was a lot of shipbuilding and a lot of people in India which looked after the sea. I've only listed the people here, and this seaborne activity continued for a very long time. It is just said that when the ships became of steel, the engines came in, and other facilities, and it was no longer the sailing ships. In the old days, it was either sailing ships or even people with oars, 40 people moving a ship at slow speed or with sails. But when the engines came in and the machinery came in, somehow we got left behind. Next, please. I have given a little detail of the period from where we really got left behind. I will not cover it in details because it is there. It gives you exactly what happened from the 1600 when ships started coming, how the Indian Navy's Marine was formed at that time, although we were not part of India in a true sense, we were practically under the British at that time. And then we became Her Majesty's Indian Navy ship in 1858. And since then you will see the progress that has been made. And our final thing was becoming the Royal Indian Navy in 1934, after which a lot of officers took part in the World War. In fact, my father was a lecturer in Lucknow when he was called upon to join the Navy. So in 42, he joined the Navy and went to sea, but because he used to wear glasses, he was given the supply branch. He was a very seasick man, and I don't know how he managed it at sea, but he did go. Because of him, it's surprising, but my childhood was spent in Vizag, Bombay, and Cochin. I don't have memories of that because I was just 2 and 3 years old, but that is where I grew up as a thing. I just, as an aside, after all this, I wanted to join the Navy, and naval aviation in particular. And because for some reason I was always getting 98% in maths and science, my father insisted that I should be an engineer. So he made me do engineering, started my engineering, and without telling him, I appeared for the NDA exam. And when I got selected, I just told him I'm going. And that is how I joined the Navy. And I'm glad that I not only joined the Navy, another small incident I think I must tell you is that when I did this and I joined the Navy, because of my marks, they gave me the engineering branch. When they gave me the engineering branch, I told the senior officer of the Navy in India, "Sir, I want to leave." He said, "You spend so much time here, you'll have to pay millions." I said, "Sir, I don't mind, I'll pay it in my own time, but I want to leave." So then he said, "Why do you want to leave?" I said, "I wanted to join aviation and they've given me engineering." He said, "No, engineers are also aviators." I said, "No, sir, I believe they are, but I'm not going to do that. I want to leave." You won't believe it, in 2 days, my branch was changed from, in India itself, from engineering to flying, aviation. So that's an aside, but continue please, next slide. Okay. The next one, please. Yeah. I will now give a brief on what I want to say. Basically, the important aspects that relate to how our Navy grew and how we've become what we are today. As I mentioned, we are perhaps the only service amongst the three which is so advanced, and I'm really proud that our thinkers, our thought process, next slide please. They planned this out right from the more or less our independence. And they've set up the various things, and this is the genesis which has led to what we are today. Next slide please. A little later, the maritime vision has come up, of which I think there are enough people who are going to talk about it, so I will not cover that in detail, which envisages a further 10-year plan for building, a new build. And I'm grateful that today, from what we were, we used to import a lot of items. In fact, most of our ships were totally imported, and I'll cover that a little later. Next. These are the shipbuilding yards that helped us to build ships, and as you will see today, not only these, there are a number of other yards, smaller yards, which are supplying items, practically built pieces of equipment to other yards, and they're being transported by ship and by road and by rail. The vision of our forefathers is very important. When we first started, it was decided that we must build our own ships and get the Navy to become self-sufficient. If we hadn't done that, we would not be where we are today. In fact, if you go to the first ship which was built, this was in collaboration with England, and when this was built, a couple of years after it was built, Admiral Gorshkov from the Russian Navy visited the ship because we wanted to show him that we have built a ship. So he looked at the ship, and just before he was leaving, the Admiral from the Western Command was with him. He says, "Admiral, is this a warship?" So the admiral was surprised. He said, you got just one gun and nothing else, and just a helicopter which is just about land, and the helicopter is only for search and rescue. So what is the warship part of this? At that time, rather than getting discouraged, that is the time that the Navy decided, okay, he's taunted us, let us show him what we can do. And today, I'm fortunate that 3 days before, or a week before I spoke, 3 ships have got, in the Navy, Indian Navy has been in the news for 3 ships. Vikrant was commissioned, Satpura, and also, I've just given you a brief detail of the Vikrant when she's commissioned. Continue, please. And the equipment that is going to be fitted on board, which I think is important for us to see that 80% of this equipment is made in India. We are still importing. There has been some restriction because of the policies that the Navy cannot import. But touch wood, that restriction is not on the shipyards. So the shipyards are in a position to import some of the items for us and fit them. The other very big thing that we have done is our engineers and our electrical people and our design people have designed a lot of equipment which is totally Indian. We borrowed it, we built it, but whatever is the new equipment is designed by us. And today I think, as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, we can compete with any navy in the world for our equipment, for our ships, for our caliber, and of course that is known for our manpower. We've done wonders, and I'm so grateful that this has happened. This is the latest ship, or our latest, and see the kind of equipment that is being fitted on board. Practically everything, the towed arrays, sonar has been made in Cochin. That was one of the first sonars in the world which has been recognized as the best in the world. And that was built nearly 20 years ago and is now being fitted on our ships. This is a IDRW report again on the 12th September. So as I said, 3 incidents in the 12th of September have made my lecture more relevant for the time. And these are the new ships that we are going to be building and which are likely to be sanctioned in the near future. That is the kind of shipbuilding that we are doing. And the only thing in this, regrettably, which is something that should have happened years ago, I went to USSR to have a look at our carrier to buy, which we finally bought as Vikramaditya, Koshika. When we went there, that carrier was being given to us for 600 million rupees, equivalent of 600 million rupees, 600 crore rupees. I came back and submitted the full proposal to get that going. Fortunately, in the system that was going, it didn't work. And we said, no, we don't have that money, and also the carrier is old and we won't do it. Yet, when eventually we bought Vikramaditya, it has been modified, and though we paid much more, we put in a lot of our own equipment in it. And I think I'm glad that we delayed it and didn't listen to what I had to say. We paid a lot more, but that was all right. That doesn't matter. And now, as we have, next please. Okay. As I mentioned, we've come to Vikrant, and hopefully, what I was mentioning also is that although the first Vikrant has been ordered, I think 4 years ago we should have ordered the second one. Now, by the time the government sanction comes, Cochin Shipyard will have so many other things to do that we will miss out. And I personally believe that we need at least 3 carriers in India. One for the Bay of Bengal, one for the Arabian Sea, and one totally for using as a standby, so that whenever there's a requirement, and carrier ships have to undergo refit, so there would be one under trial. So a minimum of 3 carriers are required, and I hope the government sanctions the second one soon, because even Vikramaditya now, over the years, it's an old ship and it will take some time. These are some of the initiatives that we need. And this is what I'm sure that the speakers will talk about. Our skills in welding and fitting, skilled manpower, R&D infrastructure, which till recently was quite poor. I'm glad that the Director of Naval Designs has broadened this, and also in conjunction with the civil dockyards. We have done a lot of work, and all this is making with it. The other weak area was, and I'm glad that that is also improving, is that the suppliers were not in a very good state earlier. But today we are not only getting them to build, we are also making sure that they build in places far away and supply to a shipyard 200 miles and even 400 miles away. So practically the whole block is ready and it is just put on the ship, and with the wiring, everything being done. Similarly, I was very happy to learn from L&T that they are doing the same in their yard, and they are even completing the wiring, the piping and everything, and when they put it in place, they just have to make the connections at the two ends. And that is why they are not only making them faster, but making them cheaper. And I'm so glad that when you talk about it, we'll hear some more about it. These are some of the problem areas I feel that we have to overcome. I've been told last night that some have been overcome, but I think the one or two areas which are still not overcome is what is the difference between a government-owned yard and a civil yard. The government-owned yard can do nothing. By the time a new sanction or the change comes in, it takes 3 months. The shipyard has a meeting and the next morning the change is implemented and they go ahead with it. They're also allowed to import without a problem. Whereas as far as we are concerned, import has become a big problem. To get an import clearance takes us 6 months. So these are some areas where we still need to improve tremendously. We have not done that. Similarly, the duty for a ship built in India is much higher than a ship built abroad. Whereas a person from abroad, if he takes a same ship abroad, he doesn't pay duty. So these are some areas which I think we need to improve on, and that's why I've covered them here. This is what I've just covered. And next, please. Even today, as far as the maritime trade is concerned, India I think has only 2% of the orders. We have the capability now, and it was nice to hear that we are building ships for other countries. If we are doing that, we need to build that and we need to go further. Here I have not spoken at all of the merchant navy because there are enough speakers talking about it, but I think some of our merchant yards have produced quite a lot of ships, but there again I think the speed at which they build must go up. This is another slide which I've covered in some detail, where we must change our policy of taxation totally to make shipbuilding a totally competitive yard, not because India needs them, but because we should export all our ships. The more we export, the more money we will earn, and the better we will get. From that mere 2%, I think if we get up to slightly higher, 10 to begin with, and maybe a little further, we'll be very good. Thank you. These are the ships of the Indian Navy today, which you can compare with any other navy in the world. There are only 5 navies in the world which have aircraft carriers and have built an aircraft carrier. Our submarines are recognized as one of the best. We have slowly started building submarines that are totally indigenous. Components are indigenous, our equipment is indigenous, and we have made sure that these are the kind. I know some of these things we cannot export because they are military hardware, but we've also built OPVs and smaller boats which we've been given to other countries which don't have the kind of equipment, just probably one small gun so that they are used for the other purposes and not used. And a last slide to show you the control that the Indian Navy today enjoys. This is a list of the ships and naval stations in the Indian Ocean. And if you see the entire Indian Ocean, you can see what the Indian Navy can command today. There are our neighbors, but I don't think you can identify any of them, neighbors, perhaps other than Australia, which is quite far, which has ships that are anywhere close to what we make. Even at one time, we were scared of Pakistan, but today Pakistan is nowhere on the horizon as far as India is concerned. Thank you very much. I thought that I'd give you an overview of this.
For that inaugural address, which has really set the tone and the stage for the seminar to follow. Next. We now have the keynote address, for which we are very honored and privileged to have Admiral Ghormade, the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, as our chief guest and our keynote speaker. Since Captain Dixit has already given a list of all his accomplishments, I will not repeat that. But I'm sure you are very eager to hear what he has to say. And of course, I'm sure most of this audience is aware, but Vice Chief heads the Staff Branch 1. This is responsible for future plans of the Navy, which includes new ship constructions and inductions. And as Admiral Pastrich has already mentioned, this is the most appropriate moment for us also to have this seminar, because in the recent couple of weeks, we've had 3 new ship constructions, which some of which, of course, Admiral Ghormade also has attended in his capacity as Vice Chief. So I'm sure you're all very eager to hear what he has to say. May I invite him to take the podium.
Vice Admiral Vinod Pastricha. He was the CNC when I was XO Ganga. So Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, Captain Anand Dikshit, President IMF, Commodore Rajan Veer, President Emeritus IMF, Vice Admiral Kochar, Commandant NDA, Dr. Malini Shankar, VC IMU, Shri Jayant Patil, Vice President L&T Defense, Vice Admiral Subedar, Admiral Natkarni, who has organized all this. We've many distinguished veterans and officers here whom I have had the opportunity to work with, and I'm really grateful to you for grooming me throughout my career, and many of them are here. Vice Rear Admiral Vadgaonkar, Rear Admiral Patham, Rear Admiral Godbole, Major General Mahajan, whom I actually took over the Directorate of Military Affairs from him. Major in Malve, we did the NHCC course together. We have Admiral Deshpande, enough time to work with him in the Naval Headquarters. Commodore Ajay Chitness. I've also worked with Commodore A.J. Singh in the DNP. And of course, we have other distinguished people here. Captain Ravindra Hajarnavis, Mr. Sahai Raj, I think he's here. And we are happy that CEO Shivaji is also here. All other distinguished guests whom I have not mentioned, Admiral Krishnan is here, whom I have had the opportunity to work, and there are many more senior people here. So thank you very much. Admiral Korde also. So these are good opportunities to be here amongst all of you and put some of my thoughts because it's really an honor and privilege for me to deliver the keynote address of the seminar which is being organized by IMF on a very topical issue of present challenges of shipbuilding in India and way ahead. This topic is extremely relevant because not only for both India as a nation and the Indian Navy as a fighting force, because growth of the indigenous shipbuilding industry has really multiple advantages for the nation. And it's in the realm of economic growth as well as self-reliance in defense production. So I really thank the Indian Maritime Foundation to have conducted and hosting this seminar. I am really confident that this seminar will throw up many good issues, and it will work as a springboard which can be taken forward, which can actually work as prospects for future shipbuilding industry in India. As you are all aware that the shipbuilding industry is of great strategic importance and has the potential to significantly increase employment prospects, along with having a multiplier effect on the economy directly and indirectly. This sector has direct and indirect positive impact on leading ancillary industries such as steel, aluminium, electrical machinery, and various equipment, including the defense equipment. Besides, it has got a huge dependence on the infrastructure and service sectors. A successful shipbuilding sector has been pivotal for rapid and robust economic development of most countries which have long coastal boundaries. So if we observe the historical trends, we see that growth in shipbuilding has been both a precursor and a catalyst to overcome economic prowess of a nation. Europe and the UK in the colonial era, United States in the early and mid 20th century, Japan and Korea in the second half of 20th century, and more recently China in the last 2-3 decades have all displayed the same trend. As our government of India has envisioned to make India a $5 trillion economy and a global powerhouse for the future, shipbuilding as an industry has the greatest potential to significantly contribute towards this endeavor. Further, today our local is also going global, and as I see here, Pune is one of the largest industrial hubs of the country, and there are large number of MSMEs who have emerged in the last few years, and with the amount of incentives being given, and I would actually request all the veteran senior officers here who've got lots of experience with them to identify good set of MSMEs and recommend them to the naval headquarters, especially or the services, so that we can take forward what great achievements they are doing and where we can use our defense shipbuilding, etc. And these inputs given to us to the Directorate of Indigenization, we'll take it forward so that we utilize those. We even have a Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization which was set up in August 20, which we are working very closely with the private industry so that we develop large number of technologies which can be implemented very quickly. Also, we have had a record merchandise export of $400 billion last year. This figure will definitely be surpassed this year, as our merchandise exports have touched $117 billion in the first quarter of the current financial itself. And this has been the highest ever for our country. A vast volume of these exports inevitably will transit over the seas, and there is thus an immense potential to be part of this growing trade by supplying quality merchant ships as well. Increase in demand for maritime trade over the years has caused consistent growth of global shipbuilding industry in the past. While Europeans are still our global leaders in building passenger ships and ferries, the Indo-Pacific region has a maximum global orders for oil and gas carriers, bulk carriers, cargo ships, and container vessels, and has emerged as the fastest growing market in the shipbuilding sector, with China and South Korea alone capturing about 60% of market share in merchant shipbuilding. The Indian shipbuilding industry has also witnessed a period of growth, riding on the stimulus of global demand, which happened from 2003 onwards. It was during this period that the market share of Indian yards in terms of global orders grew from 0.2 to 1.2% during the 5-year period between 2002 to 2007. This was actually projected to go up to 7.5% by 2017. Unfortunately, the global downturn, along with withdrawal of the government subsidy in 2007 and relatively low competitiveness of our shipyards, resulted in reduced demand of the ships. This then followed by the global recession in 2008, fall in oil prices played a major spoilsport by leading to large-scale cancellation of export orders. While this commercial shipbuilding industry has faced difficult times, naval or the defense shipbuilding industry has a different story to tell. Our far-sighted predecessors, as was brought out by Admiral Pashricha also, sowed the seeds of self-reliance in shipbuilding by setting up India's own warship design organization, which later became the nucleus of all major warship building activities in the country. The first major step was the licensed production of Leander-class frigates, which was again flashed by Admiral Pashricha. Of course, we had the first ship of Ajay built by GRSE in 1960. These Leander-class ships built in Mazagon docks laid the foundation of Indian Navy's transition from buyer's navy to a builder's navy. You are all aware that the Directorate of Naval Design Surface Ship Group has been recently rechristened as Warship Design Bureau, and this is meant to not only transform but to take on additional responsibilities. Indigenous design and construction of warships has been a learning experience for us. Indian shipyards have built some of the most complex frontline warships and submarines. Our constant endeavor has been to evolve from our experiences and enhance operational availability of our platforms. We are also focusing to enhance the indigenous content in our warships. The delivery of indigenous aircraft carrier, along with the design and indigenous construction of ongoing 38 of the 40 warships and submarines in India, reiterates our commitment to further develop indigenous warship design and construction capability, and we will be fully self-reliant or Atmanirbhar. Let me take a pause here and speak more about Atmanirbharta, which is of course flavor of the season. We have to understand that our quest for Atmanirbharta is not an isolated policy or vision. It is part of a large transformative changes which are underway in India, in which Indian Navy has been in the forefront for many years now. Complementing this goal, the government has launched several initiatives such as revamping the defense production and export promotion policy, increasing the foreign direct investment in the defense sector, and developing defense industrial corridors, to name a few. I can proudly say that with the dedicated efforts of over 2.5 decades, along with the help of DRDO, Indian Industry, Directorate of Ordnance, and through joint development with foreign partners, we have been able to indigenize weapons, sensors, and major shipboard systems. These, to name a few, are medium-range surface-to-air missiles, torpedoes, rocket launchers, anti-submarine warfare systems, combat management systems, communication suits, and electronic warfare systems. As is the practice in all countries, localization of shipbuilding with use of maximum indigenized content is our priority. While we have taken strides towards this objective, there is still headroom available to achieve further self-reliance to enable strategic independence, particularly in the equipment and systems pertaining to propulsion, weapons, and sensors. As on date, our industry partners have a clear idea and understanding of the kind of technology the Indian Navy envisages to induct in the coming years. While the growth of shipbuilding in defense sector has been impressive, commercial shipbuilding in India has been struggling in comparison to countries like China, South Korea, Japan, and other European countries. And there is a huge untapped potential in this sector, which needs to be harnessed for the overall benefit in the maritime sector and for furthering our economic growth. Shipbuilding industry, when I see, is actually an industry of industries. About 60 to 65% of value addition to a ship under construction comes from manufacture of shipboard material, equipment, and systems. The shipyard by itself adds about only 35% of value by constructing the ship and integrating these equipment and systems. Therefore, akin to the automotive industry, shipbuilding industry has the potential of creating an ecosystem of supporting industry to cater to its ancillary requirements. I am proud to place on record that despite the limited ancillary industry in the Indian shipbuilding ecosystem, Indian Navy has achieved a very high level of indigenization in the float component, that is hull material and systems. And we have about 50 to 60% indigenization in the move components involving large number of engineering and electrical systems. Just take the case of Vikrant, which was mentioned by Admiral Pashricha also. Commissioning of Vikrant early this month was indeed a red letter day for the entire nation, and especially for the Indian Navy. Not only has the Vikrant's construction fostered an indigenous ecosystem for niche shipbuilding in a major spin-off, it has also made us self-reliant in the field of warship grade steel. In addition, I wanted to tell about the fight component. We just missed that slide. This remains an area in which we are working hand in hand with DRDO, DPSUs, and private industries. And this is to enhance indigenization content. And I'm confident that we have a very bright future in this part for our indigenous weapon systems and sensor systems. The development and production of this indigenous steel through partnership between Navy, DRDO, are you with me now? So what I was telling about was development and production of the indigenous steel through partnership between Navy, DRDO, and Steel Authority of India actually symbolizes how an unflinching quest of Atmanirbharta can lead to unprecedented gains. And this now has happened that all our ships which are under construction are being made with the indigenous steel. That itself has promoted a large industry now. In spite of all the advantages that the shipbuilding has to offer, its huge potential has remained underutilized. The most important issue we have realized is the absence, the previous slide only, of centralized body focusing on growth of shipbuilding sector. At present, there are a large number of organizations and agencies and departments within the government that oversee policies related to the seas. Consequently, we have not been able to coherently exploit the potential wealth of our exclusive economic zone of 2.3 million square kilometers. Further, for a matured shipbuilding industry, the commercial shipbuilding and defense shipbuilding should complement each other. While significant progress has been made in the warship construction, as I had highlighted earlier, the commercial shipbuilding has not kept pace. The prime reason for this is lack of a shipbuilding ecosystem in the country and a long-term perspective planning for India's commercial fleet. There are dearth of shipbuilding orders in the private shipbuilding sector. Development of ancillary industry supporting the shipbuilding has also been suboptimal in the commercial shipbuilding. We have challenges in the form of underdeveloped infrastructure, inadequate innovation, and less investments in R&D as compared to the advanced shipbuilding nations like Korea, Japan, and China. In India, there are less than a dozen firms that have basic ship design expertise. Some of these are standalone design units that do not have manufacturing facilities but team up with shipyards to form consortiums that leverage each other's competencies. In addition to these issues, financial barriers also add to the existing woes of the shipbuilding industry. As was also briefly brought out by Admiral Prashricha, in India, the interest rate on loan taken for development infrastructure is large. Further, a typical shipyard requires a working capital of around 25 to 35% of the cost of the ship. The interest rates on working capital in India averages to 10.5%. On the other hand, the interest rates presently offered to shipbuilding yards overseas are considerably lower at around 5 to 6% in Korea and 4 to 8% in China. Taxation in India is also very stringent for the domestic industry. High taxation creates a cost differential which directly impedes the global competitiveness of our shipbuilding companies and shipyards, squeezing their operating margins. High cost of credit, high taxes on indigenous equipment, and high duties on imports of machinery such as marine engines, propulsion package, ship management and navigation systems, etc., together make shipbuilding a non-competitive sector. This is the reason while our shipyards have the capability, they are not globally competitive. Thus, in such instances, the nation is dependent on foreign participation, having the wherewithal to address the challenges domestically. Therefore, what should be the way ahead? There is a requirement of examining these issues with a whole-of-government approach and employ measures both at policy and working level to revitalize shipbuilding in India. So I'll talk about some of these measures that could help revival of shipbuilding in the country. To ensure targeted development of shipbuilding and ship repair sector, there is a need to establish a dedicated department of shipbuilding at the Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways. So at present, we have a Ministry of Shipping, Port and Waterways, and shipbuilding and ship repair comes under the shipping part. Now this shipping part has got many more issues than the shipbuilding and ship repair as a factor. So we need positively an empowered monitoring authority which may be headed by a secretary level officer who could be appointed to undertake national level coordination to facilitate clearances through a single window system that ensure that bottlenecks for investment in the sector are removed. This proposed department could be empowered to coordinate all aspects pertaining to shipbuilding industry, spanning across ministries, because it has got many links with other ministries. This agency could formulate policy and regulatory roadmaps to monitor all developments in the maritime domain. This may include policies related to consolidation of demand for ships and offshore structures, capacity and infrastructure augmentation of yards, setting up of avenues for low-interest funding of shipyards and ancillary industries. And this also should be related with formulation of medium-term and long-term plans for development of India's shipbuilding sector. For enabling our shipyards to attain that critical mass, we need to increase shipbuilding demand. Few points which will come to my mind are to focus on ways and means to enhance share of Indian-built ships in overseas trade, and of course replacement of the aging Indian fleet. Formulation of policy on repair and maintenance of all Indian flagged vessels exclusively at Indian shipyards, and judicial exploitation of inland waterways for increased domestic trade. There could be greenfield initiatives by Indian shipyards for specialized platforms, vessels, and they should be exempted from goods and services tax on shipbuilding and ship repair. This would incentivize them to compete with global shipyards and attract foreign investments and or technology transfer from foreign shipyards. These measures, if implemented, are likely to augment a sustained demand in the near future itself, that is next 5 to 10 years. In addition, I feel that there has to be collaboration between all the shipyards, whether big or small, public or private, and that is the need of the hour. PSU shipyards have expertise in defense shipbuilding with their available resources and vast experience in warship building. They have the requisite infrastructure, whereas the private shipyards, on the other hand, bring in efficient management and capabilities with them. Therefore, in a country like ours, defense and commercial shipbuilding should complement each other for mutual growth of the shipbuilding ecosystem. To achieve such a collaboration among them, we may look at the options of public-private partnerships or joint ventures, partnerships with PSUs and shipyards. Now, these joint ventures and partnerships between private and public sector could result in private yards gaining much needed experience in construction of mega blocks, and PSU shipyards in turn could master modern integration and advanced outfitting techniques beside handling complex managerial issues. So I would say, for an example, the partnership of MDL with Shaft and Chogle shipyard for our P-15 Bravo and P-17 Alpha ships, and GRSE with L&T for survey vessel large and also ASW shallow water craft is a good beginning in this direction. If we have a conglomerate of our shipyards, then we will compete with the world rather than competing with each other. And then we would be able to get much more export orders. Creation of maritime clusters are also vital for the growth of shipbuilding and repair industry, as they provide the ancillary services, manufacturing of ancillary products, maritime services, and financial services for the industry. And therefore, they would cultivate the entire ecosystem for the industry. Presently, Sri Perumpudur in Tamil Nadu has been identified for the development of a maritime cluster as part of the National Perspective Plan of the Sagarmala program. Similarly, cluster formation is in progress for developing a marine shipbuilding park in Gujarat. So India needs much more such clusters for overall development of our shipbuilding ecosystem. In the last 5 to 6 years, the central government has undertaken many initiatives towards revitalization of shipbuilding and development of a mature ecosystem of shipbuilding and ship repair in the country. This is with beginning of the financial assistance policy for 10-year period and grant of infrastructure status in 2016 to Atmanirbhar policy and Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana in 2020. All such measures are aimed at increasing the gross tonnage from 27,000 tons in 2020 to 5 lakh gross tonnage in 2030, with creation of more than 1 lakh additional jobs in this sector. However, these initiatives are gaining the required momentum progressively. Therefore, formation of a special purpose vehicle by way of National Shipbuilding and Shipping Finance Corporation under the Companies Act 2013 to overcome capital infrastructure investment and constraints, besides evolving taxation policies for global competitiveness, is also recommended. The present system of subsidy offered to shipbuilders needs review, as the subsidy is inadequate, meager, and also complicated. A suitable organization could be assigned the task to undertake consultative study on rationalization of taxation and tax incentives for competitiveness with the foreign shipyards. The government has also planned to achieve export of 350 billion in defense goods and services by 2025. Shipbuilding can play a vital role in achieving this goal. Naval shipbuilding projects can have strategic spin-offs for the economy, especially for the shipbuilding industry. Some of the shipyards have already exported OPVs sized to countries in our neighborhood, and there is a large demand of ships in the Indian Ocean region and area. Further, there is a need to attract the foreign direct investment in shipbuilding in the sector, which is currently a weak point. FDI from shipbuilding majors, whether in the form of investment in Indian private shipyards or in the form of joint venture companies, has the potential to infuse new technology and spur growth in the Indian shipbuilding capabilities. Such partnerships have the potential to convert India into a strategic hub for shipbuilding exports. A comparison with the Indian auto industry also may be in order, where focused investments have transformed Make in India into Make for the World, with the auto industry contributing nearly 7% to India's GDP. To attract FDI in the commercial shipbuilding sector, it may be necessary to rope in the services of Ministry of External Affairs, which has a spread of commercial wings in India's overseas missions across the world, and also of the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It is very vital that the efficiency and effectiveness of shipyards and industry must be benchmarked to global standards with incorporation of global best practices. The yearly MOU targets with Department of Public Enterprises for PSU shipyards need to be reviewed based on performance indices determined by demonstrated performance on build period, cost, quality metrics on ongoing naval, Coast Guard and other projects. Benchmarking of shipyards would also enable identification of Indian shipyards which are at par with contemporary global players based on the key performance indicators. Shipyards which are below benchmark standards may be either merged with nearby better performing shipyard or may be incentivized to give them a chance to compete with better placed shipyards. There should be a distinct capability with each and every PSU shipyard within the country for construction of specific type of vessel such as destroyers, frigates, corvettes, and OPVs, etc. Thereafter, utilization of such capability may be ensured by adopting a policy-based mechanism to grant orders for specific vessels, which could be on nomination basis to the conglomerate or consortium of shipyards to build ships faster and of better quality. Therefore, it's very important that the shipyards, if they come together and start building ships together, which is being followed very much in China, and if we use the same approach, we would be able to achieve. Because this similar approach could be extended for construction of commercial ships with public and private shipyards as per the capability. Ship design capability in India is at a basic level as compared to other Asian leaders in the field, such as China, South Korea, or Japan. Presently, most of the designs are imported from abroad in full or part, and there is no noteworthy innovation or indigenous R&D in this field. There is a need to encourage development of indigenous shipbuilding design capabilities and provide fiscal benefits to be given to R&D investments as they are also given in the pharma sector. I would like to conclude my address by reiterating the significance of shipbuilding industry towards nation building. Though indigenous warship design and construction capability has grown significantly in India, there is large scope for further growth for naval shipbuilding. The ongoing modernization process through indigenous means aims to create capabilities for accomplishing a range of missions across the entire spectrum of threats and challenges, and in all four domains that the Indian Navy operates, that is the surface, subsurface, land, and on air. Besides, on the long-term capability development plan of the Navy, I can firmly state that the future Indian Navy will be operating next generation platforms ranging from aircraft carriers, destroyers, frigates, corvettes, LPDs, nuclear-powered submarines, and a wide variety of aviation assets like fighters, air early warning aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, helicopters, unmanned platforms, and we are in a big way going to the unmanned platforms. All of these would necessarily have indigenous state-of-art systems with cutting-edge technology and robust architecture to provide us with the requisite combat capability. In the past year itself, we have inducted first of the P-15 Bravo ships, that is INS Vishakhapatnam. We have inducted two new Kalvari class submarines, Vela and Karanj. We have inducted the indigenous aircraft carrier Vikrant in the Swarnim Vijay Varsh, and that is a befitting tribute to the indigenization efforts of the Indian Navy. To infuse latest technology and products into Indian Navy, the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, NIIO, and Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, TDAC, has been set up since August 20, and this actively engages with the private industry to innovate and indigenize naval systems. In fact, we have a meeting every month with the private industry, and we have a VC in which we discuss various systems, we take them forward, and we are also coming out with lots of new solutions. Further, given the complexity and technology-intensive nature of naval systems, enhanced interaction through the NIIO with private sector, we have really pursued it relentlessly to form a partnership model rather than a mere customer and supplier relationship. In the last NIIO seminar, which most of you would have seen on the TV, which happened in July 22, the Honorable Prime Minister launched 75 challenges. Actually, we have more than that challenges, but we are going to positively achieve 75 because being the 75th year of our Indian independence, this has been done under the IDEX sprint to induct new technologies and products into the Indian Navy. And this all will be done in a time-bound manner of 1 year by the next 15th August. I would also like to assure the audience of Navy's unrelenting focus on indigenous ship construction and capacity development. We are committed to partnering with the Indian industry in our collective quest for greater self-reliance. With that, let me wish the seminar and the participants a great amount of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Gormade, for that very insightful, thought-provoking, and may I also say a very frank assessment of our shipbuilding capability as well as industry, as well as the points you have brought out as regards the way ahead. May I request the President IMF to present a memento to the keynote speaker. May I also request the President IMF to present a memento to our inaugural speaker, Admiral Pastricha.
I'll request Warship to hand over to IMF, sir.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our inaugural session, and we'll now break for tea. Since it is about 10:50, I think we'll take about 20 minutes, and we'll re-adjourn at about 11:10. Thank you. We now start our session 1, which is on the topic Challenges for Shipbuilding in India. The moderator for this session is Vice Admiral Dinesh Deshpande, retired. May I invite him to the moderator table? Vice Admiral Deshpande served in the Indian Navy for close to 40 years. He has been posted to various warships and shore establishments, and also commanded INS Shivaji, the alma mater of marine engineers. In the flank rank, he has been the Admiral Superintendent of the Naval Dockyard at Mumbai, the Director General of Naval Projects at Visakhapatnam, and was the Controller of Warships Production and Acquisitions prior to his retirement in 2019. He has been awarded the Ati Vishishta Seva Medal and the Vishishta Seva Medal, and also commended thrice by the Chief of Naval Staff. He is presently involved in the Fleet Support Ships program at HSL Vizag, as well as in the induction of AI and robotics in the defense sector. May I also invite the 3 speakers who are there in session 1, that is Captain Sudhakar, Captain Sunil Kumar of GRSE, and Commander Saurabh Jain of GSL. I think Commander Saurabh Jain, is he there? Okay, I'll just try to get in touch with him, maybe just outside somewhere. With that, may I request Admiral Deshpande to take the mic.
VCNS, Admiral Gormade, Admiral Co-Chair, Commandant, National Defence Academy, delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for the first session of the seminar, which is Present Challenges for Shipbuilding in India, and also the way ahead, if I may call it as a very topical topic, and I use this word topical from the point of view that this topic has been discussed many a times on various fora, but the fact that it continues to be discussed probably signifies the importance, and it also underlines the need that the shipbuilding industry needs a lot of encouragement, a lot of incentives, a lot of reforms, or whatever you may like to call it. Because today, that to me is the need of the hour, because the shipbuilding industry of what it was, say probably 2 or 3 decades earlier and today, I personally feel that not much of change has happened, especially in the private shipyards. With an overall defense export figure of close to about 15,000 crores, and looking at an order book value of about 100,000 crores, the shipbuilding export figures are very, very marginal. They're probably in decimals. And therefore, there is actually a crying need that we look at shipbuilding exports to be coming up in a much, much larger way. If you look at the spread of the shipyards across the country, roughly about 28 of them, we have 20 private shipyards in addition to the government-owned shipyards. And if you look at the business distribution of this 100,000 crore order book value on shipbuilding, and if I see what goes across to the private shipyards, it is nearly absent. And that is the cause of concern, because that is where we need to concentrate on, and that is where probably as a part of this session, our speakers will elaborate what are the remedies that are there, which we need to look at on how to get the private shipyards back into the fray so that there is a growth in this much needed sector. So we have with us for the first session 3 speakers. The first speaker from Goa Shipyard, Captain Sunil Kumar. From Garden Reach, Captain Sunil Kumar. His biodata has been elaborated in the brochure that's been given. He joined the GRSE in 2016 and thereafter has been handling GRSE's corporate plans and business strategy, and has thereafter been promoted to Chief General Manager in July 22, and thereafter picking on what should be the ways that we need to get the private shipyards, or into how to get the exports of shipping into the entire game plan of the country. So may I request Captain Sunil Kumar to please take the dais. Some of the rules of the game for all the 3 speakers. May I request all speakers to conform to the 20-minute time frame that has been allocated. At the 18th minute, I'd give you a warning with 1 bell and 2 bells once you're done in terms of time. All yours.
Hello, check. Thank you, sir. Vice Admiral Ghomade, the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Kochar, Commandant NDA, Vice Admiral Pasricha, Captain Anand Dikshit, President IMF, and other very senior dignitaries present here today. I'm actually overwhelmed standing here in this August gathering, and I must confess that this is the first time I'm speaking that even though I am the first speaker of the day as the session is concerned, I have very little to offer in terms of new ideas. But definitely I have the experience of last 6 years in doing corporate affairs and business development in GRSE. Day in and day out, I have been interacting with the powers that be in the Ministry of Defense as well as the Ministry of Shipping. So maybe I will just try to throw in a little bit more light on what exactly we can do. At the outset, sincere thanks to IMF for organizing this special session on present challenges of shipbuilding in India and the way ahead. Since morning, it has already been established that this is the need of the hour to propel India towards regaining its past glory and the fame as a shipbuilding and seafaring nation. In fact, I am more thankful to Admiral Pasricha for establishing the base of our history in shipbuilding, and the Vice Chief Sir for telling us a lot of things on how we need to do to go ahead. In fact, just 2 days ago, I was attending a similar seminar on East Connect, where the CIA was discussing exactly the same thing, and a number of people present here, that is the shipbuilders, were also present there. So we have been discussing this topic quite a lot, and I am quite hopeful that in the near future, we will see concrete action coming out as a result of these discussions. Next slide, please. I've tried to keep my talk simple. I'm going to just cover this in 3 topics. Why shipbuilding industry for India, which I will rush through because it has already been established. Then challenges, they've been already spoken about, but a few more from my side. And of course, who needs to do what from the perspective that I've gathered in my personal experience. Believe it or not, India has been building ships for nearly 5,000 years. In fact, the Marathas, I'm talking about this because I'm in Pune. The Marathas under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, as you know, have a very rich history in shipbuilding and naval warfare. Recently, I had the honor to be present on board Vikrant when the Prime Minister gave the ensign, the new naval ensign, to the Indian Navy. And the Indian Navy has acknowledged Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's contribution to our maritime history by drawing inspiration for the new ensign, which was unfurled that day on 2nd September. You're all well aware that modern shipbuilding in India began way back in 1735. In fact, just to tell you, the ships that we built in India lasted for more than 30-35 years, while those that the British made lasted just 12 to maybe 15 years. And in those days, a concentrated effort was made by the British to put down the Indian shipbuilding industry. My aim in going through all this is just to debunk some myths. One of these is that the Europeans are pioneers of shipbuilding. It is not. We need to stake claim to our heritage and history. So the topic of today's seminar, towards deliberating in helping India regain its past glory as a seafaring nation, especially when we've just become the 5th largest economy in the world, and of course, we hope to achieve a 5 trillion target very soon. It has been revised, but hopefully the newly set target of 2027 should be met. You'll be surprised to know that quite recently, as way back in 2009, we were 5th in terms of shipbuilding in the global scenario. But today, I think we are way beyond 20 also. If you have to believe reports in the open domain, our shipbuilding contracts, especially in the merchant marine, is less than 1% in terms of DWT, that is. Now this has to be seen as a more bigger of an opportunity and a challenge to convert this opportunity. One of the major challenges is the absence of an ecosystem for shipbuilding in the country. I'm sure that people in Pune will be very familiar with ecosystem, especially with the auto industry really having a great ecosystem here. So this city, as mentioned earlier, definitely has a lot of potential. I come from Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, one of the leading defense shipyards in the country, and the only one of its kind in Eastern India. At GRSE, we have built and delivered over 100 warships to our maritime defense forces, and overall our count stands at 788 vessels since inception. The ship INS Ajay has been mentioned before, is GRSE's rare distinction of having built the first warship for Indian Navy in India way back in 1961. With the Indian Navy and the Indian Coast Guard on the lookout for modern warships, at GRSC, we have built the anti-submarine warfare corvettes and achieved 90% indigenous content, which is a testament to our quest for Atmanirbharta. Today, GRSC is implementing an order book close to 24,000 crores and building 17 ships across 5 major projects, including one for export. So what does this mean in economic terms? It means that thousands of crores have gone to companies, not only shipyard, to companies including MSMEs that supplied equipment and spares, while hundreds of crores have been expended in engaging skilled and unskilled labor. It means that thousands of jobs have been created, either directly or indirectly. Just to give you some statistics, in financial year 21-22, GRSC procured approximately 600 crores worth of material from MSMEs. Further, as we progress the execution of our order book, you can well imagine how much of this book is going to get pumped back into the local and national economy. The impact it will have on the economy, you can guess. Been already brought out, it's a fair estimate that about 65% of the value addition in a new construction ship comes from manufacturers of shipboard material, equipment and system. The shipyard itself adds only 35%. I am glad that these figures have already been endorsed at the highest level. Recently, when Admiral Harikumar visited GRSC for the launch of a warship there, he said that 29 warships are being built at Indian shipyards and 39 more are being progressed. Now, Indian Navy is aspiring to be a 200 Navy warship, and so is the Indian Coast Guard. The targets are 2025 and 2027. So, I foresee a rising demand for the commercial vessels also, since the pandemic is receding and commercial shipbuilding is again taking off. But does it mean that the Indian shipbuilding industry is doing great? No. Unfortunately, it is not. We are not even scratching the surface of the global shipbuilding potential. But based on my experiences, which I told earlier, I can tell you that clear steps are being contemplated and hopefully taken in the near future by the government and other stakeholders to address issues at hand. Some of the issues I will highlight subsequently. But all of us here should be proud that the Indian Navy has always led the way for shipbuilding in India. So much so that there is an interesting, in 2020, the consultancy firm KPMG came out with an excellent report on leveraging defense shipbuilding to catalyze India's shipbuilding industry. Another demand center for domestic shipbuilding is the ship repair and maintenance industry. Given the strategic location of India in international sea routes, this segment has huge potential for developing the shipbuilding industry, and this potential we already started tapping it, as you've seen at CSL and L&T. On 12th May 2020, our Honorable Prime Minister raised a clarion call to the nation, giving a kickstart to the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. It's there everywhere today. This campaign is the vision of New India envisaged by the Honorable Prime Minister. The aim is to make the country and its citizens independent and self-reliant in all senses. With India's 7,516 kilometer coastline and the need for sustained maritime influence for our growth, indigenous shipbuilding is inherently important to national security. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, now just a few challenges that most of it have been already mentioned, but one thing we must understand is that what sets this industry apart from others. Ships are capital and labor intensive. Even a medium-sized vessel, whether a warship or a commercial one, costs several hundred crores. One also needs to take note is the diverse nature of equipment that goes into the making of a ship. Now today, I'm talking about commercial. Go Green is a focus for global fleet operators and ship owners. Shipbuilders worldwide are in a dilemma as to what shall be the new powering solutions in future. The Indian shipbuilding industry, as you know, is anchored by around 27 to 30, numbers vary here and there, both private and public, and has a reported capacity to build large vessels up to 4 lakh DWT. But the industry presently is performing well below its true potential. There are many structural gaps in the industry. Overdependence on defense shipbuilding, lack of orders for commercial shipbuilding, and poor access to finance, I would say, is central to all other challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, while the shipyards play an important role in shipbuilding, I believe that the ancillary industry plays an even vital role. At JRSC, we have endeavored to create an entire ecosystem of shipbuilding in the region, and I will not say that we have been very successful. Apart from placing orders with local industry, more than 60% of our local procurement came from MSMEs in FY 21-22, and we hope to continue this procurement. We have also tied up with other shipyards, which has already been mentioned, to use, L&T was mentioned, but we are also working with TWL to use their idle capacity today, with some of the smaller vessels being built at Titagarh. We are also keen to work with other capable shipbuilders to build vessels for the inland waterways and even for exports, because I see that is the only option and the way forward. GRC has tied up with the Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port of Calcutta for the use of dry docks which were lying unutilized earlier, thereby addressing the need for such facilities along the east coast. Most of you would be aware that a large part of the ship repair work, non-OEM related, is outsourced by shipyards to MSMEs with the requisite capabilities. So in all I am trying to say is that collaboration is the key to success in shipbuilding. Another word of caution that I would like to put forth is that the experience in undertaking procurement from MSMEs and local ancillary is not short of challenges. So while attempting to become part of the domestic, and I would say more importantly the global shipbuilding supply chain, I urge the industry players and especially the MSMEs to kindly note of certain key factors like quality assurance, project management, technical know-how, and financial prudence. Major challenges, some more, is that ships are unique and non-standard, especially when we go to defense, and our size and scale have not reached levels so that we can become globally competitive. This is what we must aim at. Be globally competitive rather than being competitive within the country. Skilled labor, if the shipbuilding industry has a gap, labor tends to migrate. We need to look at how we can have a continuous employment of this labor. Very, very important thing is financial stress. We are all aware of large shipyards buckling down because of financial stress. Then the logistic infrastructure in the country, though it is improving, is not really come to the state that you can build things in very different places, ship it to one place for integration and things like that. This is where maybe the coastal shipping and the inland waterways might come in to play a big role. Major challenge, presence of OEMs, example manufacturer of engines. We do not have here today, and nobody is going to come and start if you don't have scale. These are the issues that needs to be addressed at the grassroots levels. Now, in the absence of a domestic ancillary industry, shipyards have to rely on foreign manufacturers, and you are all well aware how difficult it is for a public sector shipyard to get a GTE. Now, on the global scale, earlier we were worried about maybe Japan, Korea, then came in China. Today, till Vietnam and Philippines are also marching ahead. Now, Sri Lanka was also there, but recently they've taken a setback. But these are all issues, global issues that we need to look at and internally consolidate and collaborate so that, as India, we fight the battle. People will be surprised to note that the labor costs in India are high. Though we perceive our labor to be cheap, when you compare it globally, it is not so. I am told, in fact, I've read a report which says in Japan you can make a ship at 25% lesser cost considering all factors. Everyone says we need to improve our efficiency. Our man hours per CGT is very high. But people don't realize that the weather in Korea or Japan and the weather in India, where a person has to do labor, is totally different. But yes, we need to strike a balance and we need to become globally competitive. Another one interesting point which I remember from Admiral Harish, who ex-DGND, is that he said a shipyard has to sell first and construct later. Whereas, unlike most other industries, the seller manufactures first and then sells later. An important aspect which actually requires a lot of support from the government to ensure, at least in the starting stages, that it is set right. Next slide, please. Yeah, now coming to some action areas. Many of this has already been spoken about regarding an institution that can advise the government on national maritime policy, including commercial and defense sector. Why I am saying this is, presently individual ministries are working individually and the synergy and the focus is not there to get us results. In fact, this should be something I would say akin to a Gati Shakti program, where a combination of around 17 to 18 ministries has been done so far. Now the government needs to create by law, I am saying by law, a stream of funding for shipbuilding projects to ship owners. This is one aspect which so far has not been touched upon. But whom are you building the ships for? Especially the commercial ones. For the ship owners, what is his skin in the game? That needs to be addressed. Because I am working on these kind of challenges so that the commercial shipbuilding orders take off. The shipbuilding industry has been given infrastructure status, but to the ship owners, the loans are not coming through. The shipbuilders, especially the public sector, may not be in need of loan, but for the private shipbuilding, the small players, loans are required and need to be facilitated. Mention was made about taxation. I just want to highlight that the input tax is 18% for many items. Output, that is the tax that GST that we can claim at the time of sale of the ship, is 5%. And the time gap for a shipbuilding project ranges normally from 18 months, 36 or beyond. It is for you to imagine what is the working capital that is locked up, and the element of taxation in the tax difference itself becomes a very big chunk. Needs to be addressed. People have been made aware of these kind of things at the highest possible forum, but unfortunately the GST Council does not discuss these issues. The subsidy scheme, yes, I recommend that it should go to 30% and it should be continued further. There was a talk about discontinuing this policy, but that is not going to happen. In my recent discussions with the IWA and the Ministry of Shipping, I am told that they are thinking of increasing it to 30%. So hopefully it should come through. Then the policy, the Indian Maritime Vision 2030 document, much talked about, but doesn't address seriously shipbuilding issues. Talks about port, infrastructure development, inland waterways and various other aspects. In fact, somebody was mentioning that the shipbuilding budget has been hijacked for port development. So that's how things are presently, because shipbuilding has not yet received the true attention that it requires. So one major challenge is to transform all these initiatives, like what we have heard so much about, port modernization, Sagarmala, inland waterways, everything, to concrete orders. You will be surprised to know that 9 designs have been made by the IWA, uploaded on their website from 2019. Till now, there is no consensus on which ship to build. That needs to be addressed. Hopefully, in the next coming 3 to 6 months, there is a competition going on for identifying that. It will happen. Then, I was discussing with I'm going into practical aspects because the theory has already been covered a lot. I was discussing with a ship operator. He wants to buy a ship. And he came to us saying, can you buy a ship which can work on the Hooghly? Can it go on to the Brahmaputra? Why? Because of the Indo-Bangladesh protocol. There is a lot of potential. To move goods in the northeast, there is a lot of potential. But the rivers are the easiest. but we can't do night navigation there. So you can travel only during the day. And that too, anybody who has traversed the Brahmaputra would know how the river shifts and the depth conditions. So these things have to be addressed at the government level. Government is working on it. In fact, you would be surprised to know that there are dredging contracts in place, but depths are not available. So these issues need to be addressed. That's why I said a lot of things the government has to act upon. We can only be supporting caste in these issues. Shipbuilding clusters clearly mentioned. The Vice Chief Sir has already mentioned the clusters coming up. Hopefully they will do well. And we need to leverage our diplomacy and trade agreements to persuade globally renowned ancillary companies to set up manufacturing bases in our country. They need to be given incentives. Our DAs have been given $50,000 US every year to promote defense equipment abroad. Only 20% of it has been used so far. Then one most very important thing that I want to suggest is at the bottom, that is, we need to boost our exports, and the present setup of export promotion needs to be revamped. We need to create bodies such as Sept in Israel and Rosoboron Export, which everybody may be aware of from Russia, with a mandate for identifying potential export projects and achieving the export targets. In terms of FDI, you may be happy to note that a team from India, a government level team, is in UAE searching for FDI with a member from GRSE. The major shipyards need to collaborate now. Next, please. This has already been told. Collaboration is the key. We need to increase our operational efficiencies, and one way is to adopt internationally acknowledged matrices and try to meet them to the best of our ability. We need to use our local demand as an opportunity to build up long-term capability in the next 10 years and become competent internationally. We can't wait to let the opportunity come. We need to be ready to grab. And we need to focus on standardization of non-critical components for use across shipyards for different types of vessels. Identify dual-use equipment in consonance with the maritime forces to achieve higher production volumes and their sustainability. Also, we need to institutionalize a mechanism for carrying out vendor identification, evaluation, and registration, which can be ported across shipyards. Now it is being done individually. And yes, invest in own R&D to evolve new products ahead of global players. We should not be followers. Focus on leveraging the government initiatives such as IDEX and MRGS. MRGS is not a gun, it is Mission Raksha Gyan Shakti. In conclusion, the Ministry of Ports, next please. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways website states that the nodal responsibility of the entire shipbuilding and ship repair industry in India vests with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. With the Government of India working toward development of national waterways, there is potential for huge demand for barges and small ships. And if the recent initiatives by IWI bear fruit, a new chapter in shipbuilding for inland transportation is about to be scripted. The last few years, the Navy has also been in the forefront for addressing challenges in shipbuilding. So I would like to conclude on a positive note by stating that the future is very bright for shipbuilding, as all the ingredients are there. However, the shipbuilders, the ancillary industry, and the government needs to put the right foot forward and convert this existing challenge into golden opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Commander Saurabh Jain from the Goa Shipyard. He joined Goa Shipyard in 2017 and thereafter has steered various critical initiatives and policies to improve the operational efficiency of the yard. Presently, he is working on their prestigious project, which is the 1135 project, which is being built in India. And today, he is going to talk about the enhancement of exports by shipyards and the challenges to be overcome. Commander Jain, the stage is yours.
Thank you, sir. Vice Admiral Gormade, VCNS, Vice Admiral Kochar, Commandant NDA, senior officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing Goa Shipyard Limited, and it's an honor for me to be present my views on the Indian shipbuilding and related exports. I aim to put forth my analysis on Indian shipbuilding industry and enhancement of exports of defense platforms. The presentation will be covered in the following heads. Before going to the analysis of export, I'd like to touch upon the Indian share of global imports, which stands at a huge 11% presently on an average. This is due to the requirement of maintaining a sizable armed forces with state-of-the-art technology. However, in the bargain, our reliance on imports has been too high. Though we have tried a lot through manufacturing under license or TOT, but our dependence still remains very high. And we have not been able to shed the tag of one of the largest importers. Now, talking about exports, the things are changing for good. As you can see on this graph, that the exports have risen in the last 5 to 10 years at a rate of 35% CAGR to cross 13,000 crores in 21-22, and that is rising from around 2015-16. Though we have risen to about 23rd rank as per CIPRI, our share is limited to only 0.17% of the global exports, and this is quite alarming. Though MOD has set a target of $5 billion by 2025, and a lot of initiatives have been taken in this regard, and results are also coming, but we need to do much better. About 3 decades back, the European and the American shipyards enjoyed a major share of global shipbuilding. The Japanese during 1960 to 90, Koreans post 90, and Chinese have emerged as a major shipbuilding nation. They presently account for almost 80% of the annual ship production in terms of tonnage. India, as this has been brought out in the previous presentations also, it's just about 1% presently, and which need to be scaled up. And my talk today essentially focuses on increasing this share. Let's now look at the current shipbuilding capability of Indian shipyards. Presently, we have 4 DPSUs which are operating under administrative control of Ministry of Defence, followed by CSL, which is operating under the administrative control of Ministry of Shipping. And among the private players, we have major is L&T and supported by various other smaller shipyards. Presently, the export order book of shipyards is just about 0.4% of the current order book position of approximately 90 to 1,100,000 crores, as Admiral Deshpande had clearly brought out in his opening talk. Since the design and construction of majority of the platforms is indigenous, I feel it's the right time to unleash this export potential of Indian shipyards and the ancillary industry. This slide shows the current order book position of PSU shipyards, which totals to about 1,13,000 crores presently. Annually, the turnover, if you see, is just about 12,000 crores annually for these PSU shipyards. However, because of the modernization which have been undertaken in the past, and which everybody of us keeps crying that we have spare capacity, I think we can safely assume we have a capacity of about 1.5 times. So combinedly, the shipyards can do about 17,000 crores annually on an average presently. This is an analysis of the capital budget. This is only for the shipbuilding. On an average, we've been spending about 10,000 crores annually. And even if we optimistically assume it will grow by a rate of about 8%, it will touch just about 24,000 by 2030. though it will get determined by a lot of budgetary constraints, political will, procedures and technical hurdles. Now comparing the statistics which I have shown in the last two slides, if envisaged capacity of shipyards and the capital expenditure on defense shipbuilding are compared, we see a significant surplus capacity which is available with the shipyards, which can be gainfully utilized for exports. I am talking about this blue shaded region. Having talked about the capacity of Indian shipyards for exports, I will now touch upon the global shipbuilding scenario. World military expenditure in 2020 was estimated at 1981 billion USD. The share of global shipbuilding has risen from share of GDP, global GDP, it has risen from 2.2 to 2.4%, hinting at higher military expenditure. Though initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat has been a great enabler in self-reliance, export is the required thrust and an enabler to offset these imports and give the required numbers to the Indian defense industry to sustain in the future. In the global arms export, US tops the chart with 33% share with 9.9 billion USD annually. As I heard earlier, India is way down at 0.17%. On the contrary, India has a tag of second largest importer of defense equipment, only behind Saudi Arabia. In the next 20 to 30 years, there is an opportunity of about 835 billion USD for the defense shipbuilding. As the slide shows, most lucrative business is the petrol craft business, which is about 250 billion USD up to 2030, and for which there is no dearth of experience or expertise or capability with the Indian shipyards, and which needs to be certainly leveraged. This is analysis of the defense shipbuilding deals in the past few years, which shows that mostly the demand is coming from the developing countries who are looking to secure their coastal areas and increase their areas of influence. This slide depicts the top 10 developing countries where the demand is coming from. These countries are not only looking to purchase, but also generate self-reliance through TOT and collaborations. Data of last 5 years supports that the petrol crafts are the most widely sold products. 81% of the demand is generated through petrol crafts, FACs, frigates, OPVs and submarines. An analysis of the export market reveals that market will witness the development of less expensive warships, and customer will prefer construction in its own country under license or TOT. UK and US warships are generally found to be too sophisticated and very expensive, and they are not very attractive. Therefore, US and UK warships are facing a stiff competition from European shipbuilders, particularly Germany, France and Russia. Germany and France together have more than 60% of the military export market of naval shipbuilding contracts. Russian shipyards used to have a thriving export business, and their biggest customers were India, Vietnam and Algeria. However, of late, due to the geopolitical situation, their business is sliding down. China's shipbuilders are becoming increasingly competitive in terms of ratio to cost to combat power they can deliver. In this scenario, Indian shipyards can focus on developing countries whose numbers are as high as 195. These countries do not want very high sophisticated or technologically high-end platforms due to their fund constraints, which makes cheaper products offered by Indian shipyards much more attractive. These are the few recent exports. I have cited a few examples which successfully Indian shipyards have exported. 4 of these successful exports amounting to about 200 million USD have been done by GSL. And recently, we are executing one Sri Lankan dock for the Sri Lanka Navy. Others have been patrol boats, auxiliary craft, various by GRSE and L&T. If you note, these exports were related to small and mid-sized vessels catering to requirements of developing countries. Thus, Indian shipyards need to market these products and look to capture a larger pie of the global exports of these vessels. There is also a need to have a long-term partnership with upcoming defense hubs in aspiring countries such as Australia, UAE, Saudi Arabia, etc. These countries have shown a strong growth in their defense industry, and now are focusing on developing indigenous capabilities. These countries are ready to collaborate, which should be leveraged by Indian shipyards. In today's interdependent supply chain, there is an opportunity for Indian industry to be part of the global supply chain of major global players. Part construction, joint ventures, etc. are another model of gaining international exposure. MSMEs, which has been covered in detail in the previous presentation, have a great potential in this field, and they can be Indian offset partners. Another aspect to ponder is the availability of expertise and capability of advanced weapon-intensive platforms such as destroyers, frigates, and corvettes in the country, which has not been tapped for export market. These platforms are high value, with each frigate costing about 500 million USD, corvette on an average about 300. It is forecasted that the frigate market will witness 368 new hulls over the next 20 years, with a total acquisition value of about 183 billion USD, making up for about 15% of the global defense market. Therefore, even a small pie will give a major boost to our exports. And on top of that, these indigenous platforms can be fitted with indigenous systems recently developed, such as BrahMos, Hamsa, IRL, ITTL, SAM systems. The list goes on. There is no denying that Russia has been one of the best design houses with varied designs of defense platforms. However, in the current geopolitical situation, Russia will find it hard to sell these products as it has been doing in the past with ease. India has a past experience in manufacturing a lot of products, in fact platforms, under collaboration with Russia, such as 124 REs, now we are doing 1135. This provides an opportunity to collaborate these and market these products with Russian design, where the design can come from Russia and these platforms can be manufactured in Indian shipyards. Another opportunity is driven by growing tensions in Asia-Pacific region due to Chinese threats of expansionism into the East and Southeast Seas, especially over the 9-dash line. This opportunity needs to be created into orders from countries such as Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Thailand. Initiatives have been taken in the past, but not much has got realized into orders. Having covered the opportunities, now let's look at a few of the steps taken by government to boost exports. Some of this has already been covered in the previous slide, which I will skip through. Defense Production Export Promotion Policy 2020. It is an overarching guiding document. Export promotion cell has been set up at DTP MOD, which is highly proactive. It has been coordinating with all the stakeholders, potential countries, PSUs, private sector. They have been calling everybody and making them interact during the bilateral and the G2G meetings. The foreign trade policy has export promotion schemes, exemption on duties and tax and other facilitative measures. The export promotion body advises the government towards promoting exports. Now, leveraging embassies and diplomatic channels, this also has been covered previously. The engagement with defense attaches have been done at the very highest level. Financial support, though it has not been utilized appropriately, but a lot of financial support has been given to defense attaches to market Indian products. There have been 85 countries which have been notified under class A, B and C, with Cat A having the highest potential for exports. More and more industries and PSUs are being included in the bilateral meetings with potential countries. Another thing is that private firms are being facilitated to make use of certificates issued by government agencies for marketability of their products overseas. In 1920 alone, 10 such certificates were issued, certifying that their products were fit for military use. Exim Bank is providing lucrative financing schemes for the defense LOCs, something like line of credit and buyer's credit. Out of 4.3 billion LOCs allotted, 930 million has been related to defense LOCs, which is just about 25%. DAP 2022 has a provision for IDDM giving preference to Indian companies. Strategic partnership model allows Indian companies to collaborate with foreign OEMs and absorb the TOT and upskill. Now, for the first time, Indian government is putting a ban on itself for importing products and trying to boost the indigenous manufacturing. The first positive list was promulgated in August 20, second in May 21, third in April 22, and recently in August 22, about 2,500 items have been notified. SOPs for the export of munition items have been simplified. Powers have been delegated to DRDOs and CMDs of PSUs to promote exports and obtain relevant export orders. NOC for export orders have been simplified as immediate NOC is given for repeat orders of same product to same entity. In the next few slides, I will discuss the strengths and weaknesses of Indian shipbuilding industry. We have all been discussing about this 1%. So I see the modest target would be to go up to about 5% by about 2027. And repair segment, presently market share is just about 2% to go up to about 10%. The design capability of Indian industry is currently quite strong and capable. In the last 60 years, it has produced sophisticated designs of advanced platforms such as aircraft carriers, destroyers, frigates, corvettes, etc., which are comparable to best in the industry. D&D has done a stellar role, as we have discussed in the previous few talks also. They have done about 19 designs which got translated into 90 ships, and what I'm trying to say is the capabilities available within India. And shipyards also have now evolved from doing mid-sized vessels and auxiliary vessels. They are doing the most sophisticated warship designs, ASW shallow water craft, NGOPVs, then new generation missile vessels. All this being done by shipyards themselves. That speaks volumes of the capability. Low labor cost is one of the major factors in Indian shipyards to be competitive and edge out global players. So what are the problem areas? There are very limited yards which can do more than 10,000 tonnage of ships. So that is the constraint what we have right now. Presently, Indian shipyards are contented in vying for Indian shipbuilding orders and not very aggressive in international contracts. Past track record of time and cost overruns has affected the brand image. Lack of experience in big international shipbuilding orders has not helped either. Lack of indigenous equipment, this also be covered, like main engines, propulsion and all, and some of the weapon sensors. This not available in India, sourcing from abroad is a bit costly, affecting the costing, overall costing. Availability of skilled and experienced manpower is also a matter of concern. Absence of strong ancillary industry is also affecting performance. Synergy between government and private shipyards is almost non-existent. Whatever is happening between shipyards and the private industry is only through tendering process and identifying which is long, tedious and not a very long-term solution. So this needs to be formalized for forging strategic partnerships between the private and the public shipyards. Capital intensive industry, yes, all of us know that it's very capital intensive industry, and a lot of big shipyards have failed. Coming to the recommendation, sir, I'll just rush through these points because I think the time is running out. Demand for potential overseas customers needs to be identified and pursued. Diplomatic assets needs to be leveraged. Continuous monitoring and upcoming and existing opportunities. There is a very interesting development which has taken place. Something known as National Bank of Strategic Capability Development is being set up, which is primarily to fund the MSMEs and the Indian defense sector, wherein initially 100 crores will be allocated by the government, and the offset obligations which are not met, those firms will be told to give loans under this to different MSMEs or private players, so they can raise capital for exploring export opportunities as well as indigenous requirements. Joint ventures, TOT, should be widely encouraged. Adoption of multi-shipyard modular block construction strategy in line with the global trend. Collaboration and multinational along the lines of European projects. Investment in R&D should be encouraged. Development of maritime clusters should be implemented. Defense corridors in Tamil Nadu and UP have been the steps in the right direction. Shipbuilding industry should coordinate with academia. One major point I want to make here is that the government shipyards, especially the PSUs, experience challenges in following government guidelines, procedures, which certainly affect their competitiveness and the costing. So this majorly has to be looked at how more autonomy can be given to PSUs. Participation of MSMEs cannot be discounted. Right now we have about 8,643 MSMEs working in the defense sector. It should be targeted to at least 16,000 in the next 3 years if we really want to give boost to the exports and the indigenous defense industry. In my conclusion, I would like to just draw your attention to this graph, sir. Currently, our defense manufacturing is hovering at about 70,000 crores, which is likely to grow at 13.5% CAGR, and by 2025 is likely the government has a target of 1,70,000 to 75,000 crores. In the present estimates, about 1,000 crores will go into the requirement of domestic defense requirements, and there will be a surplus of about 70 to 75,000, which needs to be utilized for exports. Concluding, sir, I would like to reiterate that Indian shipbuilding has a huge potential to expand and to be a major player in global shipbuilding. Disruptive changes are essential, and R&D needs no emphasis in design of future-ready ships. In addition to defense ships, policy framework should promote local construction of merchant marine as well. Lastly, government should look at synergizing efforts between PSUs, private, R&D and academia to achieve the aim of achieving $5 billion USD exports by 2025. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Saurabh. Our next topic for the first session is by Captain Sudhakar, who is the officer in charge of the Center of Excellence at INS Shivaji. And he would be talking about the challenges in integrating Cat-C items in warship building. May I request Sudhakar, please take this.
Vice Admiral Satish Gourmade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Commandant National Defence Academy, Vice Admiral M. Deshpande, Honorable Chair of the session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's a privilege for me to take part in a forum like this with participation of so many stalwarts and senior officers and industry moguls of shipbuilding industry. Also, I'm very happy to share the dais with my commandery. Commander Jain was my commandery on board Ranvijay, and I was a senior engineer, and we were a formidable team on board. I shall be presenting my paper on the topic Challenges in Integrating Cat-C Items in Warship Building. I think after two back-to-back presentations on the holistic and a big picture of the shipbuilding trends in the world and the country, my paper might appear to be a total phase shift, talking about pumps, valves, nuts and bolts. While although a very narrowed zone, it's still important. And, I shall be covering my presentation under the following heads. So I'll continue with the scripts. The maritime capability perspective plan envisages force levels of about 200 ships by 2027, in line with the government's vision of transforming Indian Navy from buyer's navy to builder's navy. Concurrent warship building activity is underway across multiple shipyards in the country. About 39 ships and submarines are at various stages of construction, while orders for 33 platforms are likely to be placed in the near future. Warship construction program involves purchase of a large number of items from numerous indigenous and foreign suppliers. This paper focuses on issues pertaining to a particular class of items which are procured by the shipyards from the indigenous industry, more so from the ecosystem of the MSMEs that work in collaboration with the shipyards. A brief background about the topic before I discuss the challenges. The equipment supplied for construction of new warships is broadly classified into 4 categories, as flashed on slide. Cat A items are procured by the shipyards from the vendors nominated by the Navy on SDA basis and are to conform to the promulgated SOTRs. Items under Cat B are procured by the shipyard from the vendors shortlisted and approved by the Navy on LTA basis and are to conform to the promulgated SOTRs. Cat C items comprise mainly the COTS equipment, which can be procured by the shipyards from any vendor. In this case, only the generic specifications of the equipment are provided by the Navy. Cat C-star items include general equipment which can be sourced from any vendor by the shipyard. These items are required to conform to the specifications promulgated by the Navy. Examples of various items with their categorization are flashed on slide. A review of the progress of new construction warships in various shipyards reveals that the management of Cat C and Cat C-star items is a common bottleneck causing delays. The most prominent items among these are valves of various specifications. In addition, delays have also been experienced in supply of pneumatic fittings, doors, hatches, and transformers. Moving on to the challenges associated with the management of Cat C and C-star items. DME specs, NES, ASTM, and other reference standards clearly spell out the material specs to be conformed to. These specs include the chemical composition, mechanical properties, conformance to casting and forging quality class. Emphasis on using virgin metals or approved scrap is also specified. While the documentation is comprehensive enough, the only way of verifying the conformance to these specs is by scrutiny of the test certificates from NABL accredited laboratories submitted by the vendors. Instances of items failing the checks by QA team or post-fitment on board, in spite of holding a valid NABL certificate, are observed often in the shipyards. In the present system, there exists no scrutiny of the proficiency of NABL accredited laboratories. DME specs and SQAP specify radiographic testing of components manufactured through casting. This is a positive method for detecting porosity, inclusions, cracks, and voids in the internal structure of the components. However, many a time, the components are cleared based on the RT reports without scrutinizing the RT films thoroughly, since only a qualified technician can scrutinize and interpret RT films. As a result, there are instances of items getting cleared at the inspection stage and subsequently failing due to material defects. It is therefore essential that interpretation of RT films is conducted by qualified personnel. QAP specify the components or the critical region of components for which radiographic testing is mandatory. QAPs also refer to the certain standards which specify the procedure to be followed for radiographic examination and acceptance. Inclusion of reference standards in the QAPs or the TSPs of the drawing does not necessarily guarantee a flawless radiographic examination, because the selection of the right reference value or a parameter is left to the interpretation of the technician of the laboratory who is carrying out the radiographic examination. Instead, if the same conditions can be specified in the QAPs, it can help the manufacturers to choose the right NABL accredited lab which has the capability to perform the testing specified. Further, such QAPs bring out the testing specifications very objectively, leaving no ambiguity for the interpretation by the technician. It is observed that there is a long waiting time at the type testing agencies. A close look at the type testing requirements reveal that majority of the tests can be performed in the manufacturer's premises itself. Very few tests like ABN and SBN measurement, shock test, or chemical composition of the material actually require the expertise or infrastructure of an external agency. Shipyards can identify, in consultation with the Navy, NABL accredited labs which have the capability to undertake various type tests. By these steps, the time delay for carrying out type testing being experienced in the ongoing projects can be contained. Many internal components of valves and pumps like seals, soft seats, gland packings, O-rings, and gaskets are manufactured with polymer-based materials. These are generally COTS items and are cleared at inspection stage based on test certificates provided by the suppliers. During the pressure testing conducted by the inspection agencies or the shipyards, items fail the test due to leaks from the seals due to failure of these soft components. The issue brought out regarding unreliable lab certification is relevant for these components as well. Further, The shelf life of these polymer-based components is limited, whereas on many occasions, these components end up lying in the manufacturer stores followed by shipyard stores for a very long time. Because of this long layoff time, they would have outlived their shelf life before they are tested or fitted on board, thereby leading to failures. There are a number of checks which are to be witnessed by the QAE with 100% quantum of check as per the QAPs. In addition, there are numerous other serials where sample checks are to be conducted. Besides, there is a large quantum of documentation which needs to be scrutinized by the CQAE on site along with the checks. It can be inferred that the load on QA teams with respect to inspection of CAT-C items is enormous and does not commensurate with the limited manpower available. It therefore invariably leads to a situation where these critical checks are undertaken only for partial quantity. Quality assurance of CAT-C items is the responsibility of the shipyards. However, there are some CAT-C items for which the QA cover is to be provided by the CQAE as per the current format. The intent of categorizing items under CAT-C is to speed up the process of their supply by reducing the timelines involved for obtaining Navy's approval for the drawings and QAPs and CQAE inspection. In order to address the overload on CQAE and the associated delays, it is recommended that QA cover for all CAT-C items be made the responsibility of the shipyards, who in turn are to ensure it through suitable class or suitable third-party agencies. I shall be covering a few challenges which are related to the MSMEs. The public procurement policy for micro and small enterprises order was issued by the Ministry of MSME in 2012 and an amendment order was issued in 2018. As per these orders, a list of 350 items reserved for purchase from micro and small enterprises has also been promulgated. In order to conform to these guidelines, the shipyards are bound to place orders for these reserved category items on MSEs mandatorily. Over and above the reserved items, there are many other CAT-C items which are generally manufactured and supplied by the MSMEs. Therefore, it emerges that the CAT-C item suppliers arena is dominated by the MSMEs. In the recent shipbuilding projects, instances of a few MSMEs not able to honor the contracts awarded by the shipyards have come to light. It is observed that some of these firms actually quote with minimal margins to emerge as L1 and end up bagging multiple orders. However, they do not have adequate capacity to produce the numbers in the required timelines, resulting in delays. Also, to make good for the low quotes, the firms end up compromising on quality of raw materials, manufacturing processes, sourcing of quality subcomponents, etc. As a result, their products face a high rejection rate during CQAE or TPH checks. The high rejection rate, coupled with COVID-induced escalation of prices of raw materials, particularly of iron and copper, put insurmountable financial burden on the vendors. Consequently, the vendors back out without honoring the contracts. Some shipbuilding projects are conceived to be shared between two shipyards, wherein one shipyard becomes the lead shipyard. The lead shipyard is mandated to execute the construction of the first or initial few platforms. In such projects, it is a general practice for the second shipyard to place orders on the same set of vendors as the lead shipyard. This has led to a situation wherein the orders are accumulated with the vendors who either do not have the capacity or financial health to honor the contracts. In addition to the issues discussed so far, there are a few other issues pertaining to MSMEs which affect the warship production. Firms do not procure and stock adequate raw material for ensuring timely supply of products. Instead, they carry out the production as and when the raw material is available at affordable price, which in turn causes avoidable delays in delivery of items. Over the last 2 to 3 years, the emphasis on compliance of all transactions to GEM has steadily increased. While the firms established within the ecosystem of the shipyards have got used to the GEM procedures, the new entrants find it difficult to sync with the procedures, leading to a lot of avoidable delays in stages of contracts. Also, the technical discrepancies on GEM platform itself also hamper the procurement by shipyards. It is observed that not many bigger firms participate in the bidding process pertaining to CAT-C items. Some of the salient reasons are flashed on the slide. They cannot compete with MSMEs in quoting lower prices for the requisite standards and quality. Secondly, the quantities required by the shipyards for warship building projects are small and spread over a long duration, and the bigger firms do not find it economical to take up these orders. Procedural delays involved in various stages of the contract, including obtaining approvals for the drawings, TSPs, QAPs, either from the shipyards or multiple agencies in the Navy, customer hold points during stage inspections, processing of the payments, etc., discourage the bigger firms from bidding. It is observed that there is no robust mechanism of monitoring and following of the orders by the shipyards once the contract is concluded. The firms keep coming back to the shipyards seeking extensions of the delivery period, and shipyards are not left with an option other than obliging them. Not exercising a check on such extensions, even if it is related to non-critical items, can manifest into major delays in the project. Also, a genuine assessment of the capacity and capability of the vendors prior placing orders will go a long way in identifying the right firms for the project. While DME 463 is very comprehensive and defines the specifications clearly, it may take some more time for the vendors to fully comply with it, particularly in light of the fact that the valve manufacturing vendor base is not very broad. COVID not only led to the loss of 2 valuable years, but also destabilized the financial standing of many MSMEs involved in valve manufacturing. As a result, the orders placed in the recent years just before the onset of COVID have got extremely delayed. I would like to present a case study on a warship construction project which is underway in 2 different shipyards, bringing out some of the issues discussed so far. Hull valves of the ships under this project had NABL lab certificates for casting and chemical analysis, but during the pressure testing at shipyard, leaks were observed through the valve body, indicating defective casting or material defects. Similarly, the polymer-based internal components of hull valves had requisite test certificates. However, they failed during pressure testing at shop floor due to leaks from seals, indicative of failure of the polymer-based internals. Matching plug sheets of emergency supply system, which are made of rubber components, had test certificates but had shown repeated failures. The valve manufacturers have been approaching a Visakhapatnam-based type testing agency, which offers to undertake the complete set of tests. However, view long queue, it is observed that there is a long waiting time for getting the type testing of a new valve done. All hull valves and line valves of diameter above 100 millimeters are required to undergo CQI inspection in this project, despite being classified as Cat C star. Doors and arches, transformers, emergency connection changeover boxes are the other examples of the items which are classified as Cat C and C star, yet have CQI inspection mandatory. A few firms which had the contract for supply of valves, transformers, lip castings, doors and arches have backed out of their contracts. In addition, certain other firms who have the contracts for supply of valves, transformers and navigation lights are found to be delinquent firms who have not been honoring the contracts of the shipyard. Orders for valves have been placed by the lead shipyard on certain firms. Subsequently, the second shipyard also placed orders in the same firms. This has led to accumulation of orders with these firms, and they have not been able to honor the contracts of both the shipyards, leading to delay in the project. Certain recommendations to address the issues which I have discussed. Identification of reputed NABL accredited labs in various cities where Cat C manufacturing units are located is extremely important. Shipyards must specify test certification exclusively from these labs as a special condition in the RFPs. In case some items fail post-certification, issues must be taken up with the Quality Council of India to investigate the shortcoming with that lab. Also, test certification of polymer-based internals needs to be scrutinized stringently by the shipyards, and the long layout periods need to be contained. It is recommended that in-house capability to analyze the RT films be augmented by training personnel from the shipyard QC teams. In the instances when items fail in the shop floor test or on board, these films should be scrutinized in-house again to examine if the failures are attributable to the quality of the material. Shipyards can also outsource the interpretation of radiographic films to firms specialized in this field so that accurate analysis and reporting is done. In order to ensure flawless radiographic examination with no ambiguities, it is recommended that specifications regarding the procedure of conducting the RT as well as to accept the item be specified objectively in the QAPs by the shipyards. It is recommended that OEMs be encouraged to set up some of the type testing facilities in their own premises. These facilities can also be set up by a consortium of vendors with common requirements. Vendors can approach external agencies only for particular tests which need expertise and special infrastructure. These steps will address an important bottleneck pertaining to long waiting time with the type testing agencies. Feasibility of concluding rate contracts for supply of critical Cat C items be explored. These RCs can be concluded for a duration of 4 to 5 years, depending on the projects in pipeline with the shipyard. This will offer a long-term commitment to the vendors with adequate orders. Feasibility of placing part orders to different firms can also be explored. This will ensure that orders are not accumulated with one vendor, and even if one vendor slips at committed timelines, there is a backup readily available for supply of the same item and the project does not suffer. Major delays have been encountered in the current warship building projects, mainly due to delayed supply of valves. It is therefore recommended that statistics highlighting the implication of these delays be compiled and a proposal be taken up with the Ministry of MSMEs to issue a waiver to the shipyards for sourcing the valves meant for warship construction from a broader vendor base without restricting to MSMEs as per the reserved category of the Public Procurement Policy Order. This can pave way for bigger firms to participate in the bidding and offer the shipyards a wider vendor base for sourcing valves. It is recommended that QA cover for all Cat C and Cat C star items be delegated as the responsibility of the shipyards. The shipyards, in turn, are required to ensure the same through third-party inspection agencies. This would speed up the process of procurement by avoiding the procedural delays and ease out the burden on the overloaded CQAE. It is very crucial that a genuine assessment of potential vendors with respect to their capacity and capability be undertaken by the shipyards prior to placing orders. Further, once an order is placed with the shipyards, there should be a mechanism in place to follow up with the firms regularly to assess if the contract is progressing as per the design timelines. Some of the material defects are attributable to the poor quality of castings which are sourced from small-time foundries. The MSMEs cannot afford to source the castings from bigger foundries whose MOQs are very large. Therefore, in projects which have multiple ships to be built, it is recommended that feasibility of sourcing the castings in bulk for all the ships together be explored. This will ensure larger quantities which can match the MOQs of the bigger and reputed foundries. The lead shipyard can be nominated to undertake the sourcing for all the ships and issue the castings to either the manufacturing firms or the second shipyard as free issue material. It has been about 8 years after DME Specs 463 have been promulgated for valves. It is recommended that the feedback on the issues faced by the shipyards and valve manufacturers while conforming to the specs be obtained and evaluated. If any recommendations emerge which can improve the document further, the same can be incorporated by the Navy. With this, I come to the end of presentations.
Thank you, Sudhakar. I would like to now throw open the house for questions. Request the individual to please state his name. Keep the questions to probably just about a line or two, and preferably any particular speaker you would like to address to answer your question. Thank you. First question.
Thank you very much for these. Thank you very much for these nice presentations. My question is on ship design of the future. Now, increasingly, we are seeing the adoption of technologies such as digital twins for equipment and predictive maintenance features in the design of ships itself. I want to understand from both the two shipyards here, how much of this is being embedded in your production plans, particularly for the design for the digital twins of equipment and predictive maintenance related to the integrity of the hull. So these are things that are already available using technologies of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So I want to understand, are we doing that? Because this is now a feature of most modern warship building projects. Thank you.
By the way, that was Commodore Samadar.
We have our design team is exploring how to go about this, and maybe for the future projects that are on the anvil, we will look into it depending on the sophistication. You may be aware that we are already having, that is GRSC and MDL have virtual reality labs with D&D also having the same feature, which is being well used for the P17 Alpha project. Now coming to use of artificial intelligence, I just wanted to tell Sudhakar that GRSC has just started doing AI-based RT inspection of welds. So it's already happening, and yes, definitely there will be progress, leaps and bounds in the near future. Thank you, sir. Jen, you want to add anything?
Yeah, just one point from my side. Though we talk about digital twin and all, but the bottom line is, it's the scenario. If you look at it's competitive. Everything has a cost to it. And though we are exploring these options, as GRS is also doing that, we are in talk with the firms how this can be implemented. But the cost implications are the ones which are a hindrance towards adoption of these technologies. And coming to the point of artificial intelligence, yes, a lot of initiatives have been taken. In fact, it is being driven right from the top. That is Government of India. We are having almost weekly reviews, and our director, Captain Jagmohan, is quite stressed about it. Yes, we have a lot of targets to meet. In fact, a lot of initiatives have been taken in the past. We have done a AI-based predictive maintenance successfully for a Coast Guard ship which is running on an MTU engine. The same we are trying to replicate on Aditya. Another couple of other things have been done, and plus we have done autonomous boat in collaboration with Bell. So a lot of initiatives are happening, but yes, this is the future to go to look. And a lot of technologies, AI-based technologies and systems will get embedded into the ship systems in the future. Thank you.
My assessment is that we in a country we have a capacity shortfall even to meet the Indian Navy's requirement. The Navy's requirement of ships, and we need to work on bringing down the times and how quickly we can build ships and meet the MCPP requirements of the Navy itself. So how do we balance that? Well, it is definitely a desirable thing that yes, we export our ships also. We have the numbers. It will help us develop our shipbuilding. But how do we balance that? It shouldn't happen that we start focusing on export and where we continue to slide in the meeting our own requirement. So where we draw the line and where we prioritize that.
Yes, sir. Now, if you look at, I will talk about GSL per se, sir. Now, whatever capacity we can do 14 hull ships, 14 ships concurrently, 8 at hull construction stage and 6 at outfitting stage. And we are just about concurrently doing 5 to 6 ships. And if you look at the model which is being followed by all shipyards, be it MDL or GRSE, if you look at the hulls, they are being done entirely outside. Like they have outsourced to Shaft. GRSE is getting done to L&T, and I believe Chogli also I think is in the fray with MDL. So these smaller shipyards are complementing the capacity of the shipyards. So while the core work stays with the shipyard, with the support of these the smaller shipyards and the ancillary industry, I'm quite sure and quite confident. Being in this industry, I can state very confidently that more work related to exports can be taken on without compromising on the timelines for the Indian shipbuilding projects.
Please, sir.
Thank you. Commodore Rajan Veer, Indian Maritime Foundation. I think it was mentioned by more than one speaker that the role of embassies should be enhanced in boosting exports. Now, embassies have commercial attaches, and some embassies have naval attaches. Now, with the emphasis on maritime affairs in our country by the government, is it envisaged, or would it not be better to have, good to have a maritime attaché in some of the embassies where exports can be boosted, or is it left to the commercial attaché to do that? I think that's an aspect we need to look at the government level. That even with some selected countries which where we are trying to boost our exports, warship exports, and shipping and ports also comes into it. So the maritime attaché in some of the countries would help a great deal in this work. And my second question is on indigenization. It was mentioned that certain items are notified for imports are stopped. And now this must be a process going on from time to time as the indigenization has improved. So I would like to know some specific items where, if you can tell us, where the imports were stopped and indigenization was carried out in the due frame of time. And so that's I think Commander Jain would probably be the Captain Jain. Thank you.
Sir, what I personally feel for the embassies, usage of embassies, utilization of the diplomatic channels, instead of commercial attaches, I feel defense attaches can do a better job, in the sense they have better connect with the military and the naval setup there. So they can get better leads. Once a lead is available, that can be passed on to the shipyards or the private industry, whatever concern may be. Then connect can be established, and then this can be facilitated. Primarily because in being in the role of defense attaché, they are interacting day in and day out with the military setup there. They have access to the higher echelons there. So their approach is better. So, and in fact, a lot of good work has been done in the past. I am privy to it. The defense attaché's role has certainly transformed. Now we see a sea change in their attitude, the way they approach, the way they are facilitating. In fact, they are proactive. They are communicating directly to the shipyard, saying, okay, do this, I know this can happen, this guy has got a requirement of this, this guy is available who can facilitate, this guy is who can do the job for you. In fact, this is the shipyard available there who can do a manufacture, you give your design, he can do it there. So I'm thinking is, they have a more broader view or to facilitate this export thing. And it's working well. It's just a matter of time. It should get realized into orders also.
Sir, just to give you an example of indigenization, one of the two things that comes to my mind is what we are doing at GRSE is a data acquisition and processing system for the survey vessels, which earlier used to be imported or something. And then some halo hangers and shutters for those. A few examples of indigenous these things.
Just a few more to add, sir. Some certain space required for the overall of the gas turbines, which we undertake in XLR, sir. It is a big component of them. We are able to indigenize and use them for quite some time now, sir, for gates as well as gas turbines.
With regard to your point of a maritime attaches, we could request the Vice Chief to take away from this sessions. Anybody else? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm Commander Vivekanand from Headquarters WNC. We were having a lot of various challenges. We are discussing about more of tangible challenges. Perhaps I have a different perspective of from the HR perspective. About, in fact, on the areas of concern, we were indicating about the core expertise or lackness in about the talents or about the people who are actually with the shipbuilding industry, how many talents are there. I'm actually coming to that. Like with the present scenario, there are a lot of veterans after 20 years of good experience. They are not getting into the shipbuilding industries, or rather they are joining either the corporates, like that is the recent trends of joining Amazon, Flipkart and various aspects. But why not on the top echelons we don't have any experienced personnel sitting over on the Ministry of Defense or in the shipbuildings, where we have to make it as the national assets of so many people, even after superannuation, are readily available, but they are not getting into the shipbuilding industry and we are not focusing on the financial growth. So this question, it's not actually a question, it's an open discussion forum for anyone. So this is what which I was thinking in my mind, so that's the reason I have posted this. Good day, sir.
Maybe you could discuss this post the session over lunch with people. Maybe you'd get some answers there, because it's very generic. It's not very pertinent to what we have discussed today. Anybody else? Yeah, please.
My 2 pens. Firstly, thank you very much for a very enlightening presentation by all 3 speakers. I'm especially thankful to Captain Sudhakar for bringing out a very topic which is very close to my heart, and the Navy has been suffering because of this. So my question is very simple. As Admiral Subhadev may recall that we had appointed one logistic officer in every WOT. That is primarily to capture the data of the correct data in the D787, especially for the firms which is contracted by the shipyard Cat C, Cat D items. Has the process has been formalized? Because Navy had never been able to source those items correctly, and we have to go get it manufactured as per sample and then put them into the system. So I just want to know that the correct identification of these items into with the correct part numbers, has the process been final?
Sorry, may I? Please. I'm Commodore Arvind Rawal, CO Shivaji, but in my previous capacity as PDME and before that DME. So, sir, that was done in 2013-14 and with a lot of fanfare, but it's not actually met the required or the requisite mandate that it had. The reason being, the main mandate of the thing was there should be nothing which is, which is left to the shipyard or should left to the ship to raise a IF. 100% of data should be captured in ILMS, and any ship could demand anything, whether it's A, B, C, or a shipyard procured item. But it could not be met, sir, because again the problem happened was the final piping of all this happens at DLS. So whatever data that logistic officer could collate at the shipyard, that data, when it went to DLS, and it could not be pumped in there. Even a small issue up there, a small string not matching, doesn't pump in any of the data. It's the same again going back to such mid 80s and the 90s when we all started computers. Whatever we did, whatever small program we wrote, it said, bad word or bad command. And nothing, half of us could not learn computers because we could not go beyond that. So that is the problem again with the pumping in this list and this thing in ILMS, because ILMS and this handshake never happened. Later on, the professional directorates got in touch with the OEMs directly. Some of the OEMs are forthcoming in coming to DLS directly with their own CDs and sort out these issues which are there. But it happened only in case of 20-30% of items. Today also 15 Bravo is the latest ship which has been commissioned. Still there are signals flying around of NA not available, not incatted, and ship to raise IIF. So this is what we need to counter, sir.
Last question, please.
I am Commander Kulkarni. I have worked for close to 20 years in the offshore after my naval service. What I found was the offshore supply vessels came from Norway, the dredgers and tugs came from China, and to my horror, bulk carriers came from Bangladesh. I want to know why this order was not placed on Indian shipyards.
Sir, I am volunteering to take this question, but the problem is that the shipyard, it's like presently the defense shipyards, yes, most of them are executing defense orders, and the spare capacity is now being used to look at the ships in the domestic or other commercial, this thing like ferries and carriers and things like that, which is a recent phenomena. Maybe, sir, 10-15 years ago, the defense shipyards are really not looked into commercial, building commercial things. And today, when I am looking at building dredgers and bulk carriers, what people are asking, especially the foreign owners, the Indians are not even asking, are looking at proven vessels, which is slightly difficult today because we are just starting off doing these things, except for maybe Cochin shipyard. So that is what I have to say on the subject. And we are in touch with the national agencies which engage ships for building ships for them.
Just to add to that, I think you see the DPSUs to get into private shipbuilding, it's not such an easy task. So since we have Mr. Patil from L&T here, maybe he could answer as to why he didn't take on the bulk carrier order.
Sir, I can volunteer. Okay. CMD HSL here. HSL was a shipyard, as everybody knows, 80 years old, and it was making commercial vessel. And it came under MOD in only 2011. So to answer to your question, the point is that there are two ways of building ships. One way is commercial driven, which means where the decisions are taken based on commercial, whether it is sub-vendor, vendor, customer, owner, everything is driven by commercial, as is the commercial market. The second way of building ship is with the help of rules, where you have CVC, you have auditors, you have CAC, you have RTI, you have objections, you have ministry, you have monitoring, etc., that we have all heard in last 1.5 hours. We were governed by the rules, and we are still being governed by rules. It is not easy to do away with the rules when the shipyard is a DPSU shipyard, whether it is under Ministry of Shipping or under Ministry of Defense. The degree of questions, the degree of answerability may vary, the degree of freedom to take decision may vary, but the plethora of rules is very, very different. And the DPSUs also carry an agenda of the old lineage of socialistic regime, whether it is recruitment, employment, it is promotion of MSMEs, it is GEM portal, you name it. We are the carriers of government policies and agencies, and rightly so, I respect it. So to answer was that the commercial ships wants delivery on time, and the rule in commercial shipbuilding is if you don't deliver in time, the vendor has the right to cancel the order. And the Indian shipyards, because of this particularly DPSUs, were not geared up to deliver a ship, a dredger or a bulk carrier in a matter of 2 years and 18 months. That challenge was there then, that challenge is there even today. Thank you.
Okay. And I would also like to add, in the shipbuilding, it is a single global market with information symmetry. Commodore Nair, ex-director shipbuilding of Garden Ridge Shipbuilders and Engineers. It's a single global market with information symmetry. So the world looks at only one thing. In the most of the cases, the first priority is price. The second priority is the time. And the third priority is quality. So these are the three aspects in the order of merit, which actually qualify as to which particular shipbuilder gets the order or not. That is why the Chinese have been getting it faster than anybody else. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank all the speakers for giving us a very informative talk. I would like to summarize what they have said because I think they've all expressed their point of views very, very explicitly. But suffice to say that they all talked about the necessity of having an industrial economic ecosystem which will be geared towards progressing the shipbuilding industry. They've also talked about the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and the self-reliance factors which are very important. And some very interesting statistics have been thrown up, which probably indicates to us why we stand today as probably a non-starter in the global market, despite having not a bad order book in terms of shipbuilding as such is concerned. Though I must confess here that this order book is more geared towards warship building rather than commercial building. Personally, I have also been in shipbuilding for close to about 15 years in the Navy. And to me, the state of the shipbuilding industry, especially the private shipbuilding industry, continues to languish what it was 3 decades back and what it is today. And therefore, I feel it becomes very important that this sector gets its due recognition. Whilst in the Navy, this point was thrown up to us as per how we could look at increasing orders for the private shipyards, how we could sort of resurrect this industry. And one of the points, after a lot of debate and a lot of discussion, we decided that we will open up a few projects, especially not so weapon intensive ships, both to the private sector as well as to the government shipyards. Accordingly, we did pass on these tenders to both of them on a competitive basis. And unfortunately, none of the private shipyards could bag an order. We were quite surprised in the Navy. There was much angst about it as to why this has happened. There were lots of reasons which were thrown up. I won't like to get into these reasons at this forum, but the private shipbuilding industry continued to languish where it is. So maybe if I have to roll back the years and be in the decision-making process at that point in time, instead of saying that we should open up to both the government and the private shipyards, I think with the type of an MCPP which is there, which is talking about 200 ship navy by 2030, I think we need to take a call. It's a rather drastic call, and that drastic call would be that there are some class of ships we open up only to the private shipyards on a competitive basis. Which these projects are have to be discussed within the Navy, which suits the Navy from the point of view of integrations, etc. And to me, I think this is the need of the hour today if we have to look at this industry to survive. An interesting fact is if you look at the MOS report of 2021, and has also been brought up by ex-naval chief, this report consists of close to about 130 pages. And out of this 130 pages, only 3 pages are dedicated to shipbuilding. That is the state we are in. Unfortunate, but that is where we are. And therefore it becomes very important that we need to recognize shipbuilding as a strategic industry. Everybody talks about this vast coastline that we have. Probably even geography is amazed as to why this sector has not picked up in our country. And I look at it that in case the impetuses are given to this sector, you would be looking at skill development for the youth. You would be looking at increased job prospects. You would be looking at being compliant to the Atmanirbhar schemes. You would be looking at boosting the ocean-based blue economy. And most importantly, as has been brought up by the various speakers, we would be looking at creation of the ancillary, which in turn would mean a boost to the Indian economy. So that to me is the key. And what is the remedy? Now this opinion is my very personal opinion, and I personally feel just like what the Vice Chief said, but I would probably go a step forward to what he said. And I feel that it is essential that today, if we have to revive this very key industry, we need to create a separate ministry. It could be a small ministry. We need to have some funding for it, an annual funding plan so that there is accountability. We've got to have some good minds sitting in that industry which would look at what sort of tax incentives we need to give, what sort of corpuses which need to get developed. Maybe develop certain financial platforms which are favorable in boosting this industry. Because today we are not even, if I may use the words rather drastically as I said, we are not even anywhere near being a global player. We are a far cry from it. And we need to do something drastically because this continues to languish for the last 2 to 3 decades and we need to push this really properly. So I feel that this creation with funding becomes absolutely essential. A lot of people do this comparison. We look at comparing with the automobile sector. But when you look at the automobile sector, that's a sector which is very largely dependent on domestic requirements, and therefore it's different. People talk about our friendly neighbor, how he has progressed in this industry. But to me, comparisons are a bit skewed because to have meaningful comparisons, it's very essential that the playing field or the environment has to be like to like. So this is my take on this, and as I said, it's a very personal view. But finally, I'd like to thank all the speakers for again a very nice talk. And in the customary fashion, I would request all of you to give them a good hand. Thank you.
I would like to thank the moderator, the panelists, and all the audience members here for a very interesting and very interactive session. May I request the President IMF to give the mementos to the panelists. Firstly to the moderator, Vice Admiral Dinesh Deshpande. Captain Sunil Kumar of GRSE. May I also request him to accept a salver on behalf of GRSE as a sponsor.
Yes.
And also the memento as a speaker. May I request as a sponsor? And Commander Saurabh Jain as a speaker. And lastly, Captain Sudhakar of INS Shivaji. Thank you all. We'll now adjourn for lunch. Unfortunately, we're about 30 minutes behind time, and we had originally planned the lunch for about an hour. But since many of our future speakers have a plane to catch, and yesterday I'm sure you have all been well acquainted with Pune traffic, I suggest that we cut it down to about 45 minutes. So I may request you all to be here by 1345. Thank you. which is on the topic proposed policy framework and reforms. The moderator for this session is Dr. Mrs. Malini Shankar, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University at Chennai. She is an IAS officer of the 1984 batch, Maharashtra cadre. During a long and illustrious career, she has been actively involved in various development activities in economic sectors, including industry, shipping, and water resources. She has several prestigious degrees from acclaimed Indian and international institutions, and in 2020 received the AAA Award of the Asian Institute of Management, Manila, Philippines, being one of 7 global recipients and the first Indian woman to receive this award. Besides being the Vice Chancellor, she is also an honorary member of the Board of Governors of the World Maritime University, which is in Malmö in Sweden, having been nominated by the International Maritime Organization. And she has represented India in several international fora and also been invited by the government as well as private organizations to contribute to policy making. She is accompanied by 4 speakers who are Commander Prashant Singh, Commander Sirajuddin, Captain Mainak Mishra, and Commodore Samadar. Has everyone got a place? Okay. And we will have Professor S.C. Mishra, who unfortunately could not join us in person because he only recently got diagnosed with COVID. But he is there on Zoom and he will give his talk online whenever his turn comes. So with that, may I request Dr. Shankar to take the mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for the introduction. We have 2 objectives before us. One is the discussion of this session and the other is to keep you awake post-Prandil. I don't know which is the bigger one. But at the outset, I would like to pay my tributes to Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya, whose birthday falls today, the famous engineer, September 15th, yes. And it is my pleasure to welcome the speakers, the dignitaries and the august participants on behalf of the IMF. Coming in the wake of the recent commissioning of the indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and as we heard this morning, other ships also, it's an opportune moment to review the shipbuilding scenario in India and identify means and ways on how to accelerate the progress. The government of India has highlighted maritime security as a key focus area, as is evidenced by various policy formulations, among which are Sagar, an Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. Given the geopolitical developments in the region, it is imperative that India enhances its presence and capabilities in the maritime sector. As we have seen, Government of India has initiated several measures to promote indigenization. Inter alia, there is a Make 1 and Make 2 scheme, increase in FDI, enabling OEMs to get in, support for startups, reservation for MSMEs and small shipyards, defense industrial corridors, and technology development funds. Shipyards, in the previous session, during the question and answer session, it was raised to shipyards get orders for commercial ships. Now, this is an issue in India still. They are dependent mostly on military orders. Can the challenges be met through naval orders alone? The second thing is, in terms of if we have to address all the challenges which have been highlighted in the morning session and will continue to be highlighted in this session, if you look at the papers they will be speaking on. Scientific research and technical advancement is a field where India has been lagging behind. In comparison to China and United States, which boasted 1,096 papers and 4,217 researchers per million inhabitants, India had 156 researchers per million inhabitants as of 2018, which is much lower than the worldwide average of 1,500. And yet we say we are the 3rd largest S&T graduates in the world. And even if you look at the number of articles published, we come in 6th page, not to speak of the quality of the articles. So that is a background that I would like to leave, share my thoughts. We have eminent speakers who have identified key areas that require attention. In-house design capability, ancillary industries, economies of scale, adherence to cost and delivery schedules, etc. So they've also made critical recommendations to ensure that the Indian shipbuilding and indigenization capabilities gain strength. So without much further ado, we will just go to the speakers and ask them to share their papers and their talk. We start with Commodore Vineet Tiwari, Principal Director of Naval Design, IHQ, Ministry of Defense. He's a naval architect serving in the Corps of Naval Construction of Indian Navy. And as was discussed in the morning, since the entire biodata is available, I will not dwell too much on it. The floor is yours, Commodore.
Vice Admiral Pasricha, Captain Anand Dikshit, President IMF, Dr. Malini Shankar, the session moderator, a very distinguished audience including eminent veterans and captains of the industry. At the outset, I must thank IMF for giving me an opportunity to speak on this very relevant topic, which is very close to my heart, being a professional naval architect working on design, construction and repairs of naval ships for over 3 decades. In line with the theme of this seminar today, I'll be talking about the need for instituting necessary policy framework to revitalize shipbuilding in India. I'll begin with a disclaimer that the views expressed in this presentation and talk are the personal views of the author, that is myself and Commander Prashant, and do not reflect the official views of Indian Navy or sorry, I think we started with a gap. The scope is as shown of my presentation. I'll briefly touch upon the Indian shipbuilding evolution, cite the Korean and Chinese shipbuilding growth story, and recommend measures to revitalize shipbuilding in India. I'll begin with a quick look at the typicality of shipbuilding industry. As has been cited before also, the shipbuilding industry is an industry of industries which has direct and indirect positive impact at a very large scale on almost all the other industries and sectors such as Tier 1 and Tier 2 ancillary industry, logistics and IT services, and financial services, etc., with very large spin-offs in terms of employment generation. The shipbuilding industry, as we can see here, is also known as the mother of industries because of its multiplier effect on manufacturing ancillary industries and on account of its large-scale employment generation potential. It is an established fact that for the same turnover, the shipbuilding industry generates at least 3 times the employment generated by the heavy engineering industry. As the esteemed audience is well aware, the manufacturing sector of a country has a very significant impact on the economic growth of the country. If we glance through the history, we see that nations which evolved as major manufacturing hubs also evolved as major shipbuilding nations and economic powers. A few of the global shipbuilding leaders over the last century are highlighted on this slide. If we look at the shipbuilding industry in India, it also witnessed a period of unprecedented growth riding on the stimulus of global demand from 2003 onwards. A large number of shipyards, buoyed by possible business opportunities, made significant capital investments to scale up their infrastructure. This led to an increase in market share of Indian yards in terms of global orders from around 0.2% in 2002 to around 1.2% by 2007, which was further projected to go up to 7.5% by 2017. However, as we all know, the industry did not follow the growth path as projected. The global recession in 2008 led to large-scale cancellation of orders, and this, coupled with withdrawal of shipbuilding subsidies, led to a drastic slide in market share of Indian yards to a meager 0.01% by 2013.
While subsequent to 2013, we could see recoveries in shipbuilding order book of some of the even smaller nations like Vietnam, Brazil, Taiwan, Philippines. However, our Indian shipyards could not catch up, and some of the major Indian yards that were appearing to have a healthy growth potential during the shipbuilding boom went out of business. This slide would appear familiar. As compared to merchant shipbuilding, the warship building industry in the country has been a major success. The genesis of Indian Navy's design organization, which has proved to be the cornerstone of our Atmanirbharta in naval shipbuilding today, has been amply highlighted in the inaugural and the keynote address. From a humble beginning in the 1960s, the Navy's in-house design organization has grown multifold and is currently capable of designing the most complex weapon-intensive platform, including an aircraft carrier. Very few nations in the world have developed and nurtured this capability. Till date, 19 platform designs ranging from small crafts in the beginning to world-class destroyers and aircraft carrier now have been produced, to which around 93 ships have been built indigenously. The Indian Navy has been driving the Atmanirbharta in modernization of its fleet through a clear vision and a robust long-term integrated perspective plan, from which emerges our technology perspective and capability roadmap, as well as the indigenization plan. This long-term planning has ensured the sustenance and progressive growth of indigenous warship construction capability, as well as development of new technologies and advanced equipments for our future platforms. In the next few slides, I would like to project a glimpse of the growth story of the Korean shipbuilding capability. Korea did not have any systemized shipping or shipbuilding policy until the first 5-year economic development plan that was launched in 1962. Korea had in principle two alternative approaches to economic development. One was inward-looking, based on import substitution, and the other was an outward-looking development strategy emphasizing export and trade. The country's policy shift to an outward-looking strategy was fueled by powerful economic reasons, including poor availability of natural resources, small domestic market, and an abundant and well-educated labor force with relatively low wages. The Korean government developed shipbuilding as a strategic industry in successive 5-year economic development plans from 1962 to 1980. The first 5-year plan for 1962 to 66 focused on ship quality improvement plan and expansion of shipbuilding facilities. The second plan from 67 to 71 brought in Shipbuilding Promotion Act of 1967 and financing for shipyards through shipbuilding funds. The Shipbuilding Industry Promotion Plan in 1970 included raising of domestic supply rate of ships and developing standard designs for 10 ships. The third 5-year plan focused on making shipbuilding as the strategic export industry and to enhance shipbuilding capabilities. In addition to the robust policy framework, the Korean government focused on building institutions such as Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipbuilders, Korean Marine Equipment Association, and Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, etc. The Korean government also developed shipbuilding clusters to encourage effective cooperation between the shipbuilders and the ancillary industries which were located close by. The government also funded research in cooperation with the Shipbuilders Association and provided credit facility to ship owners and loans to shipyard to ensure working capital requirements. Such priority to shipbuilding industry and measures instituted by the Korean government fueled the growth in the shipbuilding industry, making it a leading global ship exporter.
So these are the things which we would need to do if we want to become an exporter of ship. Looking at the Chinese success story, China has become immensely competitive in commercial shipbuilding, bagging largest share of global orders today. The Chinese political leadership saw the potential in the shipbuilding industry for economic growth and employment and worked in the mission mode for over 40 years to reach the present levels. Their government invested heavily in scaling up indigenous shipbuilding capacity with creation of massive infrastructure like huge dry docks with very large crane capacities for dual use in commercial and naval shipbuilding, while also nurturing a vibrant and robust ecosystem around the shipbuilding yards for indigenous equipment manufacture, skilling of manpower, MOU with leading shipyards for infusing technology, creation of many universities and R&D institutions, etc. With fall in the global commercial shipbuilding demand, the complete paraphernalia has been smartly and gainfully leveraged by China to produce warships at an alarming pace with concurrent series production of large number of warships in many Chinese shipyards. The Chinese have evolved their shipbuilding policies with focus on profit retention reforms to make their shipyards sustainable in the long run. They have evolved policies for adoption of contract management system, laying the ground for legislative and financial reforms. The China has evolved 5-year plan dedicated to shipbuilding industry with an aim of doubling the market share by according strategic status to shipbuilding and employing various measures to sustain orders. The focus areas for Chinese shipbuilding policy is summarized in this slide. I'm sorry. Sorry. See, the China has focused on financial reforms, advancements in science and technology, and development in manufacturing. The financial reforms have provided tax benefits, fund availability, and stabilized material costs. The message for India from case studies presented of Korea and China is that such capabilities require convergence in thoughts and action with holistic long-term vision and policy investments. The road to competitiveness can only come from pressures of commercial shipbuilding to meet global standards with consequent enhanced maturity of vendor base of localized OEMs and ancillary industry. As I mentioned earlier, shipbuilding has largest potential for job creation among manufacturing industries with simultaneous development of ancillary industries in the shipbuilding ecosystem. Greater prioritization for development of shipbuilding industry amongst manufacturing sector therefore needs no further emphasis. Of course, there are major challenges in way of boosting indigenous merchant shipbuilding due to the conflict of interest between shipping and shipbuilding industry, which needs to be addressed through strong legislative action on the highest priority to be able to generate domestic demand for shipbuilding. The cabotage law is a well-known thing which needs to be taken care of. Now, having discussed the importance of prioritizing the shipbuilding in the country, the need of the hour is to strongly reevaluate our policy initiatives in the sector to leverage our strength and invigorate our economy. It is important for us to grow our merchant shipbuilding along with naval shipbuilding to truly realize the required critical mass for capacity enhancement with consequent benefits of economy of state. This would truly be an encouraging sign for the local industry as seen in case of China and Korea. Toward this, we need to take actions in short, medium and long terms, which I would highlight in subsequent slides. To begin with short-term measures, it is proposed to form an apex national authority on shipping and shipbuilding for synergic vision and policy making for promotion of indigenous shipping and shipbuilding under the PMO. This would facilitate coordination among intra-government bodies,
formulation of long-term policies, evolution of MOUs, and long-term cooperation agreements between industry bodies and the shipyards. The shipbuilding is a capital-intensive business, and financial support for it is imperative to be given at right time. Therefore, innovative ways of funding of shipyards and providing tax incentives and GST rationalization need to be evolved. The legislative action for long-term consistent policy formulation is another essential aspect for growth of shipbuilding in the country. For shipbuilding to have a critical mass, we need to enforce building of all the coastal and inland vessels at Indian shipyards mandatory. Demand for shipbuilding can be generated by implementation of legislative norms to permit only Indian-built and Indian flagships to carry Indian cargo. We also need to create institutional bodies and agencies to consistently develop new methodologies for enhancement of shipbuilding in ever evolving scenarios. The efficiency and effectiveness of shipyards and industry need to be benchmarked to the global standards, and these benchmarks need to be progressively improved with time. Government should encourage partnerships among the public and private sector yards to increase the overall standard of the industry, and robust indigenous design strength would be the key to developing the domestic shipbuilding capability. Towards this, we need to strengthen our design houses through financial and other support measures. Finally, looking at the medium and long-term measures, we need I think my slides are running ahead of me. So we need to target self-reliance in commercial shipbuilding and ancillary industries. We need to strengthen support structure to make our shipyards competitive for exports so as to add volumes for shipbuilding. We need to set up specialized institutes for developing indigenous expertise and skill set for shipbuilding. And finally, we also need to invest heavily in concurrent development of shipping and shipbuilding infrastructure. With that, I have finished. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Commander A.M. Jafar Sirajuddin, who is presently posted at IHQ in the Ministry of Defense as Commander Marine Engineering. He is responsible for induction, management of engineering equipment and new construction vessels for the Navy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Indian Maritime Foundation for arranging this seminar and the opportunity. In my paper, Indigenous Shipbuilding and the Vendor Base for Future Technologies, I would like to delve upon reasons for delays in the Indian shipbuilding of iron projects, identify the challenges, and suggest some mitigating measures with respect to equipment induction process.
Lift the mic.
There's a problem with taller people. The scope of the presentation is shown on the slide. We'll start with a brief introduction. My slides are behind me, sir. So we'll start with a brief introduction, list few key challenges, understand the capability of the ancillary industries, and subsequently explain the equipment induction process being followed in Indian Navy, and see few of the future technologies Indian Navy is looking for in the MOU component, and finally suggest some policy changes to enhance the efficiency of the whole process. The data given on the slide is known to most of the audience here. However, it is essential to reiterate that the industrial capability of a nation is linked to its shipbuilding prowess. Today, only 10% of Indian flagships are being built at Indian shipyards. However, the scenario is entirely different in case of ships being built for Indian Navy. Out of 38 ships presently under construction, 36 are being built at Indian shipyards. This excludes yardcrafts being built at various public/private shipyards. The capability of indigenous warship construction may be attributed to the Leander class frigates, which was built at 1960s. However, still there are delays being experienced in the ship construction. According to a 2015 report of Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, 4 reasons, as shown on the slide, has been identified as a major contributor to the slow pace of construction. In addition, another major challenge is the timely availability of the equipment post successful testing for onboard installation. This can be attributable to the availability of a mature, robust and reliable vendor base who understand the naval requirements. The paper aims to identify the challenges and suggest mitigating measures in the development of the vendor base for future technologies in indigenous shipbuilding. The scan of the environment revealed 3 major areas affecting the MOVE category of a warship. Most of the Indian shipyards lack in-house full design capability. This is presently being addressed by dependence on a foreign design house or design of warship design bureau. As brought out earlier, over 90 ships have been built to 19 class of ships designed by WDB. With complex propulsion system, a requirement driven by need for an efficient solutions, propulsion system integration has grown to be a separate vertical for today's warship. Thus, having an in-house PSA capability has become inescapable. Lastly, ancillary industry of the country is vastly underdeveloped. Out of the 3 major aspects brought out above, the present paper focuses on the development of the vendor base within the ancillary industry available in India. In order to develop the vendor base, 3 focus areas have been identified which may help to improve the situation. First, vendors should have a clear understanding of the equipment qualification induction process. Second, avenues made available by the government for induction of future technologies. And third, undertake few suggested policy changes to enhance the efficiency of the whole process. Over 60% of MOVE category equipment have been indigenous. However, few equipment are still being imported as shown on the slide. It is pertinent to note that these equipment affect the main propulsion of the ship. While diesel engine has been taken up for development under Make and Scream and firefighting system is being indigenized through DRDO, the efforts of indigenization of other equipment is still at nascent stage, largely due to lack of industrial capability within the country. New technologies under deliberation are shown on the slide. It may be noted that few of these technologies are being actively pursued at IHQ MOD for development within the country. In order to indigenously develop the above equipment and technologies in India, there is a requirement for the industry to understand the envisaged capability, technical specifications, qualification standards, and testing procedures. Understanding the above by the vendor will enable him to accurately estimate the cost and time required to develop the equipment. It is also equally important for Indian Navy to unambiguously explain the envisaged capability with all the underlying requirements to the vendors during the induction process. It is pertinent to mention that the Indian naval ships are either built to classification society rules or built to IN specifications. IN specifications would include requirements such as given in defense standards, military standards, or standards promulgated by the professional directorates at IHQ. Further, as brought out by a previous speaker, the equipments are categorized into Cat A, B, C star, and C. The technical specifications are listed in the Statement of Technical Requirements approved by the IHQ and would invariably specify requirement of the equipment to meet the MIL standards or class rules. In case of equipment meeting class rules, special requirements such as limits of acceptable noise, vibration, and shock would be promulgated. Other functional and technical requirements will include the limiting dimensions, weight, material of construction, manufacturing processes, quality assurance procedure, inspection agency, acceptance test procedures, and factory acceptance trial protocols. Qualification standards of naval equipment will include some or all of the attributes shown on the slide. Equipment design and manufacturing should meet the requirements such as environmental conditions under which the equipment is required to perform its intended function, endurance test for more than 100 hours uninterrupted running as specified, tilt test at various angles, structured borne noise which may contribute to the overall URN levels of the platform, airborne noise, mechanical vibration limits, ability to withstand underwater shock, and any other type test as dictated by the standards. While ancillary industry in the country is capable of manufacturing most of the equipment to the specifications such as ISO or IACS rules, the equipment fails to qualify to be inducted into the service due to not meeting the qualification standards. Therefore, policies in existence and standards being followed are shown on the slide. It is prudent for the industry to ascertain these requirements once again during the technical negotiation committee meetings held with shipyard and IN reps. The type testing is undertaken in accordance with DEFSTAN 362 or extend DGQA policy letter. Structure borne noise is measured in 1/3 octave band above the first stage mounts, and MIL standard 1474 echo is followed for airborne noise and its limits. Mechanical vibration limits are as dictated by ISO 10816, and IN shock policy would be applicable for shock qualification of the equipment. As brought out above, there is scope for development of new technology indigenously by Indian ancillary industries with focused impetus on PM's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Government of India has brought in various provisions through newly published Defence Acquisition Procedure 2020. Three major ways through which the technologies can be indigenously developed and inducted are MAKE schemes, Technology Development Fund, also called TDF, and Innovation of Defence Excellence Challenges. The MAKE program, which is part of Make in India policy of the GOI, was first promulgated in DPP 2016. This program comprised of MAKE 1 and MAKE 2 schemes. A revision was then made in Chapter 3 of DAP 2020 to make the procedure simpler and more industry friendly, and was categorized into MAKE 1, which is partially funded by the government for the prototype development with assured bulk orders, MAKE 2, which is industry funded for prototype development with assured bulk orders, and lastly MAKE 3, which is industry funded for prototype development through JVs or TOTs, that too with the assured bulk orders. A successful development of these schemes would result in acquisition from the developmental agency through by IDDM or by Indian route. The GOI announced setting up of a technology development fund in Union Budget 2014-15. The fund was set up in 2016 and have been allocated to DRDO under this scheme. Only Indian vendors are eligible for participation, and procurement would be made by Indian IDDM category. A nodal officer is nominated by IN for each project under TDF scheme as a member of project monitoring and mentoring group. Innovation for Defence Excellence was set up by MOD with funding under Defence Innovation Fund and managed by Defence Innovation Organization of MOD. The DIO has been constituted with Secretary DP as the chairman and VCNS as the member of advisory board to the DIO. So coming on to a few suggested policy changes. A few policy changes to ensure efficient vendor qualification and equipment induction are listed on the slide. A policy on comprehensive vendor qualification for each equipment is recommended to be formulated by the Naval Headquarters. The vendor qualification should be for a specified period of time, not more than 2 to 4 vendors, except in exceptional cases, should be qualified for an equipment in order to avoid proliferation of the equipment make and model. Further, successful completion of type testing and factory acceptance trials of the equipment is recommended to be an important prerequisite for vendor qualification to ensure only technical capable firms are qualified. On successful vendor qualification, a vendor compendium should be promulgated encompassing all equipment and vendors. For equipment which does not affect the fight capability, the vendor compendium may be published in public domain. Once finalized and promulgated, vendor compendium should be retained for a certain time period. Suggested time period for the retention of vendor base prior renewal or re-evaluation is 10 years. This will enable better equipment standardization in Indian Navy. Further, a common pool of vendors for supply of CAT Sea Star and sea equipment across all shipyards is recommended to be identified and disseminated to the shipyard. This will ensure continuous business to the MSME category firms, as CAT Sea Star and sea equipment primarily include yard materials and engineering components such as valves, reductors, bellows, gaskets, instrumentation, fasteners, etc. In turn, this will enable standardization across all IN platforms over a period of time and better prices for the shipyard due to increased quantity of production. Where feasible, the specification of the equipment need to be frozen prior conclusion of the shipbuilding contract. In case the same is not feasible, changes envisaged is to be indicated to the shipyard. Once frozen, no changes to the equipment specification unless affecting safety of men and material is to be promulgated. This will reduce the lead time for equipment supply and thereby shipbuilding timelines. A comprehensive assessment of equipment specification across IN platforms is the need of the hour. When not affecting the fighting capability of the platform, the equipment specification can be in line with marine or commercial standards complying to the IACS rules. Only those equipment which affect the fighting capability are to be built to IN or MIL standard or defense standards. On completion of the assessment, equipment specifications are to be standardized across IN platform irrespective of ship being built to either class or IN specification. With that, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Sirajuddin. Our next speaker is Captain Mainak Mishra, who is in the Naval Headquarters responsible for all ongoing weapon and sensor maintenance issues, future projects, and weapon indigenization. Please listen to him.
Admiral Pasticha, Captain Dikshit, moderator of the session, senior serving and retired officers present here, the representatives of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, I stand before you to speak on weapon indigenization in Indian Navy, challenges and way ahead. The scope of the presentation is as shown on the screen. To begin, amongst the three services, as brought out by Admiral Pasticha also, the Navy stands out due to its conspicuous success in platform-level indigenization. Lieutenant Commander Kalesh Mohanan wrote in an article in Indian Defence Review that a major objective of the 1969-74 Defence Plan was self-reliance in the field of warship design and warship production, and the aim was to conserve foreign exchange. Accordingly, the indigenous construction of frigates, patrol craft, submarines, minor war vessels, and auxiliaries was accepted, and in 1969, Naval Headquarters proposed to the government that a full-fledged Directorate of Naval Design be sanctioned. However, to the credit of early naval planners, two important milestones towards self-reliance in warship production had already been accomplished with the commencement of Naval Construction Cadre in 1951-52 and the establishment of Directorate of Naval Construction in 1962. As initially visualized, the Navy has achieved significant progress in past 5 decades, progressively moving from British Leander-class frigates to indigenously designed stealth frigates, destroyers, and even aircraft carrier. It needs to be mentioned here that platform indigenization is undoubtedly an exemplary feat, but reliance on foreign weapon manufacturers for providing them combat capability is something that requires attention. Our dependence on foreign weapon manufacturers makes us susceptible to supply chain issues, unilateral obsolescence, foreign exchange variations, sanctions, etc., and impinges on our strategic autonomy. To put things in perspective, over the next 15 minutes or so, I would try to explain the need for weapon indigenization, elucidate its current state, highlight complexities in the process, bring out recent institutional initiatives, and at the end, put forth some implementable recommendations. Let us understand the need for weapon indigenization first. Needless to mention, at this August gathering, India is heavily dependent on imports, especially for energy requirements. To put things in perspective, between July 21 and July 22, India's exports rose by 2.14% to $36 billion, but the imports increased by a whopping 43.6% to $66 billion. Another related statistic, which has been quoted earlier from SIPRI, brings out that India spent $331 billion on military between 2016 to 20, 2.6% of GDP, and was the second biggest importer of arms after Saudi Arabia. This is the condition despite 33% drop in the arms imports between 2011 to 16 and 2016 to 20. For an import-dependent country like ours, one of the foremost ways to reduce trade deficit is by reducing import bill and increasing defense exports. In fact, Israel should be an example in this regard, as defense exports finance the country's defense research and development to a considerable degree. Supply chain is a word that became very popular during COVID as everyone realized its importance. A study by Deloitte pointed out that over 200 of the Fortune 500 firms have a presence in Wuhan, the ground zero of COVID-19. The lockdowns in Wuhan and later in Beijing and Shanghai entirely affected the supply of high-density electronic circuit boards, electronic displays, and precision castings. Though post-COVID there have been some attempts to shift manufacturing base, it bears consideration that China took 20 years of government-driven initiatives to build a local base capable of supplying electronic components, auto parts, chemicals, and drug ingredients. We also have been particularly affected by Russia-Ukraine conflict. Our reliance on Russia for military hardware and equipment upgrades is common knowledge. However, it also needs to be understood that when Russia is embroiled in a conflict, their OEMs would indubitably prioritize supply of military hardware to their own forces. Acquisition of weapons and sensors from foreign OEMs is a vicious cycle. The proprietary interfaces necessitate that if you import a missile, you also import its FCS, reference systems that provide its ship data, its test equipment, calibration setup for test equipment, and repair and support facilities for the FCS missile and all other supporting systems. Every time there is a need to upgrade the system to manage obsolescence or life extension, you per force approach the same OEM, making the service completely dependent on a foreign OEM. In addition, even in TOT, foreign OEMs do not share critical technologies and activities. For these, dependence continues despite local manufacturing. Technology is the basic foundation on which use cases are determined and weapons are developed. Denial of critical technologies is a convenient method used by advanced economies to stifle developing nations. Stuxnet was a small 500 KB computer worm which targeted Iranian nuclear centrifuges in a nuclear fuel refinement system. It proved for the first time that computer virus can target industrial automation systems. Unless the hardware and software are locally manufactured and developed, it is extremely difficult to ensure that computer malware has not been introduced into the system by inimical elements. Having understood the need, now let us get an overview of how the Navy approaches weapon indigenization and what has been accomplished so far. Considering its specialized nature and complexities involved in the weapon indigenization, weapon indigenization is the charter of DWE, unlike all other indigenization that are steered by DOI. At the command level, command weapon indigenization committees are there. They meet on a quarterly basis to review the indigenization projects. At IHQ level, inputs from the CWICs are collated into an annual weapon indigenization plan. Once promulgated, the release of funds and monitoring of projects is taken up under AWIP by the DWE. To accelerate indigenization, Indian Navy came up with the first indigenization plan called INIP in 2003, which enunciated its requirement of indigenous equipment for next 15 years. The INIP was revised in 2008 and then again in 2015. As brought out in INIP 2015, Indian Navy has embarked upon indigenization through two routes. First one is R&D through the DRDO, and second is transfer of technology with industry partners. Some of the major success stories as far as weapon systems are concerned are surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air missiles, MR guns, CR guns, torpedo tube launchers, rocket launchers, gun FCS, as has already been highlighted by the Vice Chief. In addition, these are the systems that have already been inducted. There are other several weapon systems that are at various stages of trial and induction. Despite the aforementioned successes, there are some impediments in weapon indigenization, which have prevented us from achieving greater self-reliance. The first is piecemeal indigenization. In the Navy, system-level indigenization is the responsibility of IHQ, while subsystem and module-level indigenization is command charter. Prudence dictates that indigenization be progressed in a phased manner, wherein critical modules or those with low MTBF are indigenized first. But in a weapon industry that thrives on use of proprietary interfaces and software and hardware locking of LRUs, any such endeavor is bound to meet the disapproval of the foreign OEMs. There have been some instances of these OEMs, when called in for technical assistance, attributing blame on indigenous LRUs for failure despite there being no connection. The second is the cost factor. There is a need to appreciate that there is a significant difference between the economics of what we presently produce and what we aspire to produce. Our aspiration is to join the big players producing high technology systems, but in the absence of sufficient design and technical skills, the cost of independently developing such high technology systems are higher by orders of magnitude due to high requirements for precision, miniaturization, and materials, expensive testing and development facilities, and export controls. The next factor is the production quantity. Considering the number that the Navy has, it is difficult and in some cases impossible to manufacture armaments in large enough numbers to benefit from economies of scale. Major platforms are acquired in dozens, but never in thousands. If the technology is being developed for the first time, development cost further spikes unit cost. As Mr. Dhruv Jaishankar termed in an article for Brookings, the defense sector is a monopsony. Since Indian defense is the only customer, this leads to further market distortions. Last factor that I would like to highlight today is procedural complexities. Commodore Anil Jaisingh had conveyed the sentiments of private sector when he wrote, "Defense manufacturing has been open to private sector 2 decades back, but it has been largely restricted to a network of DPSUs which work directly under the Ministry of Defence's DDP, creating a perception, and not without reason, of an us versus them syndrome, where the us, that is the defense PSUs, have always enjoyed a playing field that is heavily skewed in their favor. In addition to the perceived bias, there are problems of long-winded acquisition procedures, acceptance delays due to non-availability of platforms, and associated issues with timely payments. Government has taken several initiatives recently to promote indigenization. I will just rush through because they have been covered several times since morning. The indigenization lists, there are 3 indigenization lists, positive indigenization lists, which have been promulgated by the services. There are 2 indigenization lists which have been promulgated by the DPSUs. There is a Srijan portal which has been, which is there available in the open domain for real-time updates on the activities that are being done by the DPSUs. The changes to make procedure have been covered by the previous speaker. The Buy Global Manufacture in India new category Make 3 has been introduced. The incentives for the MSMEs have been covered, the IDEX scheme, and the DDP has approved 498.8 crores for the next 5 years. Reservation for MSMEs and small shipyards, that part has been covered. The other incentives to the industrial sector, as has been covered by the moderator also. The industrial licensing policy has been simplified. The FDI has been increased from 49% to 74%. Defense industrial corridors have been established at UP and in Tamil Nadu. Several initiatives have been taken by the government in the past few years. So having seen the distance traversed to date and the initiatives that have been taken by the government recently, I think that the way ahead towards self-reliance will require the industry as supplier and the Navy as customer to march ahead in sync. In the next few slides, I'll put forth our expectations from industry, and then I'll cover some of the way the services can catalyze the process at our end to remove the existing bottlenecks, enhance synergy, and make indigenization more rewarding. Starting with our expectations from the industry, first is the need to absorb technology. The Indian startups are technologically sound, but weapon indigenization, especially when it involves piecemeal indigenization, is extremely challenging. The technical documents in many cases are incomplete and may be a poor translation from the original language. The technology in many cases is obsolescent, and the only operational equipment may be on ships, which cannot be disassembled due to operational reasons. In such circumstances, the industry needs to have the capability to understand and replicate the underlying technology. The present times are a wonderful opportunity to form collaborative partnerships. The government's relentless push for Make in India and the stand of the services to restrict imports has convinced the foreign OEMs that the import restrictions are not temporary. So they are willing to collaborate and invest in India through the FDI route or as part of intergovernmental agreements. Indian industry should utilize the opportunity, as there is a lot of scope in local manufacturing of spares of these foreign origin equipment and in their obsolescent upgrade. The next point is the hiring of the people who understand defense services, especially service requirement. Commander Anand had brought out this point. It is pertinent to note that over 60,000 personnel retire from services every year. The number is likely to increase further in 4 years when the batch of recruits under the Agnipath scheme superannuate. This is a huge talent pool that can be gainfully utilized. Further, the companies that are in defense sector should remain updated and cognizant of defense requirements, which are regularly put out in the open domain. Also, there is a need for greater engagement through forums such as CII, SIDM, DEF Expo, and IDEX. Such engagements also provide us a perspective on innovative and disruptive technologies that are there in various domains. We had discussed earlier about the perception that the playing field is skewed in favor of DPSUs. Today, there is a growing realization that while standardization eases inventory management and skill acquisition processes, lack of competition gives rise to the monopolistic tendencies. There is a need for the private sector to get into core DPSU strength areas such as fire control, radars, launcher mechanisms, medium caliber guns, etc. to create competition. We understand that it is impossible to indigenize 100% of the subsystems and modules. However, the industry should judiciously validate supply chains while sourcing their requirements. There have been instances of delivery periods being unduly extended in light of the global chip shortage. Thus, it would be prudent for the industry to diversify supply chains, especially for critical components. Coming to Indian Navy and how we can accelerate the process of indigenization, Indian Navy has been planning in advance various technologies and equipment to be indigenized. These equipment and requirements are published in the form of IDEX challenges and the Indian Navy indigenization plan. IN should continue to crystal gaze futuristic requirements and disseminate the same in open domain so that the industry can prepare itself. Also, there have been instances in the past where industry has brought out that the QRs of these services are unrealistic. While there is an expectation that the product being designed and developed should be technologically advanced, it should also be ensured that the QRs enable healthy competition between the bidders. There is a need for greater engagement with product designers and developers, especially at the initial stage of the product development lifecycle. Indian Navy has created a Center for Indigenization and Self-Reliance at Coimbatore for industry outreach. A similar specialized center in respect of weapon indigenization for handholding during initial stages of development is the need of the hour. Weapon indigenization is a challenging process. Managing such projects requires thorough knowledge and understanding of acquisition procedures, financial regulations, underlying technology, all of which need time. Frequent transfer of service personnel to cater to career milestones affect the progress of these projects. We should, as far as possible, try to maintain personnel in such critical billets for longer durations. Since weapon indigenization is an extremely niche field, trials and testing require extensive involvement of the services. Even if a product is successfully developed, the only way it can be confirmed is by undertaking trials, which is possible only in reference systems available within naval yards or in operational systems on board ships. Thus, Navy needs to facilitate expeditious trials and testing of the products that have been developed. Indian Navy, as brought out so many times here, is the smallest service, and requirements, especially in terms of numbers, are not comparable to Army and Air Force. There is a need on part of HQIDS to create numbers by pooling requirements of the services as well as Coast Guard to make indigenization process financially viable for the industry. To conclude, India has accomplished major milestones in the field of platform indigenization. In recent years, some of the most advanced naval platforms that the world has ever seen have been built in India. However, weapon indigenization has not kept pace. Complete and comprehensive indigenization, including weapon indigenization, is sine qua non as it impinges on the strategic autonomy, economic stability, and national security. Needless to mention, Indian government and industry are seized of the matter, and reasonable progress has been achieved in recent years. Success stories notwithstanding, weapon indigenization poses several challenges, such as complex technology, inadequate documentation, and economies of scale. Incumbent government has taken certain important initiatives to accelerate the process of indigenization, which have been highlighted earlier. To take the initiative forward, it is imperative for the industry and the Indian Navy to synergize efforts and jointly realize the vision of self-reliance in the field of weapon indigenization. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Mishra. Our next speaker will be addressing us from on the online mode. He's Professor S.C. Mishra. He retired from IIT Kharagpur as a professor. He's a member of the technical committee of the IRS and is the founder president. Thank you, Captain Mishra. The Forum for River and Ocean Scientists and Technologies. Professor Mishra, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself, please? I think we can't hear you. He's a member of the technical committee of the IRS and is the founder president of the Forum for River and Ocean Sciences and Technologies. Professor Mishra, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Am I visible?
Can you unmute yourself, please? I think we can't hear you.
I have unmuted myself.
Okay, now we can hear you. Professor Mishra, we can hear you. And please go ahead.
Is it all right? Can I be heard?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Am I visible?
We can't hear you. Okay, now we can hear you. Professor Mishra, we can hear you.
Is it okay? Is it all right? Can I?
Adhar, who is with us, he has a unique distinction of having worked in the government and in the private sector as well as in Niti Aayog. So, floor is yours.
No. I hope this is working. No.
Maybe it's working now? Yeah, good. So this is one of the first technical challenges we always face and not unique to this occasion. Admiral Pasricha sir, Captain Dikshit, Dr. Mrs. Mani Shankar, good friends and colleagues. It's my very pleasant duty to be here with you to share some views on energizing India's shipbuilding industry. Quite a bit of this stuff has come in from the work we had done at Niti Aayog and subsequent discussions that we had on really energizing the shipbuilding industry through a focused Ministry of Shipping project. So I'm going to bring some of those ideas that came from there into a condensed presentation. There will be many questions, I know, but we'll try.
Recording in progress.
So I have to begin with the customary slide. Okay. As far as background shipbuilding is concerned, we have deliberated it at great length. The fact is, the shipyards are not doing too well. 5 are under NCLT deliberation at the moment, and there's a queue to join the NCLT further if you do not improve our stuff. But we are already building aircraft carriers, and we have a capacity to build 240,000 ton DWTs, but we import bulk carriers, LNG carriers, containers, car carriers. We don't make them. And we're losing about $1.5 billion annually due to ship repair opportunity and several thousand jobs, which has now come up after the IMO protocols have come through. So now we have the Maritime India Vision, which was promulgated, and just to recap, I've just taken one slide out of that document on the priority initiatives. Increase domestic shipbuilding by 2025, increase domestic ship repair by 2025, developing ship repair clusters by 2022, enhance...
Slide, you'll have to change this, it's not changing.
I have to change it? Okay.
The pointer perhaps?
No, I'll change it here.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are. So these were some great statements made in the MIV 2025, and the term that we used to use to describe these statements were called motherhood statements, which were just statements hanging in the air with no idea as to how we would get there. But apparently we have moved somewhere, but now the ground truth is what? The ground truth is that we are not in the top 25 shipping economies. We ranked 18th in terms of flag registration, ranked 19th in terms of ownership of the world fleet. We were the largest ship recycler till we introduced our MIV policies, and we are not in the top 20 shipbuilding nations. This is the ground truth. But looking at it positively, what it tells us is that we have got plenty of headspace to grow. China has grown somewhere, Korea has grown somewhere. They probably peaked out, but we have a lot of headspace to grow. And if we work on it together, we will get there. So let's look at the approaches to shipbuilding. We spoke about it in two places. I've taken two case studies, one of the Shipping Corporation of India and the other of the Navy. What happened to the Shipping Corporation of India? We converted the Shipping Corporation of India as a buyer's marine. This slide tells you that they ordered 50 ships on every shipyard in the world except Indian shipyards, one CSL and one HSL. So they missed out on indigenous capability, they didn't build any capacity, they didn't build any skills, and their loss of foreign exchange and Indian jobs. And the second part of the story is, not only did not build ships in India, the SCI does not undertake any repairs of their ships in India for a very important reason, because the crew gets foreign allowance when they are posted abroad. So there's a natural disincentive to do anything in India, particularly if you're going to be stuck in Cochin or being in Dubai, refitting a ship. I think the choice would be to be in Dubai and get your $450 a day there than be in India and not get it. So these are something that the Shipping Corporation of India's strategic outlook has been. On the other hand, the very proud naval officer, former officer, the Navy built to a strategy, and we are a builder's Navy. That was a buyer's marine, we are a builder's Navy. This slide tells you, we have heard lots of things on this, but basically it was a coming together of the buyer, the builder, the user, and the government in a very focused way, which created capability, which created capacity, which created skills. And this is what is showing the benefits of our strategy over the last few decades. So now looking at the merchant side, ultimately this whole thing depends on cargo. Now as far as coastal shipping is concerned, we are losing about we carry about $400 billion of cargo in 2021 prices by sea, but our merchant ship is 1.27%, that is mentioned. But coastal shipping only constitutes 6.4% of the share of the modal share of our transportation. And out of that, only 54% is carried by Indian ships. And if just a 5% modal shift of cargo from roads, rail to coastal shipping would save $283 million, apart from huge savings in energy and emissions, which is a very important parameter today as far as sustainability is concerned, as far as the government is concerned, and its commitments at the COP25. Of course, there's a lot of debate on the cabotage laws. I don't support it at all, but we need to do that because we don't have ships to carry our own cargo. There are other challenges as well, and we have discussed that at some length about first mile and last mile connectivities, and sometimes in between as well. So there are those little gaps, but we'll have to work together to overcome them. But this is the state of coastal shipping. When we look at EXIM shipping, at one time, Indian ships carried almost 46% of Indian cargo. Today we are down to 7.5%, and we pay about $58 billion to foreign ships to carry our cargo. I don't think this is a great idea. And of course, we are the 4th largest consumer of oil, with 4% of the world share, 5th largest exporter of petroleum products, and we have only 1.5% of total tankers. We are the 5th largest importer of petroleum gas and only have 0.3% of total gas carriers. We have 7.1% of limestone, 51.3% of granite stones, but we own only 1.5% of bulk carriers, 1.8% of iron ore, and 80% goes out from various destinations, but we don't build bulk carriers again. In addition, we also import 253 million tons of coal. In the last time that I spoke on this somewhere else, we had 565 shipments of coal coming into Vizag for RINL, of which only 36 cargoes came from Indian ships. The balance 500 cargoes came from foreign ships. So that is the kind of dependence that we are having on imports as well. Fertilizers is a very important constituent of our entire economy. We import 5 million tons of it. Increasingly, we are going to be importing ammonia. And we don't have ammonia gas carriers. They are specialized ships. We are not even building them as yet. So we need to sort of face these facts up front and see what solutions we can emerge. The strategic implications, of course, are very clear. We must move to multimodal transportation for the benefits of coastal shipping is well known. I'll show a slide on that subsequently. And we all need to have one integrated ecosystem. This has been discussed at length. I'm just re-emphasizing that point. Isolated and independent schemes are not optimal, and outsourcing cargo to foreign shipping compromises security of trade and access to commodities and markets. We are seeing this increasingly, particularly in the regime where there are sanctions and there are denial of trade. So in those times, you must have your own hull to bring your own cargo and access the markets that India has to access to, so that our economy grows. Of course, there are other aspects of risk, job losses, etc. And the more important requirement is we have to work together in the intermodal transportation mode to reduce our logistics costs from the exorbitantly high of 14% to 10% if we have to become competitive in our goods. There's, of course, the economic ramifications. These are some records. I think something has been spoken about. The investment multiplier is 11.2. The employment multiplier is 6.4. The turnover multiplier is 4.2. These are huge numbers to build up the economy, and it should show up in any discussion that we do. The potential has been pulled out by a KPMG report. You can see this on the slide. But we need to understand that there are strategic as well as economic ramifications for the growth of the shipbuilding industry in India. So how do we do this? First and foremost, the proposal is to have Atmanirbhar Vanijya. That means we must carry our own trade ourselves. That's the first model. And there's no point building ships if you are not assured of the cargo. So the first requirement is we must have a plan by which we can ensure long-term assured cargo. And that can also come about if we can get rid of cabotage in a planned way. So that's the first point, Atmanirbhar Vanijya. Secondly, we have spoken about credit. The second point is that we must have Swadeshi Punji. Nobody is going to give us cash. We need to find ways and means of creating those banking systems that will give us low-cost credit towards capacity building and sustainability of the shipping industry together with our shipyards. The various models have been shown on the slide. With these two together, we come to Atmanirbhar Port Nirman. And that will only come through if we can have stop the silo-based approach. You know, there's only one chap is now figuring out all the answers. That's not going to work. We need a 15-year shipbuilding plan. We need to have a demand aggregation. We must have standard designs. Vineet and me have been discussing standard designs for merchant ships, around 3 basic hull designs. We must leverage the existing expertise. We have a lot of expertise with many people. I think Vineet, you are going to leave in another year or so. At the age of 56, he is going to be available. Jadibhai, you can please tap him, because you won't get a better designer than him. At least the country should not lose these standards. I mean, these people who now retire at the age of 56, that's not fair. They should be absorbed into some system where their skills can be brought to bear. as designers. And not a pure economic viability model, but a strategic necessity. I've highlighted this specifically because about 5 years ago, the case for LNG carriers had come up. We remembered that. And at that time, the government, and including the Niti Aayog, had shut it down because it was not considered viable. So whether a pure economic approach to shipbuilding should be allowed or not is something that we should understand. And no country in the world has moved to achieve shipbuilding standards without government support. In India also it is required, and unless the government steps in to look at things from a not a pure balance sheet item, but as an off the balance sheet item in terms of the benefits that you can draw from these programs, Atmanirbhar Bharat 1 will not happen. So firstly, let's look at how do we get the cargo. We need 4 people. We need the guarantor, and at the moment we already have many of the ministries who use shipping companies to transport their own cargo. The Ministry of Coal, Ministry of Fertilizers, Ministry of Public Sector Enterprises, the Road Transport, Highways, Gas, hundreds of people, food grains. We need to get them together. The public sector enterprises, the Central Warehousing Corporation, the Food Corporation of India, many of them, they're all shipping cargoes, but they're all shipping these cargoes on foreign hulled ships. So I think we just need to get them together to do that. And then after that, we need to aggregate it. Let's understand what numbers look like. I'll put down on the next slide. Then you must have the shipper who must also be on board and who must have some assured business. That means he must have a minimum rate, minimum yearly offtake, a long-term contract, and an assured year-on-year growth, which is linked up to the growth of the national GDP. And finally, the builder has to have a good agreement with the agency who is the shipper on a long-term procurement and maintenance contract. This is one of the best documents I've seen in the Niti Aayog, which combines procurement and maintenance in one document, and the RFP was one figure, just one number. That was all that was required to sign off on one of India's best electric locomotives project. One number. It was a wonderful document. So something like that is what we need to look at to get that. So this is the slide which I told you, considering the emissions, the energy requirements, the cost aspects, to bring down logistics, etc. It's very clear to anybody that if you do coastal, you're doing good. But it is only port to port. This is where Gati Shakti will come in, where I can see first and last mile connectivity will be established. So we need to work together on this. While Gati Shakti is moving on particular line, we need to work together to see that the last mile and first mile connectivity is also in place. So this is how the business case looks like. I put down that if you are looking at 6% share and you go to 33% share, as shown in the red arrow, you are looking at saving about 1,000 billion rupees per year if you make this multimodal shift from 6% to 33% in coastal. And of course, don't forget, this will also save us a lot on emissions and energy, the two things that we have internationally committed to. So when we did this, we also did a requirement analysis for what the coastal cargo looks like up to 2035. We're taking very, 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 very conservative growth rates. For coal, we look at a growth of 2%. This year, it's much more than 2% already. Iron ore at 7.5%, bauxite, etc. So the actual, the potential cargo in 2035 becomes 1,441 million tons, and not counting POL and container MEU. Next part of the story was, how do we lug this round? And this is where we worked together, and we froze the plan around 3 hull forms, a 26,000 ton, a 50,000 ton, and a 100,000 ton, looking at roughly 11 months of operations, 4 voyages in a year, which gave you a number close to, where's the pointer here? The last number there, 1,353 ships at a cost of 160,000 crores over a 10-year period. This is what we need in actual terms and numbers to make our shipbuilding industry tick. So then how do we build this? What is the build plan? Firstly, we must have standardized design and specifications. I hope it is nothing like the ones that we have pulled out on the Inland Waterways Authority website, which I think that belongs to the Stone Age, the kind of designs that have been suggested there. The second part is, of course, I think many of my friends also spoke about, get the supply chain in place, beginning with the marine diesels. We don't make marine diesels in India, and we must have very high technology marine diesel engines. Whether they are marine diesels or green hydrogen driven is a matter of choice, but let's look at marine diesels for the time being. Then have strategic partnership for ship construction. This is what we have discussed today.
I'm not going to build it, then make the strategic supply chain. We'll have to understand that not everything can be built in India, and these are business discussions, so some of these things will have to be balanced on what we need to buy and what we need to make. And the most important part of building a sustainable supply chain is to move away from this batch production order. We can't say, you build 3 ships, then we'll see later on. You make 1 aircraft carrier, come back after 10, we'll make 1 more. That way the supply chain will never get made, including propellers. Warship propellers we can't order because nobody knows you want 2 or you want 20 or you want 1, no idea. So we must not forget that we have to move away from this batch production model of ordering few ships at one go to a pipeline production model. This is how the US had done it when they during World War II, and they spoke about the Liberty class. So there's some lessons we can learn from those systems, and this will build the supply chain in India, build the scale and size to support the ancillaries. So how do we, the second part of the problem is Swadeshi Punji, credit chahiye. So we have now proposed that we have a national bank for shipbuilding and shipping development, and the funding is very simple. We just do what the NHAI has done for road transport. They put a cess of $1 on petrol and some 50 paise on diesel. That has given them enough money to build all highways in India. That's one of the ways that we are getting it. All that we are here we are saying is that if you ship anything on FOB basis on any foreign hull ship, you pay me at 0.5% as my cess on that. And on $60 billion, 0.5% is a hell of a lot of money, and that money is going interest-free to this bank, and this bank should have no business to lend this money at anything more than 3 to 4%, covering about 1.5% for its operating costs and 2.5% as the overhead on that. That's a very reasonable margin for any bank to work on. Then we spoke about the staple debt. This is an idea that we took from the IMF, where every RFP that is issued to any shipyard comes with a staple debt, where there's a clear understanding that the debt will be at 2% or 1.5% or whatever the NABSSD does, and to about 85 to 90% of the project cost value, not in this complex methodology that we have now got for funding shipyards. Higher of this, lower of that, medium of that. If not anything else, some third party has to determine. No, it's a simple thing. You go ahead and do it. So this is what happens to the shipyard. So we give the debt to the shipyard who makes this thing, sells it to the ship owner, who now gets a staple debt transferred to it. And the ship owner starts getting its revenues through the assured cargoes that is guaranteed by the government agencies, whether it's Ministry of Steel, coal, fertilizer, this, that. So they become the cargo guarantor. The revenue stream starts coming in. I have now paid for it. You build the ship on credit. I have paid you for it. Now I'm going to pay you back through the capex route as shown on here. The same thing as spent out on more detail here, which is on how the OPEX is to be met from the same business of a long-term contract for carriage of assured cargo. So finally, of course, cabotage. At some stage, we must have a sunset clause on cabotage. We know we can't continue this whole thing endlessly. At some stage, we have to tell them where they get off, and we have to make sure that future cargo is only carried on Indian ships. And we tell this well in time. We can't tell them at 8 o'clock in the evening that at 12 baje ke baad there's no cabotage. That won't work. So we'll have to say now that we'll set a date, whatever date we decide. I put down 31 December 2026. Somebody might want to put 1st January 2027, that's a matter of detail. But the fact is that we need to announce to the whole world that, boss, this is it. Cabotage is stopped, relaxation from so-and-so date. So how do you do this? As I mentioned, we make the bank, National Bank for Shipbuilding and Shipping Development. So it works for both the shipbuilders and the shipping community for all this thing. And I've told you that you can have 2,500 crores of money every year. That will fund easily about 40 to 50,000 ton ships to be built in India. I don't think we can build it, but we can go for it. So how does this NABSSD looks like? It should have the mandate, should be very clear. There should be a control organization. There should be the professional management with a board of directors, key management. You get the right banking guys, the shipping guys as part of the management and the direction team. It should be located in Mumbai, and it should have branches wherever the shipbuilding community is. And how do you budget and finance it is given here. Right. So in this whole thing, we need to also review what has been said in the MIV 2030 and make some more ambitious targets. We must say that we want to do 33% modal share by 2035. Another motherhood statement. But at least in my motherhood statement, I have suggested some way to get close to that number. We may not get there, but let's set ourselves a tough target. As I've learned from my earlier CEO, Admiral Pasricha, unless you set tough targets, you're not likely to attain easy targets either. So let's start with some tough targets, so we'll get somewhere in between. We should be better on that. So this is how we are saying on global share of ownerships, Indian jobs, 21,000. These have been all calculated. We can get all these numbers if we follow the plan that I suggested. Then, so finally, what is the pedestal view? What should be our passage plan? First of all, we need more consultation with the industry stakeholders, who are the cargo aggregators, the guarantors, the shipbuilders, the shippers, the insurers, the charterers, and figure out how to do all this in terms of the legal work, the documentation. That is pretty tough. As far as winds and tides are concerned, we need to figure out what's against and what's for, and that is where a whole of nation approach becomes a strategic must. We need to do a lot of negotiations. These are not easy to do, and there'll be a lot of pushback from the industry, from the ministries. We want to retain our independence on where we want to buy our grain and sell it to, and finally it should be steeraged by some reasonable organization which has a multi-ministerial coordination sort of thing. And I had suggested Niti Aayog, but it can be an independent authority reporting to the Cabinet Secretariat. And as far as the sailing part is concerned, it should be propelled by the concerned ministry, where we actually spoke about that at least within the ministry, at least a senior civil services officer should be held responsible for developing the shipbuilding industry in India. So this is where I think I finished my presentation, and thank you very much for this present hearing. I've been very grateful to you for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commodore Samadhar. We have Professor. I'm going to, Commodore, if it's okay with you. I'm going to ask two questions, provocative questions perhaps, because you covered a whole gamut of things. One is the Indian ship owners. Foreign flag is different from foreign built, right? The Indian ship owners, it is said, do not have fire ability to have ships. Buying, selling. And the second is the smaller shipyards have been having this evidence that the orders for commercial ships are being forcibly given to the public sector, and the private sector shipyards, commercial ships are not getting a chance. This is a feedback from the private smaller shipyards.
Very interesting question. The first one, as far as ownership of Indian hull ships are concerned, by the review of Maritime Transport 2021, 38% of Indian ships are foreign ships, 20% are Indian flag, and 38% are flags. So we've beaten down this whole thing. There are issues about duty structures. One of the things that we managed to succeed was bring that the repair cost of the GST and GS from 18% to 5% by citing the aviation company. That's how we managed to do it. We said in the aviation world, we put down MRO for aviation at 5%, but ship repairs at 15%. So that is a challenge there. The second part of this is the question of in terms of ship owners trying to buy ships. Nobody is going to get any money unless he has visibility on the revenue stream. If we can give them the visibility on the revenue stream, and we tell them, look, this is a cargo that you carry every year of about 1.4 billion tons of cargo by 2025. All my calculators are ringing, and I'm not going to be sleeping at night trying to get a small percentage of 1.4 billion tons of cargo every year. That will put fire in the I hope. There's a lot of cargo to be carried, and that should also put a lot of fire in L&T and other private sector who can come. The second part you spoke about reluctance to build reluctance to give orders in India. I think there is again the same issue about a sort of loose supply chain. We are still not building our own engines. We are still not building many things here and there that we need for that ship to be built. Not to import all that here, make it here, and then, I'm now stuck now, I got a cat engine on board, now this damn thing belongs to somewhere.
Just wait a second.
There are complexities of the long-term aspect of ownership, the total cost of ownership. It's not just one-off purchase price involved. The total cost of ownership, unless we do these schemes in place, this total cost of ownership of people to allow for shipbuilding in India is somewhat wanting. And I think if you can correct that, you'll be all right. It's possible.
I would have liked to correct this, but I think we have Professor.
We just give it a try, ma'am. Can you now unmute your audio also?
I have unmuted.
A technical glitch. We're not sure whether we can get you on board. So our earnest request is that, if you can give us a paper, it will be published in the compendium. So we really regret this technical glitch. Shouldn't have happened.
I have unmuted myself.
Okay. Oh, we can hear you now.
Please start talking.
Yeah, please. The floor is yours, Professor Mishra. We'd like to hear you now.
You can ask him to share his presentation.
Let him talk first.
Yeah, can you start addressing, please?
Phone pe you can tell him start.
Professor Mishra, can you just use the phone to talk, because when you're talking on the phone, you're audible. Is it possible?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Just start your script, sir. Just start your script. And you can share your screen.
If you can share the screen,
Yeah,
please share the screen, but please talk on the phone.
I can be heard.
Yes, you are audible.
I can hear you clearly.
You are audible.
Okay. All right.
He's switching off the phone again. Now you won't hear it.
So please keep the phone on.
We can. He's okay. Getting up directly to the microphone.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Please continue. Yeah.
Sir, you are at the time lag with him. It's better on the phone.
Good evening, everybody. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Can I be heard?
Phone pe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, we can.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I'll first, with so much of trouble, I am so sorry that I couldn't come and all these things have happened. Anyway, I have been hearing so many luminaries talking about shipbuilding that I really feel humbled to be able to speak about something. Perhaps you all know I'm a teacher and I don't really have the practical shipbuilding experience. But all the same, I would dare to speak my views and let's see how it goes. I'll share my screen. What happened to it?
Yes. It's good. We are able to see the screen.
Yeah. I represent an organization which is called Forum for River and Ocean Scientists and Technologists. We are a group of professionals who have formed this forum, and we talk mainly about anything connected with waterways. That is both inland waterways, lakes and lagoons, and also coastal waterways and oceans. So I was requested to talk on Indian shipbuilding the way ahead, and I have prepared a few slides. Maybe they will be of interest. India has the morning, our keynote speaker mentioned, India has a maritime trading history since perhaps 5,000 years to 6,000 years. Mohenjo-daro was 2,500 to 3,000 years before Christ. Wooden ships were built and traded in high seas from Malabar coast, from Konkan coast, from Gujarat coast, from Coromandel coast, and from Kalinga coast to almost all over the world in the Asiatic region, that is to West Asia, East Africa, to Southeast Asia and Far East. Indian ships are known to have been trading with China since a long time. Wooden shipbuilding is a traditional art, and this skill has been passed down the line through generations. Particular note must be made. One important aspect I wanted to bring out in this, that the ports flourished on river mouths and banks, perished when the river changed its course or got silted. New ports formed, and shipbuilding and shipping continued without a break till the beginning of 20th century. In other words, people really didn't bother whether there is a port or not. They just made a port. Whenever the river changed its course, people just made a port, made a shipbuilding yard, made ships, built ships, and proceeded with trading in the Far Eastern and Southeastern and Southwestern countries. This is something which is unique and must be understood. There are no fixed ports. Steel shipbuilding started in the early 20th century, saw the advent of steel shipbuilding and ship repair in this country, particularly in Kolkata and then in Mumbai. Shipbuilding and repair industry grew as the demand increased due to increased trade between England and India. This got a further boost during the Second World War. During this period, welding replaced riveting in shipbuilding. Indian workers grew in skill levels to tackle changing scenarios in the shipbuilding technology. It must be noted with pride that after independence, these workers only were instrumental in building a robust shipbuilding industry which did not grow as expected. I say robust because the first ships that were built in this country was also a good ship. So right from the time of independence, shipbuilding quality has not deteriorated. But however, shipbuilding industry hasn't improved. This is very well known. CSL was established in 1972. This was a post-independent shipyard, and now it has built the newest aircraft. It's done very well. Mazandok Limited is 250 years old or so, and a major defense yard. GRAC, established in 1884. Taken over by government in 1960. CIWTC, Central Inland Water Transport Corporation, formerly Harrison Company, was taken over by GRAC. This was a shipyard next to the GRAC, but unfortunately it couldn't survive, it merged. HSL, established in 1941 by India Steam Navigation Company, taken over by government in 1952 and transferred to MOD in 2010. Primarily because its merchant shipbuilding history was not encouraging. Goa Shipyard, established by Portuguese in 1957, taken over by MOD in 1967. Other central and government shipyards, SDPE, now with CSL, Shalimar Works, still ordering. For shipbuilding to improve, we have heard a lot from the previous sector, so I don't know how much it is important to talk about, but however, I'll talk about this. In 1971, ship pricing policy was established by the government, and shipbuilding subsidy policy was applicable only to HSL and CSL, no other private shipyard nor government shipyard. In 2002, shipbuilding subsidy policy was applicable to all shipyards except defense yards. Contracts signed for ships till 14th August 2007 through global tendering were eligible for subsidy. 30% of the bid price was subsidy. Applicable to commercial vessels of length more than 80 meters. Budgetary provisions was made till 2013-14 and later extended till 2020-21. But one has to remember that the shipbuilding subsidy of this generation, 2002, stopped in 2007. So ships which are ordered and keels were laid after 2007 were not eligible for shipbuilding subsidy. Only those ships whose keel was laid prior to 2007 were eligible, and they got the subsidy till 2020-20. Stoppage of shipbuilding policy subsidy subsequently could have been a major cause for decline of collapse of many private shipyards in 2007-8. Today, shipbuilding financial assistance policy includes, it's valid for contracts signed between 1st April 2016 to 31st March 2026, valid for all commercial ships built in India of length more than 80 meters, subsidy of 20% of contractual price to be paid to the shipbuilder. The subsidy is to be reduced by 3% every 3 years. Ships built and delivered within 3 years of contract signing. Ships must be built and delivered within 3 years of contract signing. Shipyard capacity expansion is to be from its own resources. So there are 2 or 3 things that are important here. One, government a subsidy of 20% starting from 2016, and it is to be reduced by 3% every 3 years. That means over the 10-year period, there will be a 10% reduction in subsidy. That means it is expected that shipyard will improve its performance and it will have a better cost control. Shipyard capacity expansion is to be from its own resources. That means government is not going to fund anymore for infrastructure development in shipyards. To encourage shipbuilding in India, government has further issued Shipping Directive 2020. That cabotage things have been discussed earlier, so I'll drop that. If you look at ships on order, in this diagram, this pie chart, you will see that most of the orders are bulk carriers and tankers, and you have container ships, passenger ships, and general cargo ships. In this scenario, if you look at the Indian order book position for commercial ships, in July 2022 was 132,000 CGT, or roughly 0.2% of the total international order book position. This is the real situation. And this is talking about these common ships, tankers, bulk carriers, container ships, general cargo ships, and passenger ships. This lack of order book position was primarily because orders being booked by naval vessels, so there was no capacity of building more vessels. India could not compete with China, Japan, and Korea with regard to cost and delivery schedule. So there are 2 aspects. I mean, one is that shipyards had naval vessels order, and the other was that the cost and delivery periods were not competitive with others. But during this period of 50, 60, 70 years, India has built liquefied gas carriers, though a small one that runs in Cochin, liquefied ammonia gas carrier, small high-performance vehicle, again in Cochin, which are running in the Cochin metro, coastal research vessels, building across the seas in India and across the coast, tugs, fishing trawlers, and a number of passenger vessels flying between Indian mainland and Andaman, and also around Andaman Islands and Lakshadweep Islands. Now, if you leave out those ships of 5 types which I discussed in the last listing, you can see here that Korea has received orders of 49% of the total LNG-fired ships. LNG-fired ships. That means the main engine is fired by LNG. It's not LNG carrying ships. They could be LNG carrying ships, but along with LNG carrying ships which have LNG fired engines, other ships that are also fired by LNG engines. Korea has got 49% of the order. Korea has obtained order for 60% of the total eco-friendly ships. What is eco-friendly ship? Eco-friendly ship is one in which the diesel oil is mixed with other kinds of oil, reducing carbon emission, and also auxiliary propulsion devices such as wind power and solar power usage. Also, eco-friendly ships would include hydrogen power ships. So by July 2022, Korean shipyards have received a total order even larger than the Chinese order. In this scenario, India has built INS Vikrant, order placed in 2004 on Cochin Shipyard Limited, ships launched in 2013 and finally commissioned on 2022. This is our glory. We can build very sophisticated ships. That is not questioned anymore. That's why I brought out this slide. INS Vikrant means that Indian shipbuilder can build really sophisticated ships. Status of Indian shipbuilding. Why is Indian commercial shipbuilding in such a state? We have got our favored tradition, skill, capacity to quickly assimilate new skill, and apparently supportive government. But still, our cost control is poor and delivery time is large, so we get a very limited market share. These are the main two items. Cost is high and our delivery period is not within contractual. Contractual delivery period itself is high, plus we cannot deliver within the contractual delivery. We have a large and profitable defense shipbuilding industry. What have we learned from this? If we have today Cochin Shipyard, Mazagon Dock, and Garni Shipbuilders and Goa Shipyard show a profit in their financial statements. Therefore, I say that defense shipbuilding industry has been a profitable shipbuilding industry in our country today. I have put three major reasons for this. In-house and successful design establishment. We have heard about the naval design establishment so well today. So a good design establishment which supports ship construction is an essential item of our good shipbuilding. Value addition to the steel structure of a ship. If you look at any naval vessel's cost breakup, perhaps large amount will go to equipments. So when you have a large value addition, your profit automatically goes up. And then third item, which is very important, is a very alert owner. The owner partners the shipbuilder. What do you call this? The naval system is there now. You have an office in each shipyard where you partner with the shipbuilder to build a good ship. Very few ship owners, private ship owners would do this in the commercial shipbuilding practice. I think these three are the main reasons. Can we do something about this? Learn something from it. Design effort. I'll talk about design effort. There have been comments in this seminar that India does not have the design know-how. Until today, India is importing designs. That I'm objecting to, and I'm bringing before you facts that are necessary to know. A close interaction between designer and builder can reduce a lot of difficulties faced during construction. That is reduction of rework, better performance prediction, timely delivery, and better system engineering approach. Have designs purchased from abroad been flawless? Are designers available for consultation and advice during construction? Any foreign design, we learn today that we buy designs. If you buy a commercial design, is the designer available for discussion or for advice during the construction or delivery? I don't think they are available. NSDRC was a design house owned and established by the government in 1987, and it worked till 2009. Apart from many other design activities, it successfully designed a number of passenger vessels, small and big, for Andaman administration. And perhaps most of you will remember the successful completion of Kalighat vessel, which was left half done in the Hooghly dock. A number of research vessels for NIOT. NIOT has been a strong client of NSDRC, and NSDRC has helped it build up its research vessels successfully. In fact, research vessel team, I would say. Then there is the small crafts for tourism, sports, wood and FRP, steel, aluminium, high-speed vessels, mostly cater to national needs, would also be export-oriented. There are 2 or 3 things I want to bring to your notice. One is, can we build value-added ships? This item, which is, you see a conventional ship's equipment cost is about, purchased material cost including steel is about 60 to 65%, and 35 to 40% is all other costs. And whatever success you have in production, your profit margin would not be more than 10%. And this 10% goes down subject to international competition. When you build a value-added ship, this 65% goes up to 75%. So the remaining cost is 25%. Therefore, your profit margin, even if it is 10%, you are getting a 10% profit over 75% of the material cost also. And that is a good increase in your profit level. Then there is a large demand for inland cargo and passenger vessels of steel, mostly limited to national competition. Now, why is it that when government decides to do something, it can really do very well, like building defense ships? But why cannot the government decide to build inland cargo vessels and passenger vessels to move in our rivers? It can be only talked about, but what is the incentive the government gives for building Indian cargo vessels? Small crafts, of course, there are a lot of small craft builders. Then ship production, if you look at ship production, some salient features of ship production, I am sure all of the audience will be knowing about this. Ships are custom built. Today, marine platforms are of varied types. Marine platforms are technology intensive, different skill sets. Work environment is harsh. Shipbuilding comes under the category of heavy industries having strategic importance. Such construction is a combination of construction and assembly. Quality check is required at all stages of construction. And the most important item of ship production is system integration. How good is your system integration? What does Indian shipbuilding suffer from? I have listed some names, some items, but I am sure that today we have talked so much about subfronts of Indian shipbuilding, particularly naval ships. Okay, delay due to supply items. Decision-making process for equipment is slow. Follow-up with vendor and subcontractor is slow. That shipbuilder generally doesn't follow up with the vendor and subcontractor on a regular basis. Only when the item is about to come, he rings up, is my item ready, can it be shipped? Rework required for maintaining quality. Normally all departments are notionally walled without communication with each other. This is a typical scenario of Indian shipyards where all departments remain within themselves. You ask a young man with about 10 years experience in shipyard working in a particular office, particular shop, he will tell you everything about that shop, but if you ask him what is happening in the next shop, he will say, I don't know. So what happens is system integration becomes difficult because people don't realize what their working effort will be on the next shop and things like that. Similar thing happens, lack of communication between external stakeholders during the shipbuilding process, that is the builder departments, ship owner, class, vendors, and government bodies. Because of this, system integration is poor. Technically, and also there is no integration with production, no financial integration with production, no cost control, no cash flow control. This is the sad state of Indian shipbuilding today. What can be done? Hello? Yeah. If a yard wants to build value-added ships, an essential requirement is sound knowledge base, which should be continuously upgraded with new technologies. Now this, I don't think shipbuilder himself will understand very well, but I feel that if you want to really build value-added ships, if you want to build LNG ships, LNG-fired ships, the knowledge, at least the theoretical knowledge of LNG-fired ships must be available in the shipyard. It's not enough saying that you have an LNG cylinder and you feed it to the engine and it will fire and go. No, it should be more than that. It should be details. As one would know, God lies in details. So can shipyard make provisions for reading technical material? I have gone to many shipyards. When I ask somebody, do you find time to read the technical literature? He says, no sir, we're working till about 8 p.m. every day, including a Saturday and sometimes also on Sunday. So where is the time? Now, unfortunately, I feel that shipyards must make an effort towards getting technical material and asking their officers and staff to read and upgrade their knowledge. It can also organize short-term courses, and this should be applicable to officers and traders. Advanced skill training. When a young man goes into a shipyard, he is sent from department to department on a monthly basis for a year, and that is how he learns about shipbuilding, but he learns nothing. You ask any youngster with a 1-year experience in shipyard, he will say, yeah, I am posted in this shop and I am working there. That's all, I am learning this work. But if you have a shipbuilding simulation software, then he could learn shipbuilding on his own. There is no such software in existence. Normally, like the engine simulator trains the marine engineer to work on an engine, if a shipbuilder can be trained on a shipbuilding software, simulation software, he can do a better shipbuilding activity in his own yard. In fact, he can learn much quicker than what he would learn in a long period of time. Communication system improvement. This is something I was shocked to hear the other day, that the small vendors, people who make these blocks, steel blocks, and also ancillary, I hope it will apply to MSMEs and ancillaries, that the communication with the builder is very poor and the cash flow is a major problem. If we are talking of small vendors, MSMEs, and entrepreneurs, then one must remember they have a cash flow problem. It is not they're rich in cash and they will deliver the goods and then they will get the money. Also, they don't have time for training. So it is, can the builder take the vendors as partners? Can the builder communicate with the builder in a manner that he can train them and he can understand his cash flow problems and he can side with him in solving his problem and getting the product back from him? I think this is an essential item which is really lacking in our country, that communication between small vendors and builder. There is no boss and servant here. All are partners. You cannot say this is bad, take it back. That kind of attitude doesn't work. So, I think communication is a very important tool. In an age when human-to-human contact is required to be reduced on the shop floor because of COVID, of course, I've written this sentence in the aftermath of COVID. It is essential that an advanced computer system for in an age when human-to-human contact is required to be reduced in the shop floor, it is essential that an advanced computer system for supplying not only the technical details but also the work in progress on a real-time basis, digitization and digitalization including IoT, cloud computing, AI and machine learning, edge computing and cyber security, etc., must be applied. Okay, we have been hearing today that there is a lot of digitization and a lot of work being done in the naval ship design, this thing. But what about digitalization? How much of communication between different organizations on the same digital model is done? Can the vendor and the builder and the owner, builder and the government body, can all these be under a digitalized system of digital information, including perhaps the advanced stage would be AI and machine learning. So my suggestion is that digitalization must be done. That is, everybody must be networked together so that any information that is generated in one place should be automatically transmitted to the other required places. Of course, one must remember cyber security is very important. But this is not something which is insurmountable. System integration, we have talked about it. A ship as a whole unit has to be built in concurrent manner and not on a sequential basis. Digitalization helps. Procurement, order placing, procurement, and installation. Decision-making process would greatly be enhanced if we could have a digital twin of shipbuilding process, helping to do PLM, product life cycle management, from the concept stage till delivery and perhaps beyond. So, finally we come to the theme of this session, can government policy help? As far as I understood, till now government has only talked of financial subsidy. This is necessary, but not adequate. Could there be different incentive schemes for value-added ships and inland water vessels, apart from those that is given for general ships like bulk carriers, tankers, cargo ships, and container vessels? Can value-added ships be incentivized so that shipyards are encouraged to build value-added ships? Apart from naval vessels, I'm not talking of naval vessels, I'm talking of commercial vessels which are value-added in nature, like those where I have already mentioned. And if we are really interested in inland water transport, we should give some incentive to inland water vessels which may be less than 80 meters, but built by smaller yards. That is very important, I think. Could there be some encouragement to ancillary industries and MSMEs? This has been talked a great deal, and I'm sure that nothing is required to be explained in this. Could the government support major multi-institutional development projects such as shipbuilding simulation, digital twin for shipbuilding, and encourage innovation? We have heard that the Navy has its establishments for supporting defense equipment innovation. Navy also has a major DRDO establishment which does innovational work and designs, helps in indigenous work. Is there anything in commercial shipbuilding for this? I don't think so. NSDRC was there in some extent, but now it is closed. It is not there, simply nothing is there. People have talked about R&D being very little in this country. Design effort being very little in this country. Why? Is the knowledge base inadequate? If this knowledge base was inadequate, is the same set of people how people are building naval vessels? No, sir. It is not the knowledge base. It's the effort, it's the desire. When Europeans, Americans, Chinese and Koreans can have national-based R&D projects with multi-institutional involvement, classification societies, research institutions, educational institutions, etc. Why can't we have? Can anybody name a project which is multi-institutional for shipbuilding? It's not there. I am suggesting two projects here: shipbuilding simulation and digital twin for shipbuilding, which should be supported by government in a major way and supply it to shipyards once it is through. I also want the government policy to support innovation in commercial shipbuilding. We don't have a DRDO, maybe we don't have an organization, but some organization can be entrusted to encourage innovation with some amount of cash input. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor A special thank you for the patience shown while we sorted out the technical challenges. I think this only reminds me of that story we read in school, no? Robert and the spider, right? Try, and Robert Bruce and the spider. Try, and we'll succeed. I think we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. So as suggested in the previous sessions, I would request anybody who has questions to raise their hand, to give their name so that it's recorded, and to debrief their Yes. Can we give him a mic, please?
Very much for those very interesting presentations. My question is to Commodore Samagar. We discussed this earlier as well. You presented a very, very comprehensive picture of where we are now and where we should be. But given where we are now, everything is in single-digit percentages. What is the sort of time frame you're looking at to achieve what sort of achievable objective where, at least if not, which is not ideal, but could be acceptable? And this I'm asking in relation to something, we quoted the Maritime Vision now, 2030. We used to have a Maritime Agenda, 2010 to 2020. Part of that got subsumed into Sagarmala in 2015. But at the end of 2020, what had been achieved was far, far short of what had been desired in the agenda in 2010. So what gives rise to optimism now that by 2030 Maritime Vision or Sagarmala 2035, we will be where we want to be? And from that comes my third question. Most of the things we expect will be done by the very people who have not been able to do it for 75 years. So what will bring about that transformation? So my questions.
Thank you. We've been discussing this for some time, but ultimately the point is, everything has a tipping point. So in our case, we are at a stage in our country's history where we are at a tipping point where we have only one direction to go, and that is up. So until now we were ambivalent, we get 4% GDP, 4%, 5% is that. But today we have a direction, and we have already, some of the building blocks are in place, and more of these building blocks will be done. There's also some institutional changes that have happened in government which will probably facilitate many of these things that will be done. But finally, as I said, in this whole thing, if I put a number 2035, like MV 2030, we ye kar denge, wo kar denge, and we are still where we are, or maybe one step behind what we were there in the MIV itself. The point is that what I have tried to bring out here is that no one ministry can do this. Shipbuilding is a government thing, which is a whole of nation effort. And to that extent, we need to sort of put those building blocks that I suggested here, of those three major things. You must have cargo, you must have credit, and you must do away with cabotage. These three things are the first principles. And the second principle, as I mentioned, is Atmanirbhar Vantage, Swadeshi Punji. That plus this will give you Atmanirbhar Nirman. That is the formula. Now, to get the cabotage out of the way, to get the credit structure is pretty simple. I have mentioned to you, and these numbers are verified. We are spending $60 billion paying foreign companies to carry our cargo. You put a 0.5% cess on them, so we got the money, which is free to the bank, and it should be able to give that money to ship owners and shipyards, as I showed you in this model, to order in India. So at least you're taking care of the credit. Last part is the cargo. Now the cargo exists in this country. We have made a projection of almost 1.5 billion tons of cargo to be moved the objective of 33% by coastal route is taken up, okay, we won't take 1.5 billion. Let's take 1 billion. That's a 5-fold increase from today, and that itself will give you a mix of tonnages that you need to work on. And all these things will also work because it will create the scale and size to set up those ancillaries that we are talking about, of making propellers in India, of making the main engines in India, or whatever else that comes up in mind. I don't know, even window wipers or something. But all these things are only possible for industry to participate in if there is visibility on revenues, if there is scale and size. So that's my sense of optimism. And if you have to go to the 4th largest economy and the 2nd largest economy by 2047, we have to get there on something, no? And that something is probably ships.
Anybody else?
Mike.
Really grasp that the fund out, what is the how the funding will go to happen for
This is a concept that we had borrowed from some projects which are, I think, at the IMF or World Bank. What happens there is that in the RFP itself, we give you a debt agreement. So that means, for example, there's a ship building contract for estimated value of 500 crores or 200 crores or something. Then the stapled debt agreement is attached to your RFP itself, so that you as the shipbuilder know that you're going to get financed at whatever 3% or 4% or whatever, and how much would it cost. So the government gives you the debt together with the order.
Basically, assured financing is there.
Assured financing is there, and that is for the shipyard. Now for the shipper, the ship owner, we give the same thing to him. That here's the stapled debt. This is your cargo. So from your OPEX, you service the debt, and as far as the shipyard is concerned, the shipyard services is debt from the revenues it earns from the ship owners. So this is the concept. So everybody is clear that this project, my debt is going to be at 5% or 4% or whatever X%. And how will it be furnished and how will it be serviced?
Is it still at formulation stage or still implemented?
But no, many countries in the world do this. India, we haven't done this. Maybe in some highways projects or something we've got that. I can't remember offhand, but some of these projects we've done stapled debt.
But it is just a proposal stage or it will be considered?
It's a conceptual stage. No, certainly not with the Ministry of Shipbuilding and Shipping. This project has, the proposal went to Shipbuilding, Ministry of Shipping in 2020. So they also asked me the same question, kya hota hai stapled debt, ye wo. So we explained that, but I don't think we have issued an RFP with stapled debt to it together. Because we need to have the right banking institution to support it.
Just one small observation. I visited Korea and Hyundai shipyard in 2015, and just to put a statistics, they had 11 dry docks at that point of time, and they are delivering 121 ships per year. So that's the kind of thing. And as we all know that the shipyard was started in 1972, if I'm not wrong. It's kept running 50 years. Our shipyards are far older. So kind of the presentation that they gave it to us, it was clearly highlighted that it is not possible without the government policies and support structure which is existing. Now we are in the think tank, we are discussing all these issues here. The powers that be from the government sector, are they here? Or in some manner do we have mechanism to pass on this our findings to them so that as a nation, I must compliment Commander Samadha for excellent presentation. So can we really pass on these kind of ideas to them? What is the framework that, as IMF do we plan to have in future? Thank you.
Battery operated ship will be free of emission. Then for smaller ranges at the port and coast they can be operated.
Excuse me, sir.
For Coast Guard petrol vessels, for Navy petrol vessels, and for ASW ships. That is the future to go because you have to reduce emission.
See, as part of the other work that I do, I also belong to the sustainability business on recycling. I have a big issue with electric propulsion because, whilst we might have the immediate benefit of electric propulsion locally, for an economy which is primarily deriving its power from coal-based power plants, you are actually displacing the source of pollution, and ultimately your total emissions are on the rise, because you have to build those batteries, and those charging those batteries require you to take power, and that's coming from coal-based power plants. So certainly, as far as alternative energy sources for powering these ships are concerned, we are already working on a project on green hydrogen that is going to come in from renewable energy sources using a mix of fuel cells, electrolysis, and VPSA plants. That will give you a combination of hydrogen, oxygen, and ammonia. Now, ammonia is a far more stable fuel. So in the future, we'll see potentially engines that will be running on hydrogen as the green fuel. But I am not a great supporter of electric batteries.
I think I'm going to add to that and give a different view. Yes, it is a fact that anything from, run on electricity derives its energy from fossil fuels. But the issue is one of point source of pollution versus dispersed source of pollution. And a point source of pollution can be better controlled than a dispersed source of pollution. And just for information, there is a commercial passenger ship of 26 passengers, which is being operated commercially in the backwaters of Kerala. It was built by a company run by the government of Kerala, and its operational cost is just 35 paisa per nautical mile. So there are initiatives, and there are initiatives to, I think it's very useful for example, ecotourism. If you're going to that mud volcano in Andamans, you're having a boat ride on Paikara Lake or on the Lake Chilka Lake. I think one should start there, but I'm very clear that yes, the amount of fossil fuel used is the same, but it's the source of pollution which is manageable in one case and not so manageable in the other. Yes.
So my question again is to Commodore Samadhan. So thank you for that presentation and interesting analysis. You mentioned that India ranks 18th in registry and that we pay $58 billion to foreign ships for carrying Indian cargo. Now, whether ship owners will register their ships in India or not, it's about how attractive Indian registry is. As you mentioned, 38% of those ship owners are Indian ship owners carry but foreign flags. So at the first of, why is it a concern? And how building 1,400 ships, as you mentioned, the plan will address this concern, if at all it is a concern?
See, at the very outset, $60 billion is not a small amount of money, And
but it's going to be Indian owners. Many of them are Indian owners.
No. The $60 billion that we pay are to foreign companies carrying Indian cargo.
And those companies owned by Indians?
No.
38%?
Foreign companies. Only about in middle of 80s, EXIM cargo, we call it as EXIM cargo, used to be about 46% carried on Indian owned and Indian flagships. Today, we are at about 6.5%. That means the 94% odd of Indian cargo is carried on foreign hulled ships, for which the number is $58 billion a year is what we pay for shipping charges. Why should we pay that?
But that is about making Indian registry attractive so that the ships get registered in India. It is not about building ships. Because even if you build ships, they will get registered in foreign countries.
They can be registered. Here, just to give you an example, I think you've got a very valid point. In the example that I quoted for that long-term procurement and maintenance contract by the Ministry of Railways, which they did for a railway engine program, it was a very simple thing. They said, we want, I'm just saying, 100 locomotives a year. You produce 150, you export 50. So here also we are saying, if you want to do 1,500 ships or 1,440 ships as we have calculated on a particular hull size, it can differ. You can change your 50,000 to whatever, 60,000 and 60,000 to something else. Those numbers have been derived by working with the D&D, with my friend here, as to what would be the powering requirement and how the modular propulsion packages would fit the marine engine specifications, so that you don't have to have a wide diversity of marine engines to be powering all these things. But to come back to you, $60 billion is what I would like to pay Indian shippers to, rather than paying to Maersk and whatever else are there in the world. That's the point. So that money should be saved. That's a foreign exchange.
Okay, I think this discussion can continue, but we have to bring it to a close at some point. It's been a very long session, so I'm going to, for the sake of recording, just recap on the 5 presentations. We had Commodore Tiwari, who had a case study, who presented a case study of Korea and China, and focused on the need for financial reforms, development of science and technology, and manufacturing, and having dedicated shipbuilding institutions. And Commander Sirajuddin focused on the vendor base, the need to develop a very robust and reliable vendor base, whereas Captain Mishra highlighted the need for integrated indigenization, reduce the procedural complexities, promote collaboration, and create a competitive edge among the shipyards. Professor Mishra highlighted the need to focus on value-added ships and inland vessels, once again systems integration, but advanced skill which includes training in digital twin and shipbuilding simulation software. And Commodore Samadar, of course, it was filled with so much information that I think we need an evening to look at it. But some things that I could take was implication of outsourcing cargo to foreign shipping on not just the offshore forex, but also on security matters, and need for standard designs, importance of assured cargo, no shipbuilding. That's the equation that I have. So I would like to thank each one of the panelists for their commitment and serious, intensive presentation. I think we all agree that shipbuilding has to be promoted in India, and we are discussing how to go about it. These capabilities do not develop overnight. And I can assure you that even policy reforms are not a magic wand. Having been in government for 35 years, there's policy reforms, and there is policy implementation. There is no dearth of ideas, as we can see from the startups. We are I think the 4th largest startups, and it's not just ordinary startups, we are having unicorn startups, so there's no dearth of ideas, but how do we actually nurture, mentor, and support these projects to fruition? And before I close, I'd like to just share 4 points that can, just thoughts, which come from many of the presentations so far. One is we talk about clusters. We have to be very clear. It would be very advisable to be clear on what we call clusters, because clusters is a generic term which is thrown around. And if we are looking at maritime clusters only for manufacturing, or are we looking at maritime clusters on the Norway mode, which is basically research, training, education, as well as manufacturing. And incidentally, we have a maritime cluster that, as DG Shipping, we had kick-started and catalyzed in Goa, and it's called the Konkan Maritime Cluster. Now, if we need the industry and the Navy and everybody to support them, because without support, they cannot grow. It will just go flat. Any cluster needs to be supported. Otherwise, it will just remain a group of industries which will go to rot after a few years. The second one is partnerships and collaborations. I think every single speaker spoke about collaboration. This is the era of collaboration. What is the kind of partnerships we need? And one of the proposals I had made, to the Vice Admiral was, Navy is talking about economies of scale. They're talking about in-house design capabilities. We can't have capabilities just within the Navy. These kind of clusters and capabilities are built on a India basis. It has to be both Navy as well as private sector. So can we start with a tangible, doable partnership between the Navy and the IMU campus at Visakhapatnam, which offers courses in naval architecture and ocean technology. This was the design center previously. Maybe we can even revive the design center by certain collaborations. Now, yes, we have in-house design capabilities, but I must share one example of one feedback that I got from a private company. They said they hired the best naval architect. The person was extremely good, asked to do a piece of work. The work was done perfectly well, superb, but that company needed to modify the design a little bit. And when the professional was asked to modify it, it was a disaster because they had the professional forgot to, ensure that the entrance to the door, they had to shift the door this way, and there is nobody, you had to actually crawl through the door. So the outcome of this is we have graduates, we have postgraduates who are very good. It's very classroom oriented and it is very exam oriented. By this participation and interaction, perhaps they can be opened up to more application of mind and what does the industry want, actually understand what the industry wants. Incidentally, we also have an incubation center which is started in the IMU campus of Chennai. So that could be one thing where you slowly start developing S&T and R&D. A third one that I thought is the shipbuilding financial assistance. Now we are talking about vendors. When we talk about MSME, we are talking only about vendors. That's one part of it. But there are MSMEs who have shipyards. I mean, in fact, I visited a shipyard in Goa, which is in 4 acres, and he was building aluminum ships for the sheikhs of UAE. And they are telling that this financial assistance scheme is not beneficial to them for some reason. The profit margin is very low and the process is very slow. Perhaps a study group of IMF can actually take this up and see, because it will be a third-party assessment, it won't be internal, to see what is making it so adverse that they are not picking up this subsidy. The money is not sufficient, that's one thing, but the amount that is given by the government of India is not getting picked up by MSMEs. And the bigger ones don't need this money actually, or they may not need it right now. That's number 3. And number 4, and my last point is, can there be a conclave of Navy and maritime entrepreneurs? Because we talk about vendor development, a robust vendor development, which could be supplier of spare parts, supplier of ordinary category C, category C star, but it could also be entrepreneurs in different areas. There are maritime professionals who've turned entrepreneurs. One of them is actually Captain Nikunj Parashar, who's working for the Navy. I mean, in the sense, he's got projects. I think these are drone projects for the Navy. So there are people coming up, but they need hand-holding, they need some confidence building, and perhaps bringing them together on a conclave will be one extension of, an outcome of this seminar or conference itself. So with these thoughts, thank you for the patience for listening to me, and thank you for having given me an opportunity to moderate this. And once again, I thank everybody for their patience and the speakers, especially for their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for being the moderator, and also to all the panelists for their very interesting and educative presentations. And once again, my sincere apologies for all the technical glitches which we faced in getting Professor Mishra online. I'm only happy that we finally did manage to get him just when it appeared that we may have to only get his paper. As I say, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. But also, my father used to always keep telling me that whenever something goes wrong, chalk it down to experience and make sure that it doesn't again happen to you. So I think that is a lesson for IMF to keep in mind for next time. Before we adjourn for tea, may I request the President IMF to present the mementos to the moderator as well as the speakers. May I request Commodore Samadar. Commodore Commodore Vineet Mishra. Vineet Tiwari and Prashant Singh, Commander Prashant Singh. Captain Mainak Mishra. And Commander Sirajuddin. And we'll be couriering the memento for Professor Mishra to his residence. So with that, we'll adjourn for tea, and we'll have a very short tea break of 15 minutes. May I request you to reassemble by 1630. Thank you. Third session, which is on the topic Way Ahead to Enhance Capability, Capacity and Competitiveness of Indian Shipyards. The moderator for this session is Shri J.D. Patil, Whole-Time Director, Defence and Smart Technologies, and a member of the L&T Board, L&T Defence. May I invite him to the moderator table, please. Shri J.D. Patil is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai, with an MTech in Mechanical Engineering in 1978. He has a more than 4-decade-long career in L&T and has been instrumental in growing the nascent technology and product development group of L&T's corporate research and development, with a focus on top-end interdisciplinary product development.
Cut it down.
Since I have been told to cut it down, I'll just say that I could go on and on and on and on about him. But all his accomplishments are there in the biodata. So I will just request the other speakers to also come up onto the table. There is Commander Nathan of L&T also, Shri Jatesh Chandra of CSL, and Shri Biju George of MDL. With that, I'll hand over the mic to Shri Patil.
I think I said we are at the end of the day, and as usual, the builders come the last. Whatever be the delay in the placement of a contract, we must deliver on time. So that's essentially where, without spending any more time at the beginning, I'll take a couple of minutes to sum up. But I must say, very, I would say, good people on the panel. I know at least these two. Biju I know for quite some time. Of course, Nathan works with me for nearly about 22 years now. People who are established in the industry, done a lot in their careers. Read little more about Jitesh. A man who genuinely stayed for a long years outside the country, so it would be something very interesting to hear his views in terms of what he's actually accomplished and outside, trying to bring a lot of those ideas right into the coaching shipyard. So with that, the first speaker for the session is Commander Nathan.
Good evening, everybody. As you are nearing the end of the day, I'll make it light with more pictures and less words. We'll be covering two major aspects of modern shipbuilding: modular construction and digital techniques. If you look at it simplistically from a business point of view, we are worried about three aspects. Cost should be within the cost. There should be good quality and delivery within the time. There are two major aspects which enable us, in our experience. One is modular construction and digital techniques. If you look at the modular construction, what happens in this is, as against the normal construction where you make the whole hull as a single piece and then start putting all the equipment, system runs, integrate everything. Here what we do is, the ship is divided into modules, as you can see here at the bottom, and these are the modules, various modules, and you start outfitting these modules as they stand alone. So the access is very high, and you can do simultaneous construction of all the modules at the same time. Once you have done maximum pre-outfitting and start assembling the mega blocks together, and then finally you do the ship assembly. This is in simple the modular construction. It starts right from the design stage. when you are designing itself, you should be careful that you are going to do a modular construction. So accordingly ensure that there are not much of cross runs across the blocks, and see that everything is as much as possible self-contained, so that when you have integrated, your work reduces. The size of the blocks is usually decided by the shop size and the craneage what is available in the shipyard. Go for the maximum possible. We usually do up to 400 tons at least as single modules. We must maximize pre-outfitting at the module level. That is the only reason for successful completion of modular construction well within that time. So very good access is there, and good quality outfitting can be done. That we should make full use of it. And obviously minimize the outfitting post-launch. Just do the least possible required. So modular construction enables ease of access for outfitting, simultaneous work on all the fronts, and improves the quality and cuts down significantly the cycle time for construction. Now let's move to the digital techniques what we usually employ. If you see, there has been a tremendous growth in various IT technologies, be it big data, analytics, Internet of Things, cloud computing, cyber security, robots, digital twin, additive manufacturing, and so on. As a whole, a number of techniques and tools have been developed which have been applied for industry for enhancing productivity, which is called Industry 4. And when applied to shipbuilding, it's called Shipbuilding 4. In Shipbuilding 4, what we do is, you run a single digital core and try to integrate all functions related to the shipbuilding, be it right from design, production, planning, supply chain, quality, F&A, HR, be it any department, that all are integrated and integrated together. So there has to be a digital strategy which is applicable to the organization for doing this, and also ensure that while you are integrating vertically all the functions, you also horizontally integrate the customers and the vendors. I'll just give one example of this digitization and digitalization, what Professor Mishra also was talking about. Let's take the case of welders. So when the welding is taking place, capture all the data, be it welder, his qualification, his rate of welding, number of defects, weld consumables, environment, so on and so forth. And then get into analysis. You should look at what is the welder efficiency, welding defect analysis across the projects. Is the same type of happening, emerging failure patterns, what it is, institute remedial measures, and take learnings to other projects, and a number of other analysis can be done. So the basic mantra is digitize, digitalize, keep on capturing data as much as possible. As we said earlier, there should be a single data core, digital core. In our case, we have taken ERP as a digital core, and the design, we have been doing digital design, digital twin, all these things for the past 22 years. L&T is quite experienced in this. So the digital design is carried out, 3D modeling, production drawings are generated from the 3D modeling, BOM, specs, statement of technical requirements, everything gets generated from that, and then that is passed on through, in our case, through PDM or PLM as applicable to the ERP. This single digital core gets connected to all the functions, supply chain, project management, production, quality, and EHS. And then in turn, the same data gets used in their respective functions. So you see how the whole thing is integrated right from design up to delivery. That is the advantage of shipbuilding 4 techniques. Just few examples I'll keep giving. Usually what happens is the early start doesn't work well. You need to ensure that there is a full kitting when you start a job so that you can quickly finish it. So if you see here, when the design issues of production activities, what is required to be done, the activity codes, planning also gets involved and gives the activity codes. Then when it goes to that, automatically few checks are carried out. Is the drawing available? Is the material available? Is the predecessor activity completed? Then only release work authorization. Then it goes to production, and then automatically it goes to quality for carrying out quality checks. So these systems are inbuilt into the process so that every day you don't have to keep on inserting or manually seeing it. Quality assurance, when it comes, further drilling it down, what we do is, when you have issued the work authorization, the related quality control protocols are also automatically released. There is no need for separate things. So that also gets released, the relevant instructions to them get released, and then when they offer for this production offers for quality, the quality comments both internally as well as from the third party, it could be class, everything gets integrated, and then the reverse management is carried out, further studied, analyzed, and then you carry out, what is severe, most severe or less severe, what kind of remarks and what kind of remedial action should be taken. So all we are saying is end-to-end start digitalizing and integrating it. Once you have collected for example, the hull defects, then start analyzing it in various formats. It could be cost-wise defects, is it a lack of fusion, is it a slag inclusion, what is it, or any other cause, year-wise defects, project-wise defects, is it happening in a particular project, is it happening in a particular scenario, is it a specific type of a defect. You can analyze in a number of manner. I am only giving examples here. The progress monitoring is very, very important. Just one example, let's say take the case of piping. You start compiling the data on how many spools you completed erection, how many spools you completed flushing, how many you pressure tested, how many small bore pressures pressure tested. All this collected, and then with the weighted number, you try to examine how much is the piping progress made. Similarly, for all aspects of production, be it cabling, installation of equipment, painting, or any other thing, get all the aspects number, and then you collect together what is the progress made, and then you make composite production progress. When this composite production progress is made, it's easy for the management to make out where we are lacking. Are we requiring contingency measures to be instituted? What else can be done into this? And there is a very good warning to them that yes, I need to take action like this. This is right from the workflow. It has gone to the top management in a simplified format. How much he is ahead or back, or what is the problem? Supply chain management is a very important function, and number of them can be automated once you are digitalized. It could be the purchase request, material request, warehouse orders, updating the management information, inventory status tracking, bond comparison, stock location tracking, and so on. So many functions, all these are automated, and you get a number of MAS reports on each and every aspect of this. We also have an elastic search engine. What it means is, it need not be in a database form where the data resides and you can search for a particular item which was used in a particular project or across projects. It could be any of the unstructured data also. Like it could be an email, it could be images, PDF, shared folders, Word, or anything. So it's an elastic engine irrespective of what form it is, whether it is structured data like a database or unstructured data, you will still get all the details of each and every components you have used in the shipbuilding in a particular project, across projects, across anything. One more important aspect of the digital management is that you must have an efficient project management system which is very, very tightly integrated. Generally, what we see in the human behavior is there will be a tendency to build buffer whenever you ask a person how many days it will take. Statistics may prove it is 1 day, but he will still give 3 days. He would like to keep some buffer with him. And then obviously the work expands to fill the time available, it will definitely go to 3 days. And what will also happen is a student syndrome where despite the 3 days, the work will get done in the last day. So these are natural behavior of the human beings. Similarly, people will start early saying that I am starting the job. There will not be the requisite equipment or the drawings or the items, anything. So that kind of a thing is a false start. Similarly, the myth of multitasking. So understanding all this, choose a very good project management program and tightly integrate it with your digital core. Safety is extremely important, Shipbuilding is inherently unsafe for a simple reason. You work in heights, you work with very heavy weights. So we conduct a lot of things like safety drills, behavior safety, shop floor briefings and so on and so forth. But more important is collect all the data and analyze it in all forms. Is it happening at a particular time of the day? Is it like, 3 to 6 p.m. more accidents are taking place, or 9 to 12 a.m. more accidents are taking place, or which particular trade is facing accidents, not and that kind of an analysis, or month-wise, is any particular month, it could be a very, very hot month or a very cold month, is it causing kind of a thing? Body part-wise, is it that eye accidents are more, or hand accidents? Typically, that's what is really more in shipyards. Similarly, category-wise, near miss or fire or anything. So analyze all this so that you can take remedial actions and improve the safety standards, which is very, very important the moment we get into global comparisons. Finally, we need to care for the environment. That's another important thing when we talk about global shipbuilding competitiveness, usage of sustainable energy, occupancy sensors, recycling water, rainwater harvesting, increasing the green belt, and all this. How it gets digitally connected, everything here can be digitally monitored, and you can keep on increasing your target. Yes, I am going to have at least 90% of sustainable energy, next time 95%. Like that, you can keep setting records, targets, and the people start working on this. So overall, if you see shipbuilding 4 or digital techniques, if you see, there's no limit to digitalization. It is only limited by the mindset or our power of thinking. So priority should be given for digital tools to address the pain areas. Thereafter, we need to look at other areas so that over a years you develop a total digital solution for this. And relatively it is inexpensive to implement, but it needs a commitment from top management. That drive from the top management is very essential. So, gentlemen, with these two powerful approaches, that's a modular construction which provides fast and ease of construction, and digital tools which enable effective monitoring and automated checks, both of them together, they will make the yards highly competitive, ensuring that the projects are delivered on time, within the cost, and with very good quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you for saving 7 minutes. I will only add that with a surprise, because we fought on very, very serious global competition, and I'll talk about in the summing up, we realized our safety records are 7 times better to US yards. It is 3 times superior to British yards. There's not a single accident. We are a golden sword winner of British Safety Council. All this, I can only say that we just decided in 1992, and I'm being precise, we'll shift to digitalization. There's absolutely no shortcut. The moment you have transparency of data, the data bites you, and you have to take action because you want to look yourself in a mirror in a better way. So that's only a trick which essentially makes you completely competitive and different. And that's essentially where, after delivering 71 vessels to the men in white, we still deliver ahead of time. I think I'll come to Biju little later, because Ritesh is supposed to be leaving on an early flight, so I need to release him in next 15 minutes, and of course we'll have question answers for his part, and then he can go for his flight. His flight is at 7.
Thank you, sir. Vice Admiral Rashija, moderator, and distinguished speakers and audience. Warm good evening to all of you. I think we have been hearing same issues. I think some of the slides may be repetitive, so I will not be going into detail of that, because all of us know the issues were same, policies and all were discussed in detail. So only thing different will be, we had been discussing more about defense ships, and Cochin shipyard was a commercial shipyard, and we came into naval ships because of the aircraft carrier. Because of our infrastructure we had, that time we got the aircraft carrier and fortunate enough to construct that and deliver it in September 2002. So I will be talking more about the commercial shipbuilding issues, and the topic today is India as a hub for niche commercial shipbuilding. So the topic is very relevant at this time because we are, as we speak, there are a lot of changes, and the trends, shipbuilding trends are also changed because of the search of alternate fuels and technologies happening. Yeah, so that's the brief I'll be, but I think most of this I'll be skipping. So the idea is look at the shipbuilding scenario and what are the changes happening and whether we are able to catch up with those technologies and can we score in this phase. Just a glance on CSL. CSL, I hope you know that we are celebrating the 50 years now, this year. As India is celebrating 75 years, we have got total of around 8,000 footfalls and permanent employees around 1,076. And we have got 4 divisions, basically shipbuilding, ship repair, CSAS. This is a new division which is created, that is Cochin Shipyard, Strategic and Advanced Solutions, and then this is for a training institute, Marine Engineers Training Institute. And the past few years, last 3 years or so, we have expanded to other areas also, east and west. We have got now total 7 setups. Mainly in the east we have taken up HCSL, which is for the inland vessels, and this one in Udupi, UCSL in Malpe, that is the old Tebma shipyard, that is mainly concentrating on tugs and small vessels less than 90 meters, and the others are ship repair units in Cochin, as well as and also in Cochin we have got now new dry dock coming up about 310 meters, so that also will enhance the shipbuilding capability. Yeah, there was some in the first session there was questions around about exporting ships to outside India, so I thought I will answer that in my session, so I'll touch on that also. We have exported around 50 ships to Europe, USA, mainly Norway and Denmark. So bulk carriers also were exported to Clipper Group. So these are some of the commercial ships we have delivered. Supply vessels also we have delivered to Norway. And IAC, we all know, September 2nd was the commissioning for that. And delivering ships to exporting orders, one of the main thing which we need to look at is the quality. They were looking at the accommodation quality, the people, the standard of living, all those are different from what we normally see here. So we had tie-up with the Norwegian and European vendors. For accommodation we had Maritime Mondial. They have already set up in Cochin Shipyard, so we are doing the accommodation modules through them. And for electrical packages, and we had Ward Electron, they also had a setup in Cochin. So these kind of collaborations has helped us to deliver quality ships, which is very important for the European market. So just to see the global shipbuilding in this scenario, it is cyclical. So it is after the COVID we see there is a even though it is in a contraction phase, but we see it's going up. So we hope it's going up, and whether we are able to tap that, that's what we need to see. And China, Korea and Japan, they have grown from 5 to 6% to in late 2000 to 25 to 30% they have captured the shipbuilding market. So that is still going. We are, as we have seen, only maybe around less than 2% still in the overall market. So that we have seen, we know, we've discussed that in detail in the morning sessions also, mainly because of they have policies which have favored them to grow to that level. So I'm not going into the detail of that. And the Indian shipbuilding industry, we have 35 shipyards. So we have a strong, out of that some are not operational now, but still we have a strong shipbuilding experience which we can tap for the upcoming rising trend in the commercial shipbuilding. One of the things which we that also slightly touch upon in the morning session was even though we have incentivization and everything there in place, but the problem we have is our productivity. The man hours per CGT is more, so the productivity is less, even though the labor rate is very low compared to China and Korea, compared to Korea and Japan. So ultimately we have we are back around 20%. That gap is still there with China, Korea and Japan. So that is what we are looking at, the gap funding, maybe incentivization from the government. So that is one of the issue we are facing. So here we can see productivity, they increase with automation and other improvement in digital technologies. So that is yet to happen here in India. Yeah, we had around 300,000 in GTs in 2000, but that has gone down to 30,000 GT only in 2020s. But in Korea and China, they have gone up very much, 30 to 35% of the global market. Sorry, okay, I think there is some problem in this slide. I think basically these policy measures were discussed. We know Maritime Vision 2030, Gati Shakti and Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana and Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these things I just want to touch upon, but I think all these are, all of you are aware and we had discussed this. So all these policies are in place to promote our shipbuilding industry in India. So that was there. And there was some policy which has come up recently for chartering tugs in Indian ports. It should be Indian built, so that is also come up. So these are all policies which help us to improve the shipbuilding market in India. So what I was trying to touch up was mainly because of the emerging trends, the niche shipbuilding, whether we can tap on that. That is one of the things I wanted to cover. So mainly the technologies, what we were, the diesel engines which we were using is on challenge because of the IMO greenhouse gas emission requirements. The target is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions to 50% of 2008 by 2050. So it's a big challenge. In order to reach that target, still nobody knows what is the single solution, what is the fuel which we need to go for. Everybody is looking at number of fuels: solar, hydrogen, LPG, LNG, ammonia, methanol, wind. Wind itself, there are so many. So all these mix is being tried. Lot of research is happening, lot of pilot projects are happening. So the maturity of some of these are good, but many of this is still in trial phase. For solar, it's only feasible for smaller ferries and inland ferries. So madam was today morning, yes, because in Cochin we have got a solar ferry operating, but it's so for some cases this will be good, but some other like long endurance vessels we cannot go for a solar, or even for battery, very difficult. So what in the future it could be a mix of all these things. So the technologies of all these need to be addressed, and there is going to be a big challenge in technologies, and whether we will be able to because in Europe and Norway, especially in Norway, these technologies are being tried. LNG we have not tried, but in Europe they have changed from LNG to already they have gone to the other. They started removing LNG. So some of the technologies we have not seen, so but at least whether we will be able to catch up and utilize this in our shipyards here. That's what I would like to cover. So as I said, still the seaborne forecast is going up. So this exponential growth plus the change in technology, there is definitely the commercial shipbuilding. There is going to be a lot of special ships coming up. There is a lot of market in this in Europe. That is definitely there. So how do we get that? So that question was asked in the morning. So what we need to see there is, I'll come to that maybe towards the end. Yeah, some of the technologies I'll just touch upon. The solar boats. This, as I said, only for short duration ferries. This is now found feasible, even though the efficiency of solar cells has gone up, but still not viable for long duration vessels. Other technologies like wind sails technology is coming up, but that also will not answer our question for long duration. This will cover only very few auxiliary power. There is wind kite technologies which will also only cover only very maybe a very partial amount of for the auxiliary loads. Wind rotor technologies, based on the rotary effect, there could be some energy which can assist the propulsion as well as during the auxiliary power. So all these are being tried, but none of this. So what I mean to say is the technologies are being tried. There are a lot of technologies coming up, and trials are going and trials are happening, but none of this is proven to be the single solution for the coming future technologies. Battery, one of the audience was asking about batteries. Can we go for batteries? Why don't we try batteries? Batteries, of course, there are a lot of technologies available. NMC batteries, LFP batteries, NCA batteries, LTO batteries, all has got different applications. For example, LTO is used for very fast charging case. If you need a very fast charging requirement, you need to go for an LTO, but the cost is high, and safety case is also very good. But the problem with, again, this is you cannot carry that much of amount of battery on board the vessel. Suppose you have a bulk carrier or a cargo carrier, but we cannot provide that much of to cross the ocean. That much of battery cannot be on board the vessel. For example, we have delivered recently few vessels to Kochi Metro. Those are battery powered. The endurance for that is only 1 hour. 1 hour you have to have 120 kilowatt hour battery on board. So it's 15 minutes charging afterwards, then it will go for another 1 hour. So these are all for specific cases. Batteries may be applicable and it is good, but it's not the single solution. Next one, the world is looking at is definitely hydrogen fuel cells. This could be one of the future technology, maybe for even for long duration, long endurance vessels also. With hydrogen, you can with proton exchange membrane or with solid oxide technologies, you can have fuel cells and green power generator on board the ship. ammonia. Ammonia is also one of the potential fuel, but I see personally maybe this could be the future fuel, because ammonia is the systems are known to everyone, and it is being handled in ports, and that has got NH3 has got 3 hydrogen molecules, so that with that in the liquid state you will be able to carry in a much better way, so that ammonia could be a very potential future fuel for the alternate fuels. But the problem is we don't have an ammonia engine developed until now. That is, trials is also going on in Europe. Lothal and MAN is trying out their engines with ammonia. That could be, we are looking at maybe by 2025 sometime only we'll have these engines coming into production. So based on, okay, so some of the projects which we have done, as I explained, this is a Kochi Metro project. So this was a high-end vessel which we should look at it with the technology of battery and hybrid technology. The vision from Kochi Metro was to have the backwaters connectivity through boats powered by green power. So that was the vision, and with that 23 boats were ordered to CSL, and we have delivered 5 of that. So that is with the LTO batteries, and this has got DG also on board. In case they need to boost up the power from 8 knots to 10 knots, they can use the battery, they can use the DG. So that DG is it can be used either to boost up or in case of redundancy also. And the batteries are charged from solar grid. And the interior is exactly similar to the Kochi Metro or the metros what you see. And of course reduction in CO2 with these boats are significant. And it is considered to be the largest fleet of electric ferries, that is 23 plus they are coming up with another 30 ferries, and total maybe around 78 electric ferries will be there. And this one, I'm not sure whether you are aware of, there is an autonomous vessel which was constructed and delivered to Norway recently. Today as we speak, the christening ceremony of this one is happening in Norway. But as you all know, the autonomy part is the core part which the Norwegians they won't give it to us, that is still with them. So these are the part which we need to look at it, whether we will be able to excel in that. So we have done the battery and fit for and ready for autonomy, and the vessel was taken from here to Norway in a heavy lift carrier. So based on these 2 projects, battery driven and autonomous vessels, CSL has initiated 2 pilot projects so that we can have indigenous technology in-house developed. So this is a fuel cell pilot project which we are doing right now, similar to which Kochi Metro project. This boat we are converting to a fuel cell boat with hydrogen cylinders on board and fuel cells technology from a company called Kepit, Indian company, and IRS is a partner in rural development. So with IRS and Kepit, we are developing this pilot project. The delivery is sometime scheduled sometime Q1 2023. And another one we are looking at is a pilot project for autonomous vessel, the small autonomous project, small autonomous vessel. That is also the autonomy technology from Indian company, and involving NSTL, DRDO, NSTL, and model testing and mathematical modeling, everything to be done at NSTL. So these are the 2 pilot projects which we are thinking of. No, we have started this, and this is also in the process of design development. So, so now we have seen shipbuilding scenario is going, shipbuilding industry is going up, and market is going up, plus there is lot of technologies going up. So we need to, what all things we need to focus. So this was discussed in the morning. Equipment, we lack in equipment suppliers cost competitiveness, and R&D projects, R&D facilities, basic design and R&D facilities, and executing pilot projects. This is one of the important thing for all these technologies. Then only we will be in the forefront of such technologies, and improving operation excellence, like my previous speaker, Commander Nathan said, Industry 4.4 and Digital 4.1, and operation excellence through digitization. So those are the things we need to look at. And of course, financing for the capex. Thank you, and I would like to just touch upon that question which was asked in the morning, why there was not exports. So as I said, CSL being a commercial yard, we got that opportunity. We had, compared to naval shipbuilding, the commercial shipbuilding is different, because naval shipbuilding, it is mostly concurrent design, so we have to keep up with the technology, so there will be design parallelly going on along with the construction time. But in case of commercial ship, most of the owners go for standard, proven and well-established designs, and we were fortunate to get good projects in early 2000s because of the peak during the offshore period. That time we got PSVs constructed in about 35 PSVs constructed in the Cochin shipyard, and most of this, the problem what we'll be facing is the procurement issues we face here. We don't have these OEMs and ancillary industries to support this. So in order to do these kind of business, we should have ancillary industries and OEMs here. So these kind of projects come with the equipment packages. So that is one of the things.
I'll invite questions for Vijay Gopinathan, because he needs to be moving out if there's something specific.
Thank you for reminding me, sir. Yeah. So that is, and I would like to thank IMF for inviting us for this seminar session. I'm open for questions now. I would take permission to leave the session after this, because I have to catch a flight at 7 o'clock. Yeah, 5:30, I think that should be done.
No questions? So I must thank Jitesh Chandra for bringing out very lucidly in terms of some of the new concepts on covering, and that's essentially where we believe the commercial shipbuilding industry truly can make a lot of difference. Of course, many of these solutions may not be as relevant to the naval shipbuilding, but that's essentially going to be extremely important, looking at what we are going to be talking of by 2050 in terms of the greening the earth. Now, on that note, let me say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
He also touched upon one very important point, and I want to highlight it before he leaves. Very little today has been spoken on the unmanned aspect of the Navy. That's something which all of us believe, and today there's huge amount of work happening on the unmanned, and since there is no specifically focused agenda on it, I can tell you Lasanduro today has at least a dozen products ready on unmanned. Surface vessel, underwater, and varieties of those. So we not really touched upon that aspect, but that's an aspect which becomes extremely important going forward, because it essentially makes your ship now much larger beyond your normal range and your harm's way, because you're going to be seeing how much away from you, keeping it much more away from you. And those are technologies which essentially are going to mean a lot of difference in terms of what he touched upon very rightly. Thought I must highlight that before he moves on. Thank you, Jitesh.
Thank you, sir. Since Mr. Jitesh is leaving a little early, may I request him to accept firstly the memento, the the Salver on behalf of CSL as a sponsor, and also a memento as a speaker. May I request the President IMF to kindly present.
Apology from Dr. Harikrishnan. Actually, he was supposed to attend this seminar, but he was tested positive, so I am just presented on behalf of him.
Thank you. My pleasure to introduce DJ George. Of course, I don't think he really needs an introduction in this forum, but notwithstanding, a man who's truly risen from the ranks, all of us at Lasandrogo actually cherish people of this kind. Join as trainees and virtually grow to the board. So that's essentially where I see another example at Madgaon Dock, and that's precisely what DJ George is, the present Director Shipbuilding at MDL.
At the very outset, let me thank IMF for giving me this distinct honor and privilege to be part of this seminar and also take this session. I am deeply aware that we are running out of time. Two sessions which are very difficult is one immediately after the lunch and the other one before the vote of thanks. So I am privileged to do the latter. And my theme of the talk is integrated construction experience in MDL. In IC, our primary focus is to squeeze time, and even in this presentation I am forced to do the same. And I'll be doing a disservice if I don't make one mention about my ex-CMD who is seated here, Vice Admiral S.K. Krishnan, Chairman and Managing Director, who was with MDL, and who has mentored a lot of young people in our shipyard with his sterling and excellent leadership. I also privileged to be associated with the session chair for many years now, and it's been my privilege. So I'm cutting all frills. Even the first slide stands like this. So straight away into introduction, I'll not spend much time. MDL as on date has delivered around 800 ships since its inception, 240 being exports, 25 being capital warships, including submarines and destroyers and frigates. And the whole purpose of this presentation is to paint in broad strokes MDL's experience in integrated construction in P17A project. Most of you are aware that we are having two projects, major projects in hand in the surface shipbuilding. One is P15B, which is tracing the conventional method of construction, and P17A, which is the integrated construction, which is a state-of-the-art approach, and I am privileged to head both. So just an overview, maybe a couple of seconds on the complexity of warship building. There are primarily four components: the design, the procurement, the build or the construction, and then the coordination. What is important here is it's a spiral. Probably in a merchant ship it can be a linear straight line. So that means you have to revisit again and again. It's an iterative process, and that's where the whole catch is. So I don't have time to explain all the elements, but I think it's self-explanatory. The spiral nature of the entire womb to tomb, as we say it. So in traditional construction, this is how it normally goes. You can see this is where we start. The steel cutting starts here as we progress with the functional design. So basically, if you see these three arrows, it are telescopic in nature. In fact, that is where we lose the time. And in fact, if we want to build ships with a shorter duration, we need to completely change our approach. In Europe, if a FREM frigate can be built in 60 years, why in India we are taking 60 months, why in India it's taking 100 months? So that was the question which Navy as well as the shipyard was pondering some years back, and that's why when we decided to go for integrated construction in P-17A project. So it has to radically transform the entire spectrum of activities in a shipyard, from detailed design, the build strategy, the detailed design and procurement, re-engineering, how the data is managed, and construction methodology. The illustrious speaker prior me has covered almost all the aspects of integrated construction. I will not dwell much, but to put the thing in perspective, design, build strategy, construction and outfitting are the four pillars on which the building is resting. And in traditional it is telescopic, but in the approach of IC we have to go into concurrent. Sequential has to be made into parallel, and what we used to do as unit we need to do at the block level, and instead of doing system erections in the afloat condition, we have to do it at the block level itself. So this is the actual screenshot of our build strategy for P-17A project. The ship is divided into 29 blocks, and you can see the ship here is placed like this, and blockwise timelines have been projected, and this is the same build strategy we are following with GRSE, our sister shipyard, where 3 ships are being built. So this is the actual pictures, how we were doing it in the past, how it is today. This is the actual picture of the P-17A block, which is right now on the slipway. So this is the distinct advantage of integrated construction. In fact, this shows the time, this shows the cost, and the whole magic is to enhance, do it early in the build cycle of the ship, so that we can save on time. This slide is a very important slide where it can speak volumes, but because of lack of time, I am just moving to the next slide. So the conventional construction traces the path where you have extra time and time is taken, whereas in integrated construction you can skew the time, we can pull the project to the left. So that's the whole advantage. So when we decided to go ahead, there were 2 options: do it on our own and or take help. And we decided we need help, and Navy also was keen that we need to go outside for help, and that's why that's how we finally ended up in appointing Fincantieri Italy as the know-how partner for technology upgradation. So with Fincantieri, what we did is we tried to work on all these aspects. The first thing we did was a gap analysis to see what are the gaps between conventional construction and the integrated construction. Accordingly, some infrastructure had to be upgraded, like painting booth, etc. I gave one example. Then manpower was trained. Then detailed design had to be tweaked for IC. Then the IC is riding on a backbone known as the extended work breakdown structure. If I had time, I would have dwelt more on that, but I am skipping that. Then finally the construction, and the data management and stealth management and weight management also came out as the fringe benefit of this exercise with our experience with Fincantieri. So one in the gap, what came out was the palletization. So we never used pallets for this thing which L&T has called as kitting. It is the same thing. So kitting is a very key concept. And infrastructure, one of the major things which you have to do to introduce the paint booth in the shop itself. Then domain experts provided training for both the Indian Navy and the shipyards, and we also mastered the art of detailed design for IC in the process. So as I said, ESWBS based planning, because we have typically 3 components in ESWBS: the product data, the activity, and the workshop or the work center in which it is carried out. These 3 things actually completely defines both the product as well as the activities. So the approach is basically to maximize outfitting And these are actual pictures of this block. And what is important is, I think this is the core thing here. We need two things if integrated construction has to be a success story. One is we need to have a fairly good level of design maturity. That puts pressure on the Navy. Secondly, we need to have a good maturity of inventory. That puts pressure on the shipyard. That means only if the Navy and the shipyard works in tandem, integrated construction can be a reality. So let me tell you very frankly, we missed integrated construction in first ship. Why? Primarily, I'm not blaming here anyone, because Navy continued with the telescopic design. We also continued with our traditional procurement process. But from second, third, fourth in fact is becoming full-blown IC. So second and third, we are calling it as LIC, nothing to do with Life Insurance Corporation, low IC. So that is how we went ahead. So stealth management, because of management of the stealth signature and the detailed design and the installation, the nuances associated with at the block level itself or the unit level has to be taken care. And weight management is a big issue because we need to control the weights and the centers of gravity at the construction. So product life cycle management, one of the components of Industry 4.0, as Commander Nathan has brought out in his presentation as well, we have implemented in our shipyard. And another important challenge is how to get into a secure data exchange where the data has to be traded off between MDL, GRSC, DND and Italy. And we have to put a, with where the cyber security was, we had to put a completely fail-safe data exchange in place. So these are the various aspects which we had to focus, and we have fine-tuned design for IC. The procurement maturity, it is almost 1 year since I have taken as director of shipbuilding. One of the first things which I have done is to downsize the thickness of the purchase manual. With that we try to accelerate the procurement processes, with of course with compliance with all the rules which are around us. And the vendor-based development, because morning we had a very interesting session on the COTS items. The demon lies in the details. A nut or a flange or something, a bulkhead fitting can in fact completely hold into hostage the complete construction progress. Then the role of warship design bureau, quick decision making is a must, because the professional director is under a different flag officer, and DND or the warship design bureau is under another officer. So all these issues are there. So needed a fast track decision making in the whole thing. So we being at the delivery end normally takes the brunt of it, but all the stakeholders need to work in unison for realizing this common dream. And now let me tell you, if we get one more order of P-17A or the let us say the 8th ship, we can do it full integrated construction with timelines, cost lines and the quality matching or above par with the global standards. So the future is IC can give rich dividends in terms of reduced bill period. Of course, that is the primary intent and purpose of doing this. MDL is capable of meeting the timelines, and radical paradigm shift is required in both the mindset and action of all the stakeholders. Design cannot proceed in the traditional manner. Our procurement process cannot move in that manner. Vendors cannot behave in the traditional manner. If all these three important stakeholders radically change their approach and mindset, even in our country, what is happening in the developed world can become a reality. And I end my talk with a quote from Robin Sharma, the famed book, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. Happiness comes through good judgment. Good judgment comes through experience. Experience comes through bad judgment. And we have done both bad judgments and good judgments. We had good experience and bad experience. And ultimately, I think we all will have happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Biju. Thanks a lot. Also saving some amount of time for discussion. So now we can really have some good and healthy discussion. So may I invite questions now? Yes, please.
My question is to Director Shipbuilding, MDL. Sir, very nice presentation. First of all, I'd like to compliment the quality of presentation and the facts which have been brought out. Very, very enriching. I would like to know, sir, what is your evaluation of the reduction in build period? And also, what is the cost implication of going in for such a kind of a construction? Though I think it is the first time in India this is being attempted. So would you like to share your experience on this part?
Yeah. Minus the cost which you have spent for the know-how provider, that aside, that we let us say take it as a one-time capital investment for capability building. Sunken. So that has to be, so that will have to be, it has to be factored in costing, but keep that aside, I don't think there is any other cost implication. It's only tweaking our procedures, tweaking our processes and processes, and making it more efficient so that time periods can be reduced. And moment every day is costly. If the ship is getting delayed by 1 day, see, I'll tell you the current example. Our ship is, the ship which is at the advanced stage of delivery is having around 600 people on board. Let us say it is delivered today, that 600 people can be redeployed elsewhere. Why the 600 people are required is mainly to basically to maintain the system, to keep it in shape. May not be 600, may not be required, we can slightly cut down, but the expense associated with that. So because of the too many systems and the preservations and the routines which have all that is required. So that is this thing. So that way it is costly. The earlier we deliver, it is a win-win situation for all. So how to reduce the construction period, and this has to happen at the initial stages. So it is like missing bus. You know, I would put it as it's a 3-stage. We call it as S3, S5, and S7. If you miss S3, you'll have to postpone it to S5. If you miss that, it will go to S7. Moment it go to S7, the attendant benefits is lost. It becomes, it gets approximated to conventional construction. Earlier you can do it. For earlier to doing it, you need to have a fully, if I can use the word, fully pregnant pallet. If the pallet is empty, you cannot outfit anything. How the pallet will become full? It's only with design maturity and procurement maturity, including the COTS items. So that is how it is.
So what is the appreciation of the timeline?
Timeline, I said, the contract timeline is 60 months for a frigate.
No, in your conventionally, like you have done 17
Conventional was much more.
Vis-a-vis the 17 alpha?
Yeah, around, yeah. So 72, I'm talking about the contractual, not the actual. Actual is a different story. But so there is around
12 months difference.
Yeah, 12 months to 1 to 1.5 years in a frigate and a destroyer respectively.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. In fact, I can only say that we've been hearing since morning about finance. The biggest saver will be the finance cost. Other than the labor which will get saved, that would be quite a sizable saving. And especially at our interest rates, means quite a sizable amount. Anyone else? So if there are no questions, I'll attempt to sum up. We had 3 serious, I would say, professional presentations in this session. Nathan obviously talked about far more of how to take it to the industry 4.0, called the shipbuilding 4.0. This is a process through which there are some amazing results which have been achieved. Of course, he didn't talk about the results, but what exactly is done in terms of the process. Sandwiching of a vessel, horizontally as well as vertically, and both you actually can do and start fitting out at each individual level depending on the final assembly level craneage, and that's essentially which truly delivers enormously good benefits in terms of cycle time. For an OPV class in this shipyard, we had 18.5 months of build time of a vessel, 2,140 tons to be precise. So it's something which is quite different than what otherwise it would take in a sequential kind of a manner. Every pipe and every cable you can pre-cut with a code, and the code essentially is all that needs to be read before it is fitted out. So entire process is digital. We heard presentations from CSL, and that reminded me, since morning we've been talking of the no exports. It was surprising to hear that the 50 vessels have been exported. In case of Tubro, I can tell you we exported to 8 countries till date. So it's not that it is not there. The issue primarily to my mind is the expensive vessels are not the ones which we are able to export. So percentage of our total order book to what is exported is small, but there are very large number of vessels getting exported, but they're chiller. Because what truly opened up for competition is only chiller. If the small things which are allowed to be exported, to be built in the country in a competitive mode, only that will get exported. And that's essentially where you see an enormous amount of difference of what you have a track record. The buyer doesn't want to come to you for your capabilities. He comes to you for your track record. And with a track record, you actually have delivered, as I said. In terms of number of vessels, I probably would add to somewhere around 25 vessels we must have exported till date. Nothing less than that. And it's less than 10 years of operation we are talking of. So that's essentially the scenario, what we start seeing. Of course, Biju talked about the same animal in little different words in terms of, rather than calling it the 4.0, calling it the integrated shipbuilding. I remember the good old days for what Biju talked about is what we used to call the concurrent engineering. Everything getting concurrent, and believe me, when you do any concurrency, there is a spiral. And the spiral is precisely where you keep back and forth a movement. But the fact is, we actually have experienced people doing it. One gains enormously in terms of time, and good challenge to keep. I can tell you out of my own experiences of having done hundreds and hundreds of programs of different kind, including the shipbuilding, you can truly target 50% time. You may not achieve it. First, second, third, fourth time you may not achieve it, but you actually can achieve 50% saving in time. And that's essentially what you will achieve when you actually do good amount of concurrency, good amount of spirals operating. Before we close the session, I thought since morning there has been a lot of debate in terms of what has been going on, and I want to share just 3 slides toward the end of the day as more of a food for thought. So what we see in Indian shipbuilding, and this is something starting from Admiral Deshpande when he spoke in the morning, what we actually have seen is precisely 2 decades of having having truly allowed the private sector into defense production. 2000 to 2010, the first decade did not see a single RFP, and I'm so happy Admiral Deshpande actually talked about the enormous amount of debate and say, should we open up, should we not open up? And 2005 is the first RFP that came to private sector for participation, but it stayed only at auxiliaries. Now what you notice is the competitive programs entire decade was 3,500 crore and 76,800 crores of programs remained by choice, the yard to whom it is being given. Now, obviously, you can't expect anything wonderful to happen with that, and this is exactly when you had enormous amount of issues going on in the global market. So why shipbuilding remained the way it remained today? To my mind, we couldn't foresee that if the global shipbuilding scenario is dramatically slowing down, there should have been a little more proactiveness. If not the government, Navy was always constructing, and Navy possibly could have done a difference. When I say Navy, Coast Guard included. If you look at the second decade, you suddenly see a substantial amount of difference. Now, another matter of detail on the slide is this 3,500 crore is 90 vessels. Now, that's something very interesting. That means what I talked about when I started talking about the chiller, this is where the chiller is. So the 90 vessels being delivered for 3,500 crore and 56 vessels getting delivered for 77,000 crores. And this is sheer statistics. I am not adding any mirchi masala. Now on the second decade, you see 110,000 crores of nominated orders versus 27,000 crore of, you see sudden change. There's some realization that something needs to be done. There's a 20% which is allowed competitive, and of course that is 156 vessels. The ratio remains, large amount of work has gone in, but that is not something which can be counted in percentage numbers in value. Why we talk of 0.4% of order book? I thought, let me pull in, and after he spoke, I actually pulled in because the data is ready. You only have to pull in. Now this is precisely where the God is in details. The God actually says, yes, we are allowing. Now pure statistician would say, we have allowed 250 vessels to be built in competitive mode. But that doesn't speak the entire truth. All of it is 30,000 crores versus much larger number which has happened in the capital vessels. Next. Whole lot of reforms. When we talk of way ahead, there are a whole lot of reforms which have indeed happened. The auxiliary vessels actually were opened up somewhere around 2005. This is the era at which we have seen dollar move from 40 to about 60 over a very short period. Anybody who had an order, trust me, lost nothing less than 40%. 30 to 40% because of the dollar part. And the biggest contributor to that was the BNE. Now the BNE necessarily, a lot of it came in the form of foreign currency, and that foreign currency necessarily meant a loss because only no competitive program ever was getting a foreign exchange rate variation. Now this is essentially what our history is, and that's where I tried to capture over 7-8 points. What are those major milestones wherein we see the market to be truly open today for competitive positioning? FERV was allowed first in 2011, and that was only if you were bidding for a Buy Global project. And there are Buy Global projects which Indian shipyards won in global competition. We ourselves won a project which was for 54 vessels for Coast Guard. For the Buy Global, if the project was won by a foreigner who was an L2, we would have paid him 100% more because the dollar changed. Because it was won by an Indian company, nothing was paid. So I'm talking of each of those reform positions when it actually happened and link it to what we need to be doing going forward. The FERV was completely allowed in 2060 for any and every program. So government realized that what is happening was not right and needs to be corrected. And that's essentially where, under any category of acquisition, this is one realization that came in, and we have seen dollar change from 60 to 70, roughly 72, 73, and more or less stabilized, and then recently, obviously, touched about 80. But the situation is when we have nearly 40-50% of import content, especially in a major vessels, the content becomes much, much higher. These are basic covers which are needed, which came as a part of the enormous amount of debate and discussion which has been led with the Government of India's involvement, including of course the Navy as well as the Ministry. And a lot of these reforms today are in place. The BNE cost was thought to be something which vitiates the entire game, and that's where the one more, I would say, reform during the 2018-19 period was to take out the BNE. And what Admiral Deshpande spoke in the morning, no private sector was winning. This is one thing which started making private sector win. So the efficiency of building what you are paid for your work, that efficiency was able to win projects for private sector. The BNE was the one which was a differentiator. It came out, and this is where somebody actually can study program by program, policy reform by policy reform, and I think for a think tank, this is something which is absolutely right place to do that kind of research and some amount of work. Obviously, in 2020, the chapter 3B, as it was known at that point in time, said the nomination will not only be of PSU, it will be allowed to anybody. Any shipyard can be nominated, or you have on equal footing when it comes to nomination, if it is to be considered whether public or private. Level playing field, obviously there are some amount of gaps, more because of some of the baggage in terms of the ownership aspect. I'm not blaming a shipyard, but the ownership aspect hangover, which still remains in the MOD. And of course, in this period, we actually see a good amount of PPP happening. I remember when, as Lassen Tubro and JRSC, we were talking about the relationship, one question Admiral Saxena had for me. He said, sir, after you get your orders, will you stop my work? Or you will delay my ship because you have your own work? And I said, I have my word to you. Your ship will go precisely the way it is planned, as long as we have inputs coming in. We will have parallel kind of an organization, because the shipyard we obviously have can build at any point in time at least 20 vessels. The capacity is far, far larger than what actually we have in terms of work. And that's essentially where I truly believe if we were to go forward, the way ahead is in partnerships. I don't mean that the partnership can happen after winning an order, which is the case in case of GRSC contract. After GRSC wins, yes, there's a scenario that capacity may be up again. We were also having enormous amount of capacity of going up again. And we approached saying that why don't you order it on us? But truly, a PPP must start in terms of a strategic teaming before bidding, because the efficiency enhancement that one can contribute will come into the bid, and that's where the man in uniform will actually do a saving. He'll accrue a saving out of those efficiencies rather than the other way. So I believe truly going forward is going to be in the form of making some of these relationships actually into a strategic tie-ups. We heard a lot of words today from speakers about JV, about teaming and those kind of things. If we are serious, we need to truly have this in place. We actually have some issues about it, because I can tell you in 2012, there was a joint venture which MDL and Lassen Tubro signed. The signatory on L&T is obviously here. But the scenario is, after the JV was entered into, the CVO asked, how will you give him any work? He must compete with any vendor. Now, if we have to compete as a JV with any vendor, why do I need a JV? Because JV is not going to create its infrastructure. So some of these fundamentals are missed out at the time of sometime when we debate this bigger and bigger picture, bigger points, and that's where it needs to be put in place. The same CVC policy also says if you have a pre-bid tie-up, this doesn't affect you, and that's exactly where I come from. We need those relationships in place if we want cost savings, if we want efficiencies, we actually want to work together and distribute work. Only one who benefits is the ultimate customer, because he gets it faster, he gets it cheaper. I thought I'll take just about 2-3 minutes to tell you about, we currently someone who was selected in UK after 22 global shipyards participated in a global competition. We are at the last phase of decision being made, so don't quote me anywhere, but about 1 month from now, we'll know whether we have won it or we have lost it. But the scenario is there are 3 shipyards out of 22 who were picked up, and the experience that we went through in this process, I actually want to take it as a piece, as way forward, where your reforms can go in terms of truly partnering with a shipyard. Next slide. So the process essentially starts with an RFI, and that's where we had 22 yards participating. Based on what all enormous amount of interactions that happened, we obviously had a stage at which they say, we are now shortlisting. They decided to shortlist 4 out of 22. These 4 out of 22 were then paid. Mark my word, they were paid for doing the what is called the bid design. Now, the bid design you do is a paid design, and the moment it is paid design, the user actually can demand enormous amount of details, and he has clarity in terms of what he is getting. Now, this relates on the next slide when I move forward, because 56% of the evaluation weightage is how good your design is, what flexibilities it allows. Can it do multiple roles? Have you built in some of those features? Have you actually given me a vessel which is the best of every parameter? Because every shipbuilding or every ship design is a matter of compromise. I mean, all of us as designers know that there is nothing like everything can be best. It's a matter of compromise. Now, within the compromise, what is that overall solution? Out of 100 marks which are used for placement of contract, 56 belongs to this design, and that's why it is paid. It's a paid design. Based on that, obviously, enormous amount of discussions continue during this entire design phase of about 9 to 12 months. Every month there is an interaction. So there's no surprise in terms of what this vessel is going to have. There's no surprise. Now, enormous amount of maturity that gets built in before the contract is awarded. Now, relate to what Biju talked about in terms of maturity of the design and maturity of actually taking it to a full 3D. Because everything is happening on full 3D. Now, this is where you truly put in a full-fledged Industry 4.0 scenario, and it can do wonders. Now, this is precisely what we are seeing in this place, and as a result, huge number of parameters get evaluated at that design stage, and then the last phase says, now you can bid. So you actually say a price. If your price is 1 rupee higher than the reserve price, your bid is rejected. Because there's good amount of maturity which has come into a learning, so there's a cost which has been estimated even by the user, and the user says, I believe this is a fair price. Now, the contrary to this, the other point is, if you say that I will somehow do it in that price and want to win the contract, you have to prove that you make profits. If you don't make profits, you are rejected. So the flip side is, I don't want, as Ministry of Defense, you to lose your money. Because if you lose money, next time you are not going to be there. Now that's a maturity of one of the maritime country into that level of having controlled the whole world, that their maturity of the process saying, I want you to make money. Third point, they can reject you, is if you don't have good green practices. Sujit Samadhar talked a lot about the green practices. Now, this is essentially where the world is moving. This is where people who say they want to ensure on any given day of the shipbuilding program, you have a surplus cash at hand than what you have spent. And this is how the payment stages are structured. Because if you are actually borrowing, the government realizes that I am the one who is paying it. It's not the shipyard who is paying it. Who pays? Who pays the cost of capital? Ultimately, it's the customer who pays the cost of capital. On one project, somebody else may pay. But in long run, it's always the customer who pays. There's a maturity in the process. You must make profit. You must make good practices. You must also have a good design. Based on this, next slide, you actually see the commercial clauses or the commercial conditions or your actual price out of 100 has a weightage of 19. 12 and 6, I'll give you a breakup also. 13 and 6. 13% is a weightage. We heard, I think the ma'am was saying about, or somebody else said, unless the weightage on technical parameters is 80%, I will not even bid. Here's the weightage, which is 13% commercial. So your price bid has a weightage of 13%, 81%, 13 plus 6 having gone out of that 100, 81% is for what is the value proposition. So the entire shipbuilding game is changed into win-win because it's a value, not the price getting talked about. And with this, there's only one condition on the price: are you below or you're above? Now imagine what incentivization it will do to a shipbuilding industry to truly revive the shipbuilding. The moment we start talking of policies, we heard comments of, I think Commodore Khatri was talking about, if we only go by rules. So you don't need rules when you have a policy in place. And the policy assures next 30 years of work. Listed down programs for 30 years, and there's a book, you can buy it, you can go download it. Go to a shipbuilding office, there's a National Shipbuilding Office created. Incidentally, since we are talking about all this, National Shipbuilding Office has been created at the behest of the Prime Minister 2 years back. Mandate given to National Shipbuilding Offices beyond whether it's Navy, commercial, whosoever, or the auxiliaries, Royal Auxiliaries, all of them are controlled finally by that one office, and this is one office which is saying, I have a 30-year of visibility, I'll tell you what 30-year visibility is, now invest. Invest in better ways of doing it, I will incentivize you. Now this is the process which I thought, and when I first time talked about this couple of months back to Defense Secretary as well as to CNS as well as Vice Chief, they said this is something amazing. If there's somebody who can do this. So what all problems we talked of during the entire day, I see that there are other countries who seem to be evolving, thinking new thing, and why did they do it? UK today has a track record of 100% of projects going beyond schedule. Every project has a cost overrun. And that's essentially where 2 years, 3 years back, they decided they are going to start every major program subject to anything which is a repeat contract will go on a nomination basis. Every new contract will go competitive. It's a national thinking to say, I need to make my industry to a next level of technology, next level of way of doing things, and that's where the upper price cap comes in. If you bid above, you are not there in the game. But you have a mandate to prove you make profits. So it's something which is far more an evolved process. I thought before I stop speaking today, I thought I'll speak about this because that's essentially where I see. We heard the Chinese models, more of commercial shipbuilding. We heard the Korean model, more of again commercial shipbuilding. Here's a model for military. I'm ensuring you have no working capital cost. As Ministry of Defense, I'm ensuring you make profit. Because if you don't make profit, you will not be there. You will walk out. Someday you will walk out. So that's essentially where the process maturity, I thought it's worthwhile on when we're speaking about way ahead on shipbuilding, makes sense to record that, talk about it in a forum of this kind. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, to you and to all the panelists. I think it's been a most enlightening conversation and a talk that you have in particular given, and also both the speakers present here as well as Mr. Jitesh, who has left. I request the President IMF to kindly give the mementos of Silver Salve. Firstly to Shri Patil. Commander Nathan. And lastly, Mr. Biju George. And with that, we come to our concluding session, where we again have Mr. Patil to deliver the concluding address. So may I request... okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the end of this session. May I request Commodore Chitnis to deliver the vote of thanks, sir. You may take your seat, sir. Sorry, before that, we have two more mementos to be given to two of the CMDs of the shipyards who are here. Firstly, Commodore Khatri of HSL. Okay, any other rep from HSL? Okay, he will send it across then to his place. And is Mr. Sayaraj here? Shaft? Okay. Thank you. Over to Commodore Chitnis.
Thank you, Admiral Nadkarni. On behalf of the Indian Maritime Foundation, I'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Admiral Satish Gormare, Vice Chief of Naval Staff and our Chief Guest, for his insightful, informative and frank keynote address. It set the benchmark for the seminar. I shall thank him in absentia. He had another commitment to keep, but we appreciate the fact that he came all the way from Delhi to attend the seminar. We had 3 technical sessions which discussed various aspects of the seminar theme. They were expertly channelized by the moderators in a very professional manner. I would like to thank Vice Admiral Deshpande, Dr. Malini Shankar and Mr. Jayant Patil, our able moderators, for having accepted our invitation and taken time off from their busy schedules to be with us. So, Mr. Jayant Patil, thank you very much. The theme of the seminar was decided by the core study group, but the ability of translating this into a seminar depended upon the quality of the speakers. We had several speakers, and all of you will agree with me that we had a very high quality of speakers today, and I would like to thank each one of them for their presence and high quality presentations. Please let me acknowledge the hard work put in by Captain Sunil Kumar, Commander Saurabh Jain, Captain SHP Sudhakar, Commodore Vinit Tiwari, Commander Jafar Sirajuddin, Captain Mayanak Mishra, Professor S.C. Mishra, Commodore Sujit Samadar, Commander K.S. Nathan, Shri Jitesh Chandra and Shri Biju George. Thank you very much indeed, all those who are here. I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Admiral Vinod Pasricha, the head of the core study group, for his guidance all through the planning stages and his inaugural address, which set the pace for the rest of the seminar. We would like to also thank Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, Commandant NDA, for gracing the seminar with his presence. It is always inspiring for us to have the Commandant of the biggest local establishment here. Thank you, Admiral Kochar, in absentia. Our Chief Coordinator, Vice Admiral Ashok Subedar, has been a dynamic driving force, and he has played a very important role. Thank you very much, Admiral Subedar, but not only for the dynamic role that you played in guiding us, but also I must acknowledge the fact that he is responsible for getting all the generous sponsors for the seminar. So, through you, may I appreciate the sponsors of our seminar: MDL, CSL, GRSE, L&T and Shaft Shipyards. So thank you all the MDs who are here, and thank you for your generous sponsorship. The convener of the seminar, Rear Admiral Ravi Nadkarni, needs to be congratulated for the conduct of the highly successful seminar. And despite glitches, we still had Professor Mishra joining us, even though it looked that we might have to do without it. So I would like to thank you for your sincere and painstaking effort to put together this seminar almost single-handedly. I would be amiss if I missed out on the staff of this hotel, led by Mr. Prabhat Kumar. Is Mr. Prabhat Kumar somewhere on there? But you can convey to him that we really appreciate the arrangements, the food, and all the other tea, coffee, etc. that we had. So there are no ladies, so well, gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months ago, and it required planning and a bird's eye view for detail. We have been fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who knew their job and are result-oriented. A huge thank you to Captain Anand Dikshit, President IMF, and all the council members for their efforts in putting the seminar together. Last but not least, and certainly not the least, thank you all very much for each and every one of you for coming here in large numbers and making this seminar a success and staying all for this extended period. Thank you very much indeed.